Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erengel, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Bu үнэгээсээ хэмээн та ямар гурван багийг том өрсөлдөгч гэж бодож байна вэ?
GG, Alpha 7, Alter Ego.
At least a little bit of an anchor point to play around with going forward. That's Meki. Is it going to be able to obliterate Bra here? Plays his teammate Bacon. Ego eating nades as well. It's always grenades. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack. That is absolutely insane. It's so crazy. Contact found with a nade, hefty damage. That's a chunky one. And Tops so quick with the reactions. Hold this off. We've been saying this. Mate, just the fact that like Nurse said, go deal with the guys over the 1v3 over towards Loot.
In the past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens!
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in second place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Two teams is going dead goal left. This round, winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region, except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror. But C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed third in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured second place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3คะแนนติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SEA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SEA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang Global Championship pertama gitu. Untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SEA? Well, there's only one way to find out. At the beginning of 2020 PMGC, PUBG Mobile fans from all over the world were looking forward to the clash between Nova and BTR. However, multiple teams from the South Asia region showed incredible strength and had shot up the leaderboards in the season. On the 5th anniversary of PUBG Mobile esports, let us turn back the clock to 2020 and revisit the story of the South Asia region. The 2020 PMCO Fall Split wildcard may have gone under the radar for many fans, but it showcased the power of one specific team. Zeus Esports successfully took first place, securing a spot in the 2020 PMGC. However, many thought they would just be a flash in the pan, but with the opening of the 2020 PMGC, Zeus became the focus of attention. They defeated many strong opponents in 4v4 battles and became the biggest underdog of the year, finishing in 3rd place.
And now he's breaking the fight head on! Zeus!
Their strength remains to this day, and they have grown into one of the strongest teams in the South Asia region. 2020 put South Asia on the map. That year, besides the unexpected success of Zeus, 3 new teams also made their world debut. They were DRS Gaming and ASL from Nepal, and A1 Esports from Bangladesh. While Zeus climbed all the way to the PMGC bronze medal, A1 Esports and ASL secured their spot in the top 16.
Zeus Esports, I would say, were the first powerhouse from Mongolia, and they came out of nowhere and shocked everyone. They did so well with their gunpowder and their tactics. No one was ready to compete with them.
As we moved into 2021, more South Asian teams continued to have their presence felt on the world stage. Stalwart Esports had a memorable 2021 PMGC, ranking 3rd in the East League and 7th in the Grand Finals, while 2 Nepali teams, DRS Gaming and Deadeye's Guys, didn't make it out of the league stage. The world at least started to take notice of the region's power. The expectations from the South Asia region were growing. The question was, could they continue to improve?
साउथ एसिया सर्किटको सबैभन्दा सक्सेसफुल टिम स्टलवर्ट ई-स्पोर्ट्सको पनि ग्लोबल कहानी एकदमै राम्रो रहेको छ। 2021 को PMGC को लिगमा 3rd पोजिसन अनि त्यसपछि ग्रान्ड फाइनल पनि खेलेको थियो अनि उत्तिकै शानदार उनीहरुको 2022 को PMGC पनि गएको थियो।
In esports, it's the determined, the relentless, and the driven that succeed. This was the mindset of many teams in South Asia, and that is why they continue to grow in 2022. In the 2022 PMWI, Stalwart Esports took 3rd place and Action was awarded the MVP. Later in the year, 5 South Asian teams, Stalwart Esports, DRS, Skylights Gaming, Train to Kill, and IHC earned their slot at the 2022 PMGC. DRS and IHC had a rough start and were placed in the brutal survival bracket after failing to progress in the opening matches. However, they both incredibly broke through in the last chance round and progressed into the top 16 Grand Finalists. DRS found their stride in the finals and ultimately took 2nd place.
Torn apart there, DRS now have that control on the northern side flank.
This was the highest rank ever achieved by a South Asian team in the PMGC, and alongside their success, STE took 4th place and IHC took 5th place. Furthermore, STE Player Top won both the Finals MVP and the Gunslinger Award.
Jakarta for top!
The South Asia region showed they can compete and beat the very best.
4 grand finalists in PMGC 2022 from South Asia region clearly means this region is one of the most dominating out there. And by providing the PUBG Mobile world with the likes of DRS Gaming, T2K, STE and Team ISC, this region has got it all. And with the upcoming teams like Team Aegon XI8, 7th Element, NB Esports and 4MV, this region might just become the most competitive region out there.
In 2023, we saw more growth and the emergence of new challengers across the region. Among them is Aegon XI8, who has won 1st place in PMPL Pakistan twice in a row and secured 3rd place in the PMPL South Asia Championship. They are about to appear again on the PMGC stage. It's 4 Miracle Vibes, a team formed in 2021 but finally making a name for themselves in 2023 by securing 1st place in the PMPL South Asia Fall season and 2nd place in the subsequent South Asian Championships, successfully qualifying them for the 2023 PMGC. They will be joined by STE, the champions of South Asia Fall Championships, along with NB Esports and IHC, 2 more South Asian teams looking for glory. Furthermore, for their continued outstanding performance in global events, DRS Gaming earned a special invite and became the 5th South Asian team to qualify at the 2023 PMGC. This will be the 4th consecutive year for DRS Gaming to play at PMGC. The South Asia region has already achieved second place last year at PMGC. Can they break through again this year and claim the ultimate title?
New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. What do you say about them? New challengers. Just new challenge. New challenge.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로.
Hello, I'm Lord.
Hi, I'm Freak and we play for Enigma Galaxy.
안녕하세요. 덕산 e스포츠의 혹시 김성환입니다.
덕산 e스포츠 준희입니다.
Merhaba, ben Nextrya'dan Dokunma.
Ben de Nextrya'dan Frozen.
Today we do power ranking for group red teams.
Hadi geçelim.
잘 해보겠습니다. 일단 첫 번째로 소개할 팀은 농심 레드포스입니다.
이 팀 같은 경우는 이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 여기다 놓겠습니다.
And then we have NB Esports. Yeah, they're from Mongolia. They have really talented young players. I would say dark horses.
Mongolian teams are really good anyway, so.
We have Red Force.
I think they're a new team.
Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before.
New challengers?
Yeah,
new challengers.
Aynen, ben de ilk defa görüyorum. O yüzden bunları...
New challengers.
Yep. 7E. I've never seen them.
I also didn't see them as new challengers.
Challengers.
Ben de ilk defa görüyorum.
Bunu da en alta yapıştır.
Nova Hyper.
Nova Hyper is the first time I think new challengers.
Yep. Next we have Morph.
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
What do you say about them?
New challengers.
Just new challenge.
New challenge. We haven't met them a lot, so I have nothing to say.
I'm not gonna pass it to you again, because it's all next to me. I should just put it.
Yeah.
세 번째 팀은 이제 NB e스포츠인데 이 팀은 제가 잘 몰라가지고
네, 이 팀 저도 잘 몰라요. 그러니까 여기다 놓을게요.
그다음에 NH 팀인데 전 잘 몰라가지고
아, 잘 모르는구나. 저도 이 팀은 잘 모르기 때문에 코스에 야무지게 하도록 하겠습니다.
There's STE. We played against them
6 to 8, yes.
a lot or only once?
Not a lot, no. I think once or twice.
2021.
Yep, once.
Yeah.
They're pretty good.
They're top guns. I would put them at top.
Yeah, top guns.
Yeah.
7SP. Bence bunlar direkt top tier yani. Her PMGC'de vardı neredeyse.
중국 ST 이제 무조건 첫 번째.
1등 팀.
Okay, we have Nextria next. Our old competitors.
That are our rivals.
We've been top for sure.
Yeah, they deserve top guns.
Yapıştır.
이제 이 팀은
제가 제일 좋아하는 팀.
오.
맞나? 맞는 것 같습니다.
내 좋아하는 팀이라도 맞으면.
Enigma Galaxy her sezon varlar ya. Enigma Galaxy okey bir takım.
이 팀은 이제 그래도 해온 경력이 있기 때문에 이제 탑 건스의
Enigma Galaxy.
Enigma Galaxy?
Yeah.
바로 저희 팀이네요.
와, 당연히. 친구들 당연히 이제
붙여야죠. 에이? 오케이.
Duxon Esports.
Duxon is a pretty good team.
They have really
good. I like the way they play also.
They have Juni from DWG. They all have PMGC, so I would say top guns.
Oh yeah, let's go with top guns. They deserve it.
네, MRPX 인상 깊게 봤는데
네? 이 팀 꼴찌로
아니 이번엔 리그에서 두 번째 붙여야죠. 에이?
Okay.
That's it.
We have the Brazilians in co-gaming, which I like a lot.
Yeah.
They have a big play style, but
I would say top guns.
Top guns, yeah. They had a really good result last year. So this is our power ranking for Group Red.
Güzel oldu bence. Okey yaptık. Bence bazıları belki değişebilir. Siz de katılıyorsanız yorumlarda belirtin. Katılmıyorsanız da söyleyin yani bu takım bence buraya gitmeliydi falan diye yorumlarda belirtin yani. Yani bizi 우리 이렇게 정리해놨고 이제 PMGC에서 이제 좋은 경기 하자. İzlediğiniz için teşekkürler.
I hope you guys enjoy it and see you in PMGC. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Güle güle.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, in the week 2, day 2, Red Group for the 2023 PMGC League. With me here, Chuchu, in PJ Battle Arena, Malaysia, and none other than joining me today on stage is going to be Inco IGL itself, which called Nene Pete. It's a very unusual name. Now, how do you pronounce your name? precisely, and how do you come up with a name?
Como é que fala seu nome? Tem que pronunciar aí. Como que você criou esse nome?
Bom, como é que pronuncia é Nenebete e foi um apelido de quando eu era criança e acabou pegando, acabou curtindo e é isso. Não tem muito segredo.
You pronounce it Nenebete?
Nenebete.
Nenebete.
Betche, okay.
It was a nickname from when he was a kid and it just stuck when he grew up.
I don't know what's the reason of that nickname, but it's unusual nickname for sure. Now, A7 and Loops were on our lips all week last week. Now, we do know there's going to be a lot of pressure for these guys. Those two teams, their brethren, already qualified to the Grand Finals. Now, are you pressured, peer pressure, right? Are you pressured to meet up the expectation because your brethren's already in the Grand Finals? And do you intend to follow their footsteps as well?
Aí, o Alpha 7 e o Loops arrasaram semana passada, já estão na final. E é isso aí, dá pressão para vocês e vão tentar fazer a mesma coisa que eles fizeram?
Não, a gente não sente pressão por isso. Eu acho que cada time tem que seguir seu caminho, cada time sabe do seu, sabe das suas dificuldades. Então a gente está apenas fazendo o nosso.
No, actually, we don't feel pressure for this. I think each team has to follow their own path. We are doing our own thing, and I think that's what's going to get us there.
Very focused. Now, that question and this question come out from the English casters, Hot Jukes and Friends, we call it, okay? For now, another question from them, from the English casters. Now, Inco barely made it last season. We do know that last stage by 1 point. That was a last chance stage. Last season, they barely made it through with only 1 point. So, such a drastic performance if you compare with last season and this season. What's the main factor of the change, and how does it feel as well that this season that you feel that you have more solid performance than last season?
Ano passado, não, classificou no last chance, no último momento, um ponto, e agora já está se dando muito melhor esse ano. Queria saber como é que você está se sentindo nessa diferença e para esse grupo daqui.
Cara, a gente está muito mais preparado. Acho que a gente está muito confiante para essa nova PMGC, porque foi muito difícil pra gente, né? Ano passado, a gente passou no sufoco, então agora com a experiência que a gente tem, a gente veio muito mais forte.
Okay, we think we are much more prepared because last year we really had to sweat it out until the end, like you mentioned, and I think all that pressure has become wisdom for us that we'll use this experience to get us there in a more comfortable way this time around.
Just to emphasize that last season they don't have that much time to prepare compared to this one.
O ano passado não teve tanto tempo para se preparar como foi nesse ano, né? Está dizendo.
Não.
Okay. So I think maybe, hopefully, champions this week because they have more time, hopefully. And also, you have any particular play style for today to make something different? Because we do know it's different from last season. This season, they have more time. Will they change their play style?
Vai jogar de algum jeito diferente nessa semana, nesse grupo?
Não, a gente vai jogar do jeito que a gente vem sempre jogando, trabalhando borda e quando a gente tiver prioridade jogando no meio. E é o que a gente veio fazendo ontem, só que dessa vez a gente vai estar fazendo melhor. Ontem foi o aquecimento.
We'll stick to our play style, focusing on the center plays, and we'll stick to what we know. You can say that yesterday was warming up. Today you'll see us go all out.
Now that's going to be interesting. Will they break a record? Because yesterday we do have a new record being set up by DS player, which if I'm not mistaken was Beanie with 9 eliminations in one single map by an individual. Can Inco break their record for today? Now we're going to toss it back to our casters. I can't wait to see what's going to happen for today. Let's hype it up, casters. Take it away.
Let's go, baby. Hey, it's always good to see Choo Choo there on the main stage. Crush the questions, by the way. Thank you for being able to share some of the thoughts that we had going into today because Inco, man, we're expecting a lot from Brazil, especially after what we saw in the last stage, boys. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes here with Seven and Cameron. How are you guys doing today? I'm going to start with you, Seven.
I'm doing great, man. We saw a lot of surprising stuff yesterday. I can't wait to see how these teams are going to be adjusting today. I'm just hype. I'm hype. We're at PMGC.
What about you, Cameron?
Yeah, dude, it's been chill. Yesterday we had a couple of, expected performances, seeing STE and Enigma Galaxy up there. But for Morph and Nocturne Red Force to be taking the top 2 spots was a bit of a surprise for me. And so I'm hoping to see if they can continue holding on to that top spot, or we're going to see a little bit of shuffling on the leaderboard. It's only day 2, so there's still a lot of room to move around.
Yeah, there is a lot of room to move around, but I'll tell you what, it's going to happen like this, right? So teams definitely need to chop to it. And one team in particular did great, and I think surprised a lot of us was Morph 7, right? I mean, they really crushed it yesterday, especially towards the end.
Yeah, considering how they started the day, and I think that was the main thing, the main takeaway for me out of this team, right? They started off 16th place, only 2 elims. They were able to step it up there on the second match. Also, given that the first match was sand-hot, but whatever, we're still going to count that in. And then going into the first Erangel, they ended up with 12th place, 6 elims. What I really enjoy is the way that they were actually able to adjust from the first game to the second game. They decided to drop on the second game towards Severny, and instead of wanting to go towards the middle of the circle, this team was really good at just evading everybody, rotating outside the circle towards the north, and picking their fights and letting everybody just fight it out. And I think that worked out really, really well for them. And they kind of followed that alongside on their first win when we went to Miramar as well. Great edge of the circle play, which I'm hoping that they continue to do today. I'm also going to be seeing how some of the other teams adjust. And one thing I do have to mention out, they did have one player especially scouting really well. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but I'm going to be looking throughout today, and I'm going to continue to see if that player is going to continue to scout, because he was doing wonders for that team yesterday. And I think that's what actually helped them out, have such a quick turnaround from the first 2 matches.
100%. Hey, Cameron, so I got to ask you a question, right? What do you feel about this edge play style here, especially at a tournament like this? I think, you know, it's a lot easier for teams in prior tournaments because maybe we have like some of the weaker teams play edge. But now as we're in PMGC, right? So how do you feel about it?
Yeah, listen, edge is one of the, whether edge or center is the harder one to play is really just up to the lobby itself. But the thing is that when you play edge, you have the option to be a lot more reactive to whatever the zone throws at you. The problem is you are a lot more, it's necessary to win your fights a lot more, and you have to go through a lot more of them. So if you're a confident team like we saw SCE be yesterday, if you're a confident team that's just constantly pushing, you're very aware on how to communicate with your team, you know how to grab multiple positions to get those angles on your opposition, then I think edge is a really, really strong playstyle. But if you're a team that relies on one player to kind of frag out, or maybe you're a little slow to move and it's really hard to read the zone, then edge is really going to punish you, especially if you get a hard shift in the opposite direction of where you're standing.
Yeah, well, you know what? Playing edge, playing center, no matter where you're playing, you're gonna have some success, especially if you use the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created directly for esports players. You guys want to dominate the lobby? Check out that Infinix GT10 Pro. And while you're at it, and while you're on it, go ahead and check out the TikTok as well. Use that hashtag PMGC 2023 when you're talking about it, as well as searching it. So you can see all the kind of cool stuff we got going on, as well as behind the scenes. I will say, I love the segments that they're doing here at PMGC. I think they're some of the best we've seen in a while here, Seven.
Yeah, what was it, the ranking of it? Given that we wanted to see a little bit more BM right out of this team, but I'm enjoying the content that we're seeing out of PMGC so far.
100%. You know what? Just to add to what you were saying, Cameron, I think teams that play on the edge these days, I think they'll have a little bit of advantage. Just the good teams that play edge, because I think you have to be able to do it well, not just from, you know, a fighting standpoint, but a timing standpoint. I see all the teams that are successful on the edge, they just know when to stay back, sit and wait, and when to make that push, right?
Right, but you said the key word, the good teams on edge, the strong teams on edge, right? Playing edge is you give up all sort of masks, you give up all sort of smoke and mirror. It proves whether you really are a good team or not. You could skate by being kind of underwhelming if you play a more central position, depending on the strength of that position, which, you know, understanding strength of position is a skill in its own for sure. But as far as the actual fragging and timing department, you get found out real easily if those are not in your strong suits and you try to play edge. Or sometimes you're forced to play edge because you get like multiple hard shifts in a row, or maybe you're dropping in a more edge position and the circle is the opposite side. Like, there are a lot of factors. Teams really do need to be able to play somewhat reasonably well on both methods, but you do tend to see teams lean towards one strength over the other.
I'll tell you one team in particular that's been looking really good no matter where they're at, Seven. It's got to be Nigma Galaxy.
It really is. I mean, this team, at one point yesterday, we were all hoping, I can say that, Coops was going to clutch up that 1v1 in Erangel. It was so good, and I was looking at reactions to that people were posting on TikTok with the hashtag PMGC 2023. But for this team, it comes down to hopefully having live. Yesterday, something that we saw that this team was a lot of solo play, whether it was Lore, whether it was Raul, whether it was Coops, whether it was Freak. I want to see this team continue to just keep them, obviously it's easier said than that, but just try to stay alive together towards the end, because that would be just absolutely insane. I mean, we saw them being able to get a chicken dinner, and I expect them to get another chicken dinner here today.
Ooh, okay, all right, I like that energy. I like that energy. You know what a team I would really like to see a chicken dinner from? And Hyper, Cameron, right? I mean, it's so crazy. Honestly, I will say I am happy to see them perform even decently, especially after such a massive roster change, right?
Yeah, being in 7th place right now is certainly punching higher than our expectations with the roster moves that they were unfortunately required to do for this. They unfortunately had to do for this event. We'll see if they can hold on to it, but I'm really liking not only seeing the clutch plays come out from Gfan, but FS really stepping up and stepping in. And GK first, he hasn't really been a huge highlight player of the event so far, because I mean, just look at the whole leaderboard and the roster. There's a lot of other teams that are fighting for those positions, trying to get that limelight. But I was checking the stats, and he is still outputting a fair amount of damage. It's, you know, getting that damage translated into eliminations consistently is where I think Hyper can really step it up. They have a couple of high elim games, but a couple of stinkers as well. So it's about really trying to raise that floor for them.
Yeah, raise it indeed. But speaking of that, look at that. We got the top explorers here, 7. Man, that's a lot of kilometers traveled.
It was. As we're looking at a head-to-head here from Noxian Red. By the way, that was a big surprise yesterday. We were talking about surprise teams. I was not expecting the South Korean teams do so well from what they were able to showcase yesterday. Considering we haven't even had a South Korean team in the grand finals of a PMGC since 2021. They're looking pretty good right now with Namshin, the way they were able to get the only team yesterday to get back to, not back-to-back chicken dinners, but at least 2 chicken dinners at the start of the day, and then being able to finish it off with another win in Miramar. That's great consistency, and even though the team I'm about to talk to is currently not here on this graphic, I'm going to be looking at 628. This team was able to perform so well when it came down to Erangel, but they had a very lackluster performance when we ended up going to Miramar. The first Miramar, 11th place, only 2 Ilims. The second one, they were able to step it up in regards to eliminations by being able to output 8 Ilims, but only an 8th place finish. If this team can continue to do what they were doing in Erangel, which is pretty much just making FaZe Clan's day live in hell, they're going to continue to do great. Okay. But I want to continue to see them do a little bit better when it comes down to Miramar.
I gotta push back. 8th place with 8 eliminations is a really good round to have. Yes, the 11-2 you can throw to the side, but 9 points in one round, that is the usual standard average that you see a lot of pro teams try and shoot for and try and stay at. So the fact that granted, it's not as good as their Erangel matches, but I still think that STE, that's not showing a real flaw in their gameplay, just because it's not quite as good as Erangel, where they got the 1st place and the 2nd place, and then a 5th place with 7 eliminations. I think you're being just a touch too harsh.
I mean, they're currently not within the top 3, and at the end of the day, we're talking about the top 3 teams. Are we not? We want consistency, baby. We got a nitpick here.
They'll be top 3 by the end of today. I'll put it down. I'll say it.
All right. Okay, I love the different takes here. I will say this, all right? We saw every single team put their power rankings, you know, and STE was on top, right? The first one that none of them argued about. So I think the expectations are definitely high for the squad. So I'm looking forward to seeing them definitely get into that top tier. I know a lot of their fans are as well, you know, but, you know, I want to go back to the interview that we had here and talk a little bit about the Brazilian squads, because we already have 2 of them, you know, make it to that global finals here, 7. And I want to start off with Inko, right? What do you think about that interview with Nenebeche?
I like that he was saying that they don't feel like they really have that much pressure, considering that 2 Brazilian teams are already in the grand finals. I feel like that's a little bit of cap, though, if they continue to perform the way that they were able to do yesterday. Luckily for them, they were able to at least become a little bit more consistent towards the end of the day, especially when we went to Miramar. They were able to get some good elims and good placement in comparison to what we saw, whether it was in the 3rd match of Erangel or in the 1st match of Sandhawk. For Inko, it's just going to come down to see if they can finally get that chicken dinner. I was even mentioning yesterday, this team always struggles within the first 2 days of getting a chicken dinner, whether we go back to Americas or whether we go back at Brazil's finals. They cannot get that chicken dinner, and right now it's how some of the other teams are playing. And keep in mind, I'm currently just focusing on being top 3, right? That's ultimately where these teams want to be. If they continue on this form and if they're not able to start getting those chicken dinners, it's going to be super tough for Inko.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, all the teams, today is going to be when they really try and see if they can put themselves in a position for top 3. At the end of the day, if you're, say, below 7th, then it's trying to confirm that you're in the middle of the pack and just being outside of the bottom 5. But for Inko specifically, yeah, they look okay. I definitely expect better out of them, but that's what we heard from the interview, that they're going to be doing better today. Yesterday was a bit of a warm-up. The problem is, what happens if that doesn't happen today? That's the real question of how, like, 2 days of warm-up, like, is that really feasible for a strong performance?
They did win all the rehearsal matches, right? So.
You know what? Okay, you know what? That's a little bit of a backstory that we'll maybe share a little bit later on, all right? But yeah, one team in particular, I mean, that really needs to have a pop-off day is Ted's game, right? Like, what do you think they're going to go into today? Or you think they're going to start pushing more aggressive, play their own game, Cameron? I mean, this team definitely has to mix it up, though, right?
If they mix it up, it's not going to be by pushing more aggressive, because that was one of the things that we saw fail them a couple of times yesterday. I think trying to get more stable mid-game play is probably going to be more valuable to them. Hopefully the 6 rounds that they played yesterday just gives them a lot of data on how the team, how this lobby is going to be playing out, the timings, the pacings, how they need to be moving around the map to get good defensible positions. We start off with Sanhok, so maybe not the greatest map to really employ that sort of data, that sort of behavior analysis, but nonetheless, IG, yeah, they need to pull up something. That being said, it's not like they're that much far behind. FaZe with 12 points, Kunina Power with 14, and ASR with 17. So, you know, they're not like in a hole significantly deeper than everyone else.
Right, just kind of going off of what you were saying too there, we haven't really been able to see any second half performances out of them when it comes down to the matches. They have, from all the placements that they had, they were averaging a 14th place finish. Like, yeah, the aggressiveness, it works out for you guys, right, on the regions. At the moment, it's not working out for you. And I feel like they get a little bit red hot too. I feel like whenever they are knocked, and we saw it in 2 instances that I can remember from yesterday, as soon as a player got knocked, they just fully send it to the player that knocked their teammate without even thinking anything. It was just full red going after them. So I'm hoping that they can control their emotions a little bit more. They can try to survive a little bit more towards that second half, and then maybe their fragging power start shining here on the PMGC stage.
Maybe they just get past the first quarter. I mean, this is crazy. 0 placement points. 0 points is a wild thing to see here. So I will dip into the theory that, you know, Zute and I have concocted, okay? We talked about scrims before a major tournament. Now, you guys didn't get to really catch those scrims, okay? But let me tell you, Intense Game dominated them. I think they won majority of them, right? So when it comes to them, we have this theory. You do good in scrims, you're going to do bad in the tournament because it shows a lack of confidence, okay? I think you, Cameron, you said it was impossible. You're like, no, Intense Game is going to crush you.
Okay. So it was Inko that performed well in the scrims that we saw. So them sitting in 8th place neither proves nor denies this theory. I think it's a silly theory. I think that putting any value behind scrims is pointless. Whether the team does good or bad, really, in my experience, has no impact on the actual, like, real games that are played.
Well, you know what? I'm going to keep my 10 points.
I think the only thing that maybe they can take out of the scrims that might actually hurt a team that tries hard a lot, and if I remember right, I think it was a conversation that Sute and John were having, and I was just listening in. John did mention that whenever those teams do end up trying hard in rehearsal, they might see weaknesses where there's usually the other teams are just not trying hard. So they do need to be careful with that. It's something that John said that I definitely agree with, and I feel like we should.
Well, I'm going to keep my tinfoil hat on, guys, but it's time to take it off into the first match. I want to hear your thoughts about that, John and Zute, as we take it on over to you.
Hey, you know, I'll take the credit. Thank you very much, Seven. Yeah, no, we've been we were sort of thinking about it a little bit. You do good in scrims. I mean, currently I would say it has been a little bit lackluster, and Inko's rise up the tables, maybe just due to 1 or 2 performances coming on, really bolstered them there.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely, call it a fluke. I don't know, like, for them to do that bad is just, it's rough. But when you're doing that bad, the good news is you can't get any worse, right? It's only up from here, quite literally, as they are sitting in last place. And we see the other Brazilian team, or not Inko, Intense Game all the way down at the bottom. Inko, the other Brazilian team, who's doing a bit better. We saw the interview with Nenebeche earlier, and they're going to stick to their game plan, which I like. And I feel like Intense Game, they should still kind of stick to their game plan. I don't want day number 1 to throw them off too bad. Yes, they did horribly, but we've seen them perform when they are doing things correctly. Like, they've performed really well in the Americas. So I don't want them to like discredit all of their progress that they've had coming to here and switching everything up.
No, I mean, it does need a little bit of polishing, but it is only the first day. You can take that backseat, and that's where I think the infrastructure of a team comes into play in a massive way, right? Because you're going to have coaches, analysts looking these things over, the players as well, looking these things over and starting to introduce those new strategies to deal with them, but that still mesh with those tried and true tested methods that you've got in your wheelhouse. So making sure that you're finding those adjustments where you need them, that's where a good, strong team structure and organization can really back up a team at this point.
So we've talked about, you know, the Brazilian teams. What about the teams at the top 3? How do you think they're going to fare today? Are they going to stay in the top 3? Out of the top 3 teams, right, we have Morph, who had a spectacular day, right, sitting in number 1, then Nongshim Red Force and Enigma Galaxy. Out of those 3, do you think any of them is going to stay in the top 3, or all of them, is it going to get shuffled around? So
here's the thing, right? We were talking a little bit about this before we came on camera. I'm looking at Nongshim Red Force here and thinking their rotations, they had a couple of very bold rotations that got them a lot of points. I mean, specifically, the one that I'm thinking of that stands out was the start of yesterday, right, on Sanhok, where they sent all the way through about 2 or 3 compounds and crashed on the southeast point of Painan. It felt like a little bit of luck to be able to get through there unscathed, but they managed to get there. And because of that rotation, because of that one, frankly, quite wild rotation, it all panned out, and they ended up getting a chicken dinner, right? A lot of the points, I think, have come from these rotations that maybe they're seeing something, maybe they are, but our team's going to close that gap. Are they going to make adjustments that I was talking about that Inco are going to be looking towards? And are Nongshim Red Force going to have those opportunities given to them again today? And I'm not sure that they will. So if there's one team that I'm looking to drop out of the top 3, it's going to be them.
Okay, all right. I will say this, the lobby is only more warm as the days go on. Teams are going to, you know, kind of lose that jitters that may have happened on day number 1. Teams near the bottom is definitely going to have, you know, fire lit underneath them to try and catch it up. The top, right? They're feeling confident. So we get more and more as we get a very northern circle. Once again, we do have a little bit of hot drops going on here. Scuffles back and forth right now. It seems like that is 7th Element going against another team of Hale. Yeah, Hale doing a split near the western side of boot camp, and 7th Element do get the first knock and the confirmation as well.
Really good pickup. 7th Element a little bit tighter grouped there. Hale spread across that trifecta, trying to spread out, control that crossing area. With the North Circle, it's not super likely teams are going to be trying to go across there, so that control was a little bit tempered by the fact that the circle just popped out there as well. It's more likely that teams to the south of that island go across the lower bridges near Camp Charlie, near Painan. Maybe Inco is the team that would contest there, potentially even 7th Element later. But Hale, they've been taking down a player, and that is not good news for their control over that area of the map. Not too many more teams close by to one another at the moment, though.
On day number 1, Nongshim Red Force had a spectacular rotation, which ended up, you know, winning the game for them. This time around on Sanhok, they do get the circle to the north. They don't have to rotate as hard as they did the previous day, but the team that is sitting in the top 3 that's going to have a very difficult time, in my opinion, is Enigma Galaxy. They're all the way down in the south, as this fight is still continuing. 7th Element definitely showing a different sign of life today, being very aggressive. Yesterday, we didn't see too much out of them. They kind of just hung in there, but now they are taking things within their own control and continuing the push with the 2 members.
Coach Neptura's word with them. She's gotten in amongst the troops, and they are certainly on the warpath today. Tiger trying to answer with a volley. Has his flash, but not really connecting enough to find these knocks just yet. Hale swarming, getting swarmed rather, as 7th Element continue their pressure. They're actually staying quite healthy, but Tiger's low on ammo here. No secondary either, so could be a really difficult hold if he doesn't get an early knock.
He's only got 22 shots left in that AK, a pistol as his secondary. Not the best weapon to have if you run out of the ammo, but 7th Element, it seems like they have been slowing down. They're waiting for the third player to swim over, however. And, oh, that player took a lot of damage in the water, actually. Trying to not expose himself as Flash goes out for that quick peek, but the Overwatch is good. The problem is the Overwatch doesn't have any first aids either. He's been at that low red HP this whole time, so he's got to be careful.
Tiger on the inside has 2 players to the back to worry about. Bandages on the wall. They were waiting for a little bit more health to come back through. They didn't manage to tag much in, so taking time here pays off. Gets those health bars back up, but Divine's down first. This
Nenebeche with the third party.
Did he come through? We'll have to wait and see
Yeah.
if Inko going to try and third party this fully, but right now there's a reposition. Nenebeche onto Divine, finds that flush, and that is really bad news for 7th Element. They bided their time, sure. And here comes another third party as well, coming through from both the Brazilian teams, all trying to spoil South Asia's day.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this fight's taking a tad too long, especially on Sandhawk. Plus, you're on the edge of the zone, meaning teams are going to be rotating in towards your direction. And they see that fight going on for this extended amount of time. That third party, even a fourth party, right, in this case, is happening. Now, 7th Element, man, they are down to just 2 players. Managed to pick up 2 points at the very least, but I don't think they're going to get much further into this match.
That is unfortunate. It felt like Hale were right on the ropes, and 7th Element needed a tiny little bit more pace. But now the teams have descended. Inko right over that hill. The monstrous high ground that sits on this west shoreline. Really, really solid, looking down over this sort of area. Over the trifecta compound. And Hale, I think they're going to struggle to get away from this one, to be honest. But they might have been given a little bit longer to live. Intense game, going to roll up onto Alian with the UMP. Doesn't seem to have too many meds either. Is Adrian going to check the corner? Intense game, going to lose a player to a snake.
One player hops in, he goes aggressive, gets that knock, and of course he's going to go for that quick confirmation, and ooh. Intense game does lose that one player. Shouldn't lose anymore here. It's a 3v1 now. And ooh, Cielo gets pretty low, but hits the shots and does get the finish. But losing that one player is definitely not good for the side of Intense game. Inko, on the other hand, looking at them on the minimap, they might be pressuring the last 2 members of Hale a little bit more. They have to be wary, though. There's been a lot of fighting here, and a 4th, 5th party might come through if it continues.
Flash and Tiger into the water. Inko not in pursuit right now. And it looks like Intense game haven't pushed over either, so maybe they've managed to squeak out the side, scurry around, and over towards boot camp. The next circle is going to force people to that mainland, head further up north, centered over towards Paradise Resort, where FaZe currently sit northwest of that location. NB sits slap bang in the middle with all 4 points position. You can see that on the minimap. They are guarding every angle of approach towards Paradise Resort right now. They don't have control over the house that sits on that northwest corner, so potential for a team like STE to move through, maybe even Nongshim Red Force, should they go there. But MB on a wide split, still controlling a lot of ground in Phase 1.
Phase 1 about to head into Phase 2 now. We'll see if the circle goes even further north. Might pull back down south, give some reprieve to the teams rotating in from the blue zone in the south. You see Enigma Galaxy barely coming in on your screen on that south side, that yellow. But the circle is going to stay north. It shifts a little to the northwestern side around to the Tap Mock area. That's a great circle shift for the likes of 628, who had a great day yesterday. Didn't break into the top 3, but it's a team with a lot of potential.
I imagine 628 are going to regroup a little bit further south. They might stay out on that north edge just to make sure that there's no teams coming from that northwestern island. Of course, we know the Intense game went south to third party, and Inko went across east to the same engagement, but they certainly won't have that information. I might have to eat my words, though, because they've regrouped further north. It looks like they're pulling away from that area and want to control the rice fields on that sort of curved hillside that sits just to the west of Tap Mock, control a lot of ground there, and maybe get some oversight into the compounds that sit in that area.
Yeah, I think that's a smart move because they basically control everything in front of them. There's those giant hills right in front of them, which gives great lines of sight, but if you place all your members on those hilltops, you are exposing yourself to backstab. So instead, they're going to just watch their flanks and then take the fights later on forwards if needed, because they do get nice lines of sight. Here on the other end of things, this is the south side. This is going to start getting very congested. We do have Nasser right here. J7 a little bit hurt right now, probably going to bandage up and boost up, taking some shots at Morph in the distance. And this is that south side of the Sandhawk where many teams are going to be rotating through. Cleon goes down, and that's N-Hyper confirming the point, and N-Hyper even further south than them.
There is a lot of teams, you're right, on this south edge. The funnel that Quarry creates between Quarry and Boot Camp is this funnel that forces so many teams to rotate along a same line. It creates a laminar progression for these teams, and it makes a lot of difficulty, especially when you have a northern shift like this. The other option is to try and all the way to the east, but then you're kind of confined to playing edge. A lot of these teams have not made that choice for this time. This engagement looks like San find the backlines of Morph, taking some pretty heavy hits, losing 2 players already.
Yeah, that's just how Sandhawk goes sometimes. Yesterday, they had a great day, ended it off in first place. And now on Sandhawk, it doesn't look like this team can do anything at all, but that is the brutality of Sandhawk and the circle shifts. So many teams still on the south side looking to find a way in. Morph barely surviving right now. Maybe he could get away there with 2 up. Now shots coming out on the other side of thing. Nasser gets a very nice long Junie wide exposed in the open, trying to get behind that tree right there. Down to just a sliver of health. He can get revived if they go for it quickly.
I think Nongshim had something to do with that. Sorry, not Nongshim. I think N-Hyper had something to do with that on the south side as well, with the backstab, because they are going to need to push through. They are not in this circle just yet, but Nasa managed to find that flush over onto Junie. As teams on the south start to fall apart at the seams, trying to keep it together as best they can. Inco will be pushing through and past Boot Camp, past the remaining duo from Hale, who are still lying in wait on the north warehouses of Boot Camp. Inco behind their countrymen, behind Intense Game at this point.
Inco driving around right now, really trying to bait out some shots, get a good idea of how strong the team holding this hilltop is. And with not that much resistance, they might be able to figure out it's not a 4-man team at the very least. But Circle Ships, once again, centers right onto Paradise Resort. And you can see how congested the south side is. So many teams trying to fill their way in.
Inco may be in danger here, but they do know that there's players to deal with. And Nenebecic trying to shimmy around the containers and actually allowing Flash to go further. Tiger on the back line has Becca to deal with. Nades are cooking. There's a lot of trouble brewing. First knock goes through. Flash finds, then Nenebecic goes for the flush as well. Inco's down to 3. Hale have been such a thorn in the side of all of these teams coming from this western edge. Squash now looking for the shot over to Tiger. Will be able to find the ankle, clips him and pulls him down. Flash has the challenge and Inco put it to bed. Finally, Hale are removed, but at the cost of Nenebecic.
Yeah, I feel like they should have played that fight with just guns out. So many of them had util out, trying to, play it safe. But against that 2-man squad, they just played more aggressive, caught 1 player, down to 3 for the side of Inco. And Hyper with the rotation straight down the middle. They know they can't fight their way into something like this, and they're going to risk that rotation. Looks like they managed to just drive right through things. Morph, on the other hand, down to 2. We saw them try to do a similar rotation. 2 of them got caught. Now they're forced to just fight their way in, find whatever points they can. And in Hyper, they made it into zone on the very edge, right onto Duxon.
Binny close by. Standout player for this roster. Putting in performances where they needed it, but he's a snake in the grass right now. With the DBS, if you crest that ridgeline, they are going to be in range for a little bit too much danger. Intense game. The remaining 2 players of Morph sat right next to them. A nade in from Bubuhu. And a vault as well. But immediately just gets exploded. Was that a team nade? I think it was.
Nade.
Either way, they get the knock in Intense Game and now down to 1. It's unfortunate, but business is handled. Yoru is found, but where did that come from? Okay, all the way from next through you, they land that shot. I just want to talk quickly. Okay, maybe not, because Biddy is going to be jumping into the fight with N-Hyper over on the hillside, cooking the nade. Have they been spotted? It's Nasa to chime in. Shifan may be in danger from this nade. And we'll go down to it. Binny is going to battle them back. That is so unfortunate for N-Hyper. 2 players going down on their forward push. They sent 2 a little bit further out. You can see them in the smoke starting to move through. But there's the first flush coming through from Binny. And there's teammates regrouping on him as well. Koi and FS both going to have to just try and send it a little bit across the way. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Binny making it hard on the south side.
And that just goes to show why Benny's such a great player, why he did so good for the team on day number 1. That audio tracking right on point, threw that nade right into Shifon's way, heard him jumping around, saw where he went, and it was right on target. It's not easy to nail those nades on the first try, especially getting a player from 100 HP down to 0. Duxon down to that 3 players now on that south side, still moving in. Circle shifts a little bit to the west. Now all the teams on the north side have to fill in. And look at Nigma Galaxy. How did they manage to go from the south side all the way up to the north, swinging down back into the south? I don't think they're going to get very far, though, but they're still alive.
This is what I wanted to talk about before I was so
They're
rudely
still in?
interrupted by Binny. They started all the way down by Sami. They swang all the way on the south. They were in the blue zone until about the start of phase 4, phase 3, and then they just careened all the way through from the eastern side. There is no way that they should be alive. You are absolutely right to be as exasperated as you are.
4 up!
Because this is illegal. They need to be removed. How on earth have they managed to make this happen? Into a position which is actually
a great position.
Really bloody strong. Okay.
Yes.
I guess.
Wow. If we could get a replay of just that overlay, that rotation was ridiculous. They drove by 6 teams, 6 at the very least, and they're all alive with 4. Kanina Power does get taken down out by Udo Alliance there, and the zone is closing. We should expect a few more casualties here, as not everyone is just in this circle just yet. And here, and Hyper Koi picks out Zipyen. Duxon Esports now down to 2.
Binny. Shots potentially to find towards Nasa. Xenox is exposed on this angle. Binny doesn't want to take the shots just yet. His teammate's down, so wants a little bit more cover for the time being. Nasa still up on the high ground. Binny finishes off 1, finds J7. Xenox close by and falls prey to the DBS yet again. Binny tries to find cover from Star, but will not be able to do so in time. And now Duxan left down on 1, but Nasa on 2, cannot really push just yet. They're going to launch those smokes and start to maneuver their way through to go for these rescues.
They could definitely get both of those rescues going on. Blue Zone is closing, however. I think without Spec going down there, they can only pick up a revive on 1. Nacer will be a 3-man team, most likely. J7, there's a chance for them. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, we do see, do believe on the screen right there, that is Udo Alliance taking a fight on that north side with Nongshim Red Forest. Udo Alliance in the blue. Nongshim does have the advantage of being in zone, trying to gatekeep them out. First aid goes off. Here comes a push using the rocks as cover, but Nongshim is looking right at their way.
Spray around the side of the rock. Push close by, gets cut down short. That is good news for Nongshim, but they're just going to have to try and hold the edge of this blue. Flax moves on through. Did they spot him? I think they should have seen him. They're going to know exactly where he is. Can the challenge work out? Because Tizzy is the last player to stand for them. He just gets spotted all the way across B to end the run for Nongshim Red Force here on the north side. Udo Alliance given a lifeline.
Yeah, I feel like Nongshim played that way too passive. They had the advantages just keeping them in the blue and taking those peaks and challenges, but he fell back so passively that it ended up being him taken out from distance third party. Udo Alliance is still up with 2. They managed to make it in. Next circle is on that screen. The north side of that road is barely in zone. Udo Alliance is going to have to find whatever rock or cover to make it alive, stay alive in the zone. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, on the south side, more action is ringing out.
Nice have really been through it this match on the south side, and they've done exceptionally well to be able to keep this many players alive for as long as they have. We'll see if they can go even further, because right now they've got N-Hyper right across the way. First shots go through, and it's a 1-to-1 trade at the moment. Spec on the top, but N-Hyper are out fully to a nade to the backlines from Xenox, and that will secure them another step towards this next zone.
I still can't believe the position that Enigma Galaxy is in right there, seeing all 4 of them up. in like the best position, argue. FaZe might be in a stronger position at the Hounds, and we can't forget about NB Esports coming in from Paradise Resort on the high ground. But here comes the push. Enigma Galaxy against 628. Lord goes down. Cover fire from 628. 628, I've always said this is a strong, aggressive team. We've seen on day one their playstyle, and it is working out very well. Enigma Galaxy cut down to 2 in a blink of an eye. Not a single knock onto the side of 628.
Lord didn't get any value for the nade that he threw forwards. It just sailed wide of all of the marks that they were looking for, and 628 capitalized perfectly. The nade, man, if it had, he might have had more confidence to go for those peaks and try and get a trade, at least to try and find a knock, but it just wasn't there, and Ralph could not back it up. So Enigma Galaxy down to 2. 628 are still going to have to push him for the west side. And this is where FaZe's compound gets a little bit tricky, because you're right on the edge of this circle. You'll be safe for now, but into stage 8 of this game, it's going to be a little bit tougher when you have to most likely leave it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that NB Esports got the zone once again on the high ground of Paradise, so they're going to be able to overlook the entirety of that circle that's going to be, you know, closing in. They're going to have free reign on everybody here. I do expect NB Esports to pick up quite a few eliminations here. They're only at 2 right now. The last player of Inko doing whatever he can, getting that 8th place finish potentially. Nexuria getting cut down now into running into Enigma Galaxy and the likes of Inko.
On the southwest side, Becca trying to stay up here, but just freaked from Enigma Galaxy, launches a nade high. Not going to find too much. 628. Dave starts to move in though, and that's going to be so much to deal with. It's going to be too much, in fact. Now Enigma Galaxy down to just 1. They are slicing away as Inko fall as well. Nasa open up with a sideline pick over to 628, but I don't think that's going to slow them down too much here. Freak still holding his own behind the rock, and Sunan handles it easy.
Oh, 2 down for the side of 628. However, I think most of those knocks were from different teams. Nobody's going to really be able to pressure them. This is a good opportunity for FaZe maybe to peek out, but with NB Esports on the east side, it's going to be hard for any team to make some ground and to push into the others. That does allow 628 to get that full reset potential. There's that line of sight. They do have those rocks. The reset should be good, and NB Esports gets the zone once again.
Nade goes a little bit wide of the mark. FaZe are starting to leave their territory now. They've seen that they need to exert a little bit more pressure outwards. They've broken through, and I've loved seeing this progression from this lobby, leaving these strong positions in order to secure their next circle rotations. NB a little bit more hesitant. They still have this high ground to leave, and they aren't going to stick out just yet. Hero trying to wind up for the final blow towards Xenox. DPS over the ridgeline, and it does connect even at that range, but sprayed down by NB in the process, and we're down to 2 teams. FaZe with 3, NB with all 4.
This should definitely be NB's game. You were saying it earlier, they're playing a little bit more passive. I feel like they could have definitely picked up a few more eliminations if they, you know, peeked their heads out a bit more, but securing the chicken dinner and playing it safe should be good. And that circle, John, is good for them once again. That high ground stays in zone. FaZe is going to need not just 1 knock, maybe 2 to make some onto the side of NB. And FaZe is actually sweeping around. NB playing a little bit too far back allows FaZe to get very close to them on one side.
Akaze as well on that off angle, trying to slow FaZe from moving through forwards, and it just strikes at the perfect time. Finds a knock, and that might just be it at A's. They've taken 2 knocks now, 1 flush. Akaze still yet to be handled. Bella's out in the blue. Will go down to the play, and this is NB all day. Onzent trying to find something from behind the rock. The blitz doing a lot of damage. Looks for the float, but I think that the finish comes through, and it's NB to take Sandhawk.
NB Esports, they got the zones, they played up all 4 up, secured the chicken dinner. Can't get mad at that. I do think they could have picked up a couple more elimination points given that high ground that they have, but a chicken is a chicken. FaZe also got blessed in that zone, made the best of it, picked up points, but the standout for me is definitely 628, just fighting their way in and picking up all those elimination points, and Enigma Galaxy with a great rotation, but they couldn't hold it down.
I really liked the way that FaZe tried to go for that final circle. We saw them flex out to the south and stop teams like 628 from being a presence on that south side, which gave them a chance towards NB. But with the circle shifts, as you say, it's just going to favor that high ground so much. They didn't leave it, and they didn't need to. Had it got away from there, I think NB might have had a lot tougher of a time closing this one down. But Akaze's off angle and the control that they had from the high ground, indomitable.
Yeah, I loved Akaze's patience too. He didn't fire a single shot down there until he made sure he could get 100% knock. That player was standing still, took his shots, and that was a pivotal moment too when, you know, FaZe really had to move and push up. So he timed it extremely well too. So good maturity out of Akaze not to, you know, get a little bit gun crazy and start firing shots off a little bit too early. Looking at the distance travel though, SDE definitely put in a lot of work into that end game.
They definitely did. To be able to get the Enigma Galaxy's crazy rotation during that match, that was interesting. Did get cut down, and if maybe they would have had a similar situation to STE, right? Maybe seen them a little bit later, but was not to be. Yeah, 2 of their players picked off there earlier on. FaZe got into the compound that saw them into second place, basically right at the start of this match. During the first circle, they were there from pretty much that time onwards. Similar story for NB, right? They just go to Paradise Resort, and that's where they stay.
Yep, start off in Paradise and just rode the storm all the way through. That was a bit of a telling Sandhawk matchup for VOD review's sake. We saw so many teams try and funnel in from the south. Not many teams, you know, went for a wrapping, looping rotation. One of the teams that did do that was Enigma Galaxy. I can't say that was a good strategy because it kind of just happened to work out. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Death saw it too, and I love to hear their thoughts on it.
Woo, what a game one. That's how you start things off. Sandhawk always full of surprises. I can't believe that zone actually ended up right next to Paradise 7.
Yeah, and I think that's what ultimately ended up helping out FaZe Clan right there because if I'm not mistaken, they didn't really have to move for such a long time. And did I see that right, Cam? Did we see FaZe Clan now starting to push at 628? Is that a turn of events from yesterday?
To be fair, 628 got initially knocked by NB, and FaZe tried to follow up on what someone else started. But yeah, so the Kryptonite, the SDE being FaZe's Kryptonite may be not continuing in today. It could have just been a one-day thing. But speaking of SDE, I really like how they pushed in and then suddenly cleaned up the west side. It was a lot of open angles from the high ground, from NB, and a little bit of FaZe as well. So they were unable to push much further than that. But still, just I'm continuing to be really, really happy on how SDE performed. And look, they still got more points than FaZe.
Wow. Curse continues, Evan? Curse continues?
No.
Yeah,
maybe. We'll see. We're about to go into the map where that curse actually started, so we'll actually see what's going to happen there if they're going to continue to fight forever. But let's give a quick little shout out here to NB Esports because 17 points, that is massive for this team considering where they were before this. They only had 22 points. That's going to bump them up in a big way on the overall. And another team we're going to have to give some credit here is going to be Nasser. I mean, the way they were able to survive at the South with all the madness going on, being able to secure their first placement points too so far this PMGC, that's going to be looking great for them.
100%. I think NB was in 10th place started before today, right? So I'm interested to see how those 17 points are going to make a difference on the overall rankings there. FaZe obviously putting up some points right here and now was huge too because they were all the way down in 15th, Cameron.
Yeah, 12 points. This almost doubles the amount of points they have, which bumps them up to, drumroll, 14th place.
Hey,
it's still up. It's still up, right? It's still trending in a positive direction. But look at that at the top. SDE, first place. Stop the count. Already I'm right.
Hey, he's the first place, Seven. What do you want me to tell you? First place.
Sandhawk, right? Sandhawk?
oh yeah, Sandhawk. Okay, good comeback. You know what? Regardless, though, hey, it's good to see 628. I mean, I think a lot of people expected them to be here at first, so you know they're gonna be excited to really continue that performance. Now, you know, we're gonna go into Aaron Gale. All right, that's where I'm really looking to keep an eye on and see how these teams are gonna bounce back. Now, we did see, you know, Enigma Galaxy get knocked out of that top 3, but obviously they're still in the running. I'm looking down towards that 6th place on down position. I think that they really need to make it happen if they want to go and get into that top 3 camp.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the points gap that we're seeing already develop. 11 points from 4th to 5th, and then a further 13 points down to 6th place. And from that point on, it's pretty standard, at least for the next few positions, right? The middle of the pack is all pretty close together. But if it continues on as it is right now, that top 3 at least like maybe let's say 4 or 5 teams that are contesting for the top 3 spot might be decided by the end of today, which is wild. You know, things can happen. I'm still waiting for Next Rio to have a pop-off moment, a pop-off day to try and really get into the mix. They're currently sitting at 6th place, so it's not terrible for them. But I think that they definitely have an opportunity. They're definitely the caliber to try and punch up for the top 3 as well as the teams that are already there.
Their only hope of EU, right? Currently not working out. Come on, EU, where you at?
Yeah, that's
Can't
right,
say
John
much either
Allen.
because I mean, in Hyper, you know what? I'll just shut up.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. Enigma Galaxy counts. All right, I'll take it. They got Coops in there. I'll put a little asterisk on it for now. You know what I'm saying? Especially Nazar as well. You know, I like to see them towards the end putting in work. Sandhawk's trying to make those plays, just coming up a little bit short. Again, it is Sandhawk. You never know what's going to happen there. I expect a lot more from Nazar coming in today, though. I think that little hot jukes excuse card, right? If day 1 is crossed, I think they got to go ahead and put in that work here day 2, 7.
They need to, because we're going to be playing 3 Erangels in a row. Some of the teams that are currently towards the top were some of the best performing teams when it came to Erangel yesterday. I mean, talking about Enigma Galaxy, they ended up with the 2nd place finish and the 1st place throughout the at least 2 matches that we played yesterday out of the 3, right? And same with 628. They ended up exact same stat. 1st place and then 2nd place as well. If some of those teams want to be able to close that gap that we're starting to see being made there on the overall, they need to make sure they start performing here in Erangel. Yeah, Sandhawk is a lot of fun. I usually love Sandhawk, especially when they start like the middle, because it gives a break to teams that are just absolutely throwing throughout the day. But right now, that's out of the way. Now it's you guys need to definitely be on point on this next couple matches, especially all of the matches, not the next couple matches, every single one. You cannot lay it off.
Yeah, you don't want to wait until the last day, that's for sure. So I think this is a very pivotal one. I think tomorrow is going to be one of the most important ones here, Cameron. So at the end of the day, just to remind everybody, top 3 is the goal, right? That's going to get you that golden ticket straight to the grand finals. Bottom 5 are eliminated, you know? So I kind of want to talk about that, but we will after the next game as we get this one started. Let's get on over to Erangel and take it on over to John Allen Zute. John Allen, EU! EU!
Yes, I guess. Thanks very much, guys. But yeah, we're going in for the first of our triple billing of Erangel. We're going to be taken to the grassy pastures once more. Of course, you said you were going to miss it after the end of the last stretch that we had yesterday, but it's okay. We're back here. We know it. We love it. We're ready.
And Jukes wanted to talk a little bit more. We're going to listen to the chat this time, that famous chant of "Let's talk more fight." So, I mean, these games, they're ramping up and they're going fast. One thing I want to say real quick, though, before we head into this Erangel, and it might be a bold claim, it's that cast a curse within me really wanting to say this, and the fans will hate me if it doesn't, you know, pan out. But I feel like 628 will be in the top 3 at the end of the week. Just based on the...
You said it.
Nah, man, just how well... I can't keep it in. When I see a team do so well in terms of adaptability, being able to change up the pace on like a coin drops notice, and just the versatility, the overall, I feel like 628 out of every single team we've seen here has really shown that, right? Certain teams that are in the top 3 right now, they have managed to get there through, what they...
I think I might have... Are you back? Hello?
Oh.
Can you hear you? I'm not too sure. I think your mic's cut out.
Oh, hello. You got this. You got this. I'll be back in a sec.
Cool. Zute's got to go and mic fix there, unfortunately. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like 628 have been having a lot of pressure across that. We saw that in that last match, and that they're waiting for opportune moments. Maybe a little bit more of a back foot, a passive approach to these matches, but see if they're able to keep this one rolling, because right now it's working out. 72 points on the tables. We didn't see much from Morph or from Nongshim Red Force in that last match. The only thing we really saw from Enigma Galaxy was a crazy rotate as well. So the top of the tables didn't have the best of times when it came to that last match, and 628 were the only team that had an impact towards those later stages of the match, and that's why they've been able to climb up. But it is still a very, very close field towards the top of the tables. Between 1st and 4th place, you're looking at only a 6-point difference, which can change match to match every single time. So all of these 4 teams right now with maybe Duxan as an outside chance. I'm talking about STE, Morph, Nongshim Red Force, and Enigma Galaxy. They're all looking to try and claim a top spot when it comes to getting into those top 3 places, right? So one of these teams is going to go home, well, not home, to the survival stage if they aren't able to make it into the top 3 just yet. Plane path from the southwest side all the way up to Severny this time around. Not too many super hot drops. We might see some hot drops over to the southeast side, I was going to say, but look at this circle. A hard southwest shift goes over to 628, so maybe they'll be able to continue their passive game.
Yeah, I think I know what happened. Somebody heard me starting to praise, 628, and they cast a curse short, so it's not going to go. Yeah, it's not going to go into full effect. And the Circle Gods, heard what I was. Oh man, I need to give 628, a break. Give them the zone. Give them a really good one on that southwest side. This is going to be a zone that we have not seen yet in this group. So a lot of things, a lot of questions. How are teams going to play this circle out?
Seventh Element, we saw an adjustment from them at the start of Sandhawk, super aggressive onto the positions that they found against Hale. Unfortunately, a little bit too slow to close it down, and that caused the third party coming through from Inco. But I like the adjustment from Seventh Element. They needed to try and pick something up, and it looks like that's what they were able to do. The highest position that they were able to finish yesterday was third, but they only got 3 eliminations, which was actually no. So they got 5 eliminations on their first match, 3 eliminations and a third place on their second match yesterday. So they do need to get a little bit more and get a little bit more aggressive. I think that's a good way to try and change that up because their elimination count is at the moment a little bit too low for the South Asian fans' liking.
Yeah, and I love that adjustment coming into day number 2. Definitely slowed down a little bit too. Wow.
There you go.
Yeah. Just as we were saying, it's like we almost know what we're talking about. Seventh Element, the First Blood picking up another point, and if they knew where the other Duxan members are, I'm pretty sure they would keep it going. But Duxan, from just easy VOD review, we see them always do this 4-way split loot time and time again, and Seventh Element may have picked up on that, and they picked one member off very easily.
Really good stuff. To be fair, I'm not entirely sure that was Seventh Element's aggression there. I think it might have just been Biddy getting caught out from Duxan. But either way, they pick up an early point, which is good. Nasa playing from that east side, the back 2 on the split, heading out towards Mansion, actually heading further east, away from the circle. They've left Spec and Xenox closer towards Rosok in that school and apartments area.
Yeah, that's a big split, but I think that's just due to the fact that, they drop so split for their loot, and with a very split loot like that, certain members are going to finish looting way earlier than others, and they're going back for more vehicles as well, so I think they will have at least 3, if not 4 vehicles, and they should group up before they... Oh, hold on. Is this going to be fight breaking out? Shots definitely ringing out. 6-8. Might not want to take this, though, because they do have prime pickings of a very great spot, and they are going to group instead. So I was saying 7th Element. Usually first zone of Erangel, not too important because, due to the shifts, it could go anywhere. But on this far southwest side, you do kind of want to get more central than usual because it does allow you a lot of options to rotate very easily into the rest of the zone. There's no big obstacles in the way, such as a river crossing, a giant mountain, impasse, or things like that.
FaZe are going to move in from Georgia Pole as well, around the only mountain there, around Everest, and try and get a little bit closer towards the Gatka fields. The Gatka field, I think, is going to be the major obstacle for a lot of these teams because it is going to be the open ground around that area that they're all going to have to navigate. It's going to force teams a little bit further west on this circle, closer towards the coastline, and that could cause some problems.
There is a little bit of that dead area with those open fields on the east side, and you're absolutely right. Teams, I do think, will start filtering a little bit more west. But looking at everyone else, they really haven't rotated yet, so a lot of teams are going to buy their time, see that second circle shift, which will give them a much better picture of the battle that's going to be unfolding here on the first Erangel match of the day. We have lost one player. It is Duxan. getting caught on that split loot. But for now, everyone else is still up. And Hyper doing a little bit of a split here. 6 to 8, all 4 grouped up. Nongshim, where did Nongshim even come from? They just appeared near center position for me. I didn't even catch when they got here.
They started over towards farm on the drop, I think. So they must have just sent down that coast fairly early on and gotten past seventh element, and gone to the center of the circle. I mean, good, great.
Yeah, you're right.
Great for them to be able to find that opening. But now 6 to 8 have pushed a little bit further east, so they will be able to hold out a few there on their compound position. But this is what I was talking about. A lot of teams are going to condense to that western side. I'm interested as to what DGR is doing for Kanina Power. He's been in the water for a long time. I think he's been swimming from Sosnovka right from the start, but I don't know why you wouldn't try and find a boat or drop over towards Primorsk at the start.
All I gotta say is, John, that's your region, your expertise.
Oh, come on, man. Like, if we're going down that route, then I feel like I've got more ammo in the chamber, you know, for who is doing.
Week one.
I mean, to be fair, you can claim Brazil from week 1, right? But that's it's not going to happen this week. It doesn't go that way because you still got intense game on your sheet. So
okay, fair.
Right now, I feel like I'm still in the lead, despite the fact that Kanina Power, you're right, has been lackluster over the course of this the first games, the first day and last game as well. Have not had the best of times. They generally drop on this military base. No one holding this west bridge just yet, so we'll see what they can do.
The eastern bridge being taken for Inko, definitely playing it extremely safe. They don't want to risk a bridge camp. And they kind of run into Nextria. Nextria getting a little bit caught off guard as well. Both of these two teams probably startled each other, thinking, why is there still another team way out here in the east side in the blue? And teams are filling in right here. Next circle shift, this is going to, really show a lot. And you guys see DGR just, quite literally swam his way to Primorsk. I don't think he got in a boat. He just slowly swam his way all the way there, and that's a big circle shift down to the south.
That is really hard shift down towards Primorsk. It's going to put a lot of emphasis on the quarry area, taking control of those high grounds there, the compounds down on the south side as well. Nice and safe for the time being. We'll see who's going to try and take control of these ridge lines as well. Major features around quarry.
Yeah, quarry can definitely house multiple teams, up to 4 if not more, split between the different ridge sides. And you can't forget, teams will have to eventually potentially full send it into the pits of quarry, which have a lot of hard cover too. So we'll see if it plays out that way. Meanwhile, the fights are ringing out, not in zone surprisingly, but actually far outside of zone, as You Do Alliance loses 1 member.
Getting tagged up, but Nongshim have a challenge their 7th element now. T24 OP does go down, and there's a knock coming through from Nongshim Red Force, and it looks like 7th element might just be cut short, but a bold push comes through, and it is punished as well. Divine really wanted to go for that flush. You saw that there, but steps back just in time to avoid the hail of bullets, but not in time for that one. The smoke around the corner allows a jump out from Sporter, a really timely play as well. But can there be anything else found? Another nade goes long and in for 7th element, but it's the last player to stand. And around this area, it looks like Nongshim Red Force are going to have to chill out in this warehouse for the time being. Goku bot across the way, the lone survivor for their team. But look at this, 6 to 8. They're right on these hillsides.
6 to 8, always looking for the opportune third parties. They are not scared to take it. Doing a little bit of a 2-2 split now, only 2 of them committing to the third party. The rest holding down the fort back at the compounds that they were from earlier. Nongshim with a great defense, not losing a single player to the side of 7th element. And one of them does get knocked. Sporter should be able to be picked up here. And now 6 to 8. They are an aggressive team, but they're not the type to just rush in. They like to really, take their angles and go for the full committed third-party fights. This one is pretty much over. So 6 to 8, just gonna fire off a couple more shots. I'm looking at the minimap. Almost every team is pretty much in zone. Of course, the center, quite congested, quite filled up. A lot of open space all around the edges of this. So if we see a hard shift, that's a lot of open space for other teams to potentially fill into.
Certainly is. A lot of volatility still in the circle as it sits, but condensing everyone to this southwestern side of the mainland is going to be tricky. For the time being, head down, flourishing thing in the corner of this compound. GokuBot does not want to go much further beyond on this one.
Now he's going to try and stay there for the rest of the match if possible. Next, Ruya holding down the east side right here with 4 up. A lot of teams all have 4 members still up. A couple here and there have lost 1 player, but many of these teams at full capacity. I mean, this is only Circle 2 going into Circle 3, so it is still early in the game. It just seems way later with how small the zone is, and we get that hard shift down south.
Wow.
John, Primorsk has a lot of real estate open. Only Konina Power's there, and just as I say that, I think Konina Power just got a knock on another team trying to encroach on their territory.
NB try to move in, and all 28 gold medals slung around DGR's neck, of course. The Michael Phelps of this lobby right now on that long swim has got a real hard position on that south side of Primorsk. The rest of Konina Power actually went across the bridge, through Ferry Pier, and into Primorsk that way to regroup with their champion. Nasa getting spotted, and a lot of teams now trying to move in on the northeast side of this circle. Heavy congestion. FaZe trying to roll all the way through in their single vehicle. Dangerous maneuvers, and straight to Konina Power.
They made it. I mean, 1 player gets knocked. Mormon is down, but look at this. We have 5 teams. I'm counting 5 different colors in Primorsk already, and the fights are still going to be continuing. Venturas with this shotgun, trying to catch Palucci here. Konina Power playing extremely split. I don't think they were expecting many teams to fill in this quick.
Palucci held it down for just long enough, and now there's the backup. FaZe are being taken down 1 by 1. Becca has fallen in the process, and Konina Power have had to give up a lot of ground in order to be able to take this fight, which has allowed other teams to get through. Now, next Ruya, trying to find their corner all the way by Ferry Pier. Inco under pressure, frozen with the spray to the back lines, and Inco have lost one of their players on the outside. Becca not going to be in this fight any much longer. Next Ruya swelling around the edge, frozen on the off angle. Nenebeche trying to hold it down, but it's just floundering for an angle right now to hold, and next Ruya mount their push.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Inco. 4v3 situation. Not only that, they're caught inside and cornered in. Nades will come raining in. Util will come raining in. But a third party from distance is going to help out. And actually, another knock goes onto the way of Nextruya. They are getting cut down. And just like that, I thought Nextruya had it, but it was a third party from 628. They were on that hill. Look at this. 628 just every single time. Within like 300 meters of their sight lines, they will look to third party anything.
They are the boogeyman right now. They are under your bed, they're in your cupboards, and they are everywhere in these games right now. Crazy stuff coming through from 628, putting pressure on so many teams. They've third-partied, I think this is their 3rd engagement that they've tried to come through on. Another shift goes out a little bit further west, but keeps Primorsk in. The hills that Intense Games sit on right now, really strong, and Udo Alliance might have a lot of control here as well if they can regroup in time.
628 will get a little bit of that hillside on the east. Also a very strong position. A lot of teams coming in from the north side. Not a lot of playable terrain. Some can fill in on the north side as it did get empty out. Nigma Galaxy moves a bit more central into the Primorsk outskirts. We'll see how many more players go down here. Intense game trying to get that revive. And here comes Morph going for a full push. I think they were in zone earlier, but they want a little bit more. They got that knock and they're going for it.
Straight on up, Yoru leads the charge. The res came through for Intense Game, but it's almost immediately taken down. Oh, what a roll-up. I thought he got the knock with the buggy, but no. There is still a player on the inside, and Becca is able to get it with a bumper, but it is pulled out by Cielo, who's holding it down for Intense Game. First flush comes through, and it looks like a little bit of a lackluster roll-up for Morph. They're down to just 1 player.
Where'd the rest of Morph go? It is just,
I don't know,
Boboho. Wow. That looked really good, honestly, with the pull-up, with the instant knock, and then the follow-up from the teammate with the buggy. I thought they were winning that, but it must have been the shots from potentially Nigma Galaxy that, you know, deterred the last 2 members, and Boboho is now the only member up for Morph. Solid attempt, I'd say. I love seeing that out of Morph. You know, they're in the top 3, and they're still playing aggressive and confident. This time, it just did not work out. but they are still looking for those opportunities at the very least. Inko make it out alive of that compound fight with just 2, and they will find zone, but can they find a safe spot in zone to stay in?
They're going to try and roll straight up to Hale. I think this is going to be a bad time coming through from Inko, and then Ebeche gets flushed out almost immediately. Vitali diverted, sure, but he's going to pull up to an occupied building here. Yeah. A big fight on the cards for him. Duxan, they don't have all of their players, but that's not going to matter because Junie takes them out lickety-split.
Man, Primor so occupied. Finally stopped at a spot, thinking surely this one is open, but he just had to go a little bit more and he would have been home free. Inko is taken out. We have 4 teams out right now. So many other teams just really fragmented, morphed down to the solo. Couple teams with only duos up, and zone's not even done closing yet. We are going to see a couple more members fall potentially. And Hyper, playing ever so patient and slow, will keep 4 up. But at what point are they going to be able to utilize 4 players, some elimination points, and make it into the late game? That's the big question for Hyper. They keep 4 up a lot, but it gets very difficult since they don't have much real estate to work with towards the very end stages.
Trying to push in from the north side. Close to Hyper. They've been on a parallel push for a while. If they can stay sequestered in the hills that they currently sit in, they might have a good time of it, but 628 seem to have spotted them. Certainly spotted something. You can see them taking shots out this way, and Hyper also putting pressure on Nongshim Red Force, but they lose the angle behind the headland. Yudo Alliance might have a shot over towards Hyper in the meantime.
Next circle about to shift out here. Kanina Power keeping all 4 up, holding down Permisk really well in that huge scramble of a siege, and the circle goes right onto Enigma Galaxy. They are at the, like a toll booth-ish area. You see right there in the picture-in-picture, one team does pull up. Should get cut down here. A lot of Enigma Galaxy looking right towards their way. Both players make it in from Yudo Alliance. They'll stay alive for now, but there should be some nades raining in. Hopefully, Yudo Alliance will have enough cover from this.
Yeah, on this roadblock, it looks like there is a bit of cover, but you can see almost immediately the nades, the fire, everything starts to pop. And they know that they've got that player dead to rights. There's no way that Olio can make that crossing across the road, get this res, try and just play it solo. But it's likely that a team like Hyper will be able to get those shots in later as soon as they move down to this next circle.
I like you brought up Hyper. This is a very good Hyper too. They will have that hillside on the north fully within their control, giving a lot of sightlines and control, but it is going to be contested by Nongshim here, and potentially even 628. They are swinging into this, and well, if Nongshim fight Hyper, we know what's going to happen next. That is for sure. 628 is going to come and third party everything.
They're just going to look for it. I mean, Sunan's close by. Are they going to prioritize this sweep and take the North Hills? It looks like they might do, and there's the shot back and forth between these two rosters. Nongshim Red Force roll on in with 2 players in the US. An explosion, a buggy, it's all chaos on the northeastern side. And where are 628? Here they come from the south edge. They want this fight. They want it to end, but it might end before they even get there. Because they roll. There is still 2 players to happen. And it's just like clockwork. In comes 628, hero for the spray, and everybody else with a volley behind. 628 clean the north side.
Oh, disgusting. I've not seen a team be able to third party this successfully as much as 628 over and over again. And I don't think they realized yet, but they have that whole north side to themselves now, minus Morph. Morph is still alive within the zone on that hill, very isolated on northwest, but the action is now focused within the urban territory of Bryn Morse, and it is going haywire here. Kanina Power with a player knock, Hale jumping in and out of the car in the smoke with the DBS. It is all out chaos.
Becca and DGR, 2 players still left standing. Maybe looking for the res onto Bellucci, but Agori's already finished off. 3 players now. Potential for Kanina Power to get that one back up. There's a player at his feet, and he handles that. A spray through the window doesn't quite connect the deck. Just another shot is going to do the job, though. Becca's fallen down, flushed, and just the 1 player now left. DGR, Michael Phelps himself, trying to hold it in for Kanina Power, but on the south side, there's still 10 teams left. And these placements are not going to be given to them easy. They found 4 eliminations on the match, though, which isn't the worst result that we've seen from them.
Yeah, it is an improvement from day number 1. We could give them that much credit, as Kanina Power do get eliminated in 10th with 4 elimination point. Hale right now is sitting at 7 elimination points, so really getting a lot of those on that zone shift. And Circle is going to have to shift once again. 628 did lose a member in the process of this zone. Let's see where it goes to now. Intense game still in here with 4 up on the hill.
That hill has a lot of cover, but it's very flat. If you step wrong, if you miss position on this angle, teams to the north will take those shots at you. Teams from Primorsk can flank around on you if you don't hold that angle as well. It's strong, but it's dangerous at the same time. Intense game now, gonna have to move north as well, away from this one. But Enigma Galaxy, they're still in it.
Yeah, I think all the teams currently residing in Primorsk will get taken out. I'm looking at NB Esports, Hale, and Duxen, and also Nasser. I don't think any of these teams will be able to get into this next zone here. Everyone else pretty much in zone. Intense game, they got to move a little bit, but they have all of that hillside to work with, so they should be good. Nades coming in. Sunon, nice knock. Only 1 up the left for the side of Nacer.
Trying to find these trades. STE did lose Xing a little bit earlier, a couple of seconds ago, but that's not going to slow their roll any, as Spec has the door battered down by 33 Zeds. But he's going to have for the trade to find it. Is the spray going to be good? There's a nade coming on through. 2 players now down for STE. Can Nacer hold them out when other teams could? This is what happens when you don't go for a third party, Zute, when you just take a fight. It's going to go badly. And everybody who steps forward, Spec handles business. Brilliant stuff for Nacer. STE taken down as Intense game. Going to try and roll up to Duxan. Nades pouring in from the high ground.
Oh, the nades should be good. A knock and a thirst all in one. Duxan down to just 1 player now, and the blue is also closing. Intense game, just looking to pick up this confirmation point before they head in. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. You do gotta be a little bit careful though, because if the last player times his run back just like this, he could get shot in the back. Luckily for him, the Duxan player was still healing. Goes back for some more shots, and that should be it right there. Yep, the play zone getting that point. I don't think Intense game will be able to carry that. Nacer does make their way into zone, so NB Esports, the next team within Primorsk, trying to find their way into the next zone, and they might have just done it. So 2 teams managing to find a way in.
I want to talk about Morph as well, because Boomeroo's been
yeah.
on that north side for a long
He's
time.
still there.
After that crash onto Intense game, where they kind of fell apart a little bit, they still have their solo player. He's all the way out there. He's very safe right now from the rest of this lobby. All looking to leave Primorsk. Enigma Galaxy, the main stronghold right now. I think if I had to give it to anyone, I think it's their game to lose.
I mean, it'll be tough, though, if they don't get the circle at this Wizard Tower. If it shifts too far north, Intense game could easily rotate over potentially. We'll see how the zone plays out. They do have this fortress, but all eyes pretty much looking central at them. So it's going to be tough to wear this zone out. Smokes getting utilized here, but the smokes will run out at some point, and there's not much left for the side of Enigma Galaxy to work with.
That utility might just be running dry. Next circle just about to pop around the corner. You can see the zone getting very, very close. Boomeroo for Morph has isolated right to that western edge. Is it going for a water finish? Maybe. There's the shift.
Oh.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy very happy about this, but it's going to force Intense game to go for the push.
I think Intense game is actually fine in the zone still. They have these hillsides to work with. Freak goes down. Forced to play that shack area. That's fine. In my opinion, they don't want to stack all 4 in the Wizard Tower. So Freak will ultimately meet his demise. And teams that are not in zone, it is Nacer that has to push in a little bit, along with NB Esports. And Boobaho, oh, he's down to, he was definitely spotted at some point and tends to be looking that way.
I don't know if he's taken damage recently. He might have just been out of meds. A nade from Enigma Galaxy to hold down their corner of Primorsk shots, and nades over towards Nacer. Enigma Galaxy still just holding out NB. Look at the sprays coming through. They're able to keep everyone at bay here. Now it's really just Intense game who could take this one away from them at this point.
Enigma Galaxy and their fortress with 3. And we can't forget about Yudu Alliance. There is a potential that he may nab 2nd place after Intense game and Enigma Galaxy engage in a full-on fight. And Intense game They're starting to posture up, getting multiple sidelines, multiple angles. They got to be aware though, because if one of them gets knocked, it is going to be a difficult revive to be had. And Xenox, is he in zone yet? He is not. Intense game. Enigma Galaxy should be, yep.
That was...
Picks up that one, and we're up to the top 3.
I really like that Molotov. It doesn't go right onto the player, but it stops his progression basically dead in his tracks. At that point, where do you go? You've got nothing, and Xenox falls to it. Enigma Galaxy still just holding out. 8 smokes still remain. But that's it. No ordnance in the back pocket. Survival on the menu. An intense game have the center.
Enigma Galaxy really needs this next zone to center right on though. Because then on the final circle, it can condense right outside of their Wizard Tower. But if it shifts away from them, it is intense game to win. We'll see where it goes. Zone shift. And, well, Enigma Galaxy get the zone. But center zone is definitely going to be away from them on the last and final circle.
Intense game do have the inside track on that. Very wide base of fire. I mean, you wait for this circle to push Diego off this high ground before you try and peek out at this point. You cannot really fight when Intense Game have such a strong line. You can see Diego's angle over towards Enigma Galaxy here. He's going to have to push down towards Cielo, and I feel like that's a much better situation to try and handle from the inside.
Intense Game should also be aware there is a solo somewhere else on the map. They might be able to count the heads of Enigma Galaxy as 3, and they took down one of Enigma Galaxy themselves, so they know it's not a 4-man team. It's not a 4v4. So they shouldn't be caught by surprise from the last U2 Alliance player either. Intense Game, it's on them to adjust just a little bit. That zone is going to push Diego out like you mentioned. And then, well, last circle is just going to center right in the middle, and Enigma Galaxy to make some plays at that point.
They've got 8 smokes. They can make a train. They can... I'm sure that's what they're going to be looking for. Getting rid of the vehicle. Nice micro play there from Coops to just curtail Intense Game a little bit. They're waiting for the angles, but they're not being presented, and that's what I was talking about. Allow Diego to get forced off.
Right now, the only team that can make a mistake is Intense Game. So they don't want to peek too aggressively. They're waiting to see if Enigma Galaxy will make a play now. Next circle is up. Well, should I say no circle is up, as we are going to condense down into all blue. And here comes the smoke train. Enigma Galaxy, they can't just run through the smoke path either. They have to be able to return fire and get knocks at the same time. So who's going to be left to do that job? Maybe Coops, as he's been playing extremely well, and he's on the second floor. So we'll see how this plays out. Offensive smokes smoking out Intense Game's line of sight too, so those are some good ones to be thrown.
I think those came from Intense Gaming themselves. Intense
really
have no smokes left. 3-2 now in the back pocket for Enigma Galaxy. They are really investing in covering off this roadside. I think they want to make it up to the roadblock, maybe handle Olio, who is right on that outside position. Spray into the smoke line, brilliant shot, and it's going to be Diego from that high ground, shimmied off, sure, but he will still have an impact, an effect here as the rest of Intense Game just like the 4th of July, and it is going to be a roll on down the hill. Olio, only a matter of time before you fall, but a second place for U2 Alliance. I don't think anyone would have expected it, but the big story, Intense Game looking to try and find a 10 elimination chicken dinner. 11, no, they will be able to get this knock and flush as well. Intense Game, 11 elimination chicken dinner. The second Brazilian team to step up so far. Are they going to be able to continue this momentum? Because that is what we'd be waiting to see from this team.
Huge game. Big confidence booster for the side of Intense Game. And hey, you were saying Intense Game's not looking too hot either. Well, here you go, John. They just got the chicken dinner. And I mean, that hill, it was all about that hilltop side. I do want to shout out Morph, because if that push worked correctly for Morph, they identified that as the strongest position. And if it worked out for Morph, they would have won the game instead. But Intense Game holding it down and making no mistakes all the way through to the end, keeping all 4 up and picking up a good amount of eliminations.
They started the match on 11 points total. And in this game, they have managed to step up quite a bit. An 11 elimination chicken dinner, putting 21 points on their tally. So they have shot up the tables. I'm sure we'll have to wait and see exactly how much. Diego, the MVP for the roster, 3 eliminations, about 600 damage as well there coming on through, which indicates a relatively balanced line across this team. With 11 eliminations, you're looking at basically equal contributions from every single player there on Intense Game. They didn't go too fast at the end either. It has to be said, the circle kind of did favor them a little bit, but you take those where you can get them, especially when you start at the bottom of the tables, and they didn't make a mistake, which is exactly what you need.
Yeah, and just to really put in perspective how big of a jump this was, they got twice the amount of points they did in one game versus the 7 games that they've already played, because they played 6 yesterday. They already played 1 on Sandhawk, and they didn't just double their points, okay? Let me clarify. They got twice the amount. They had 11. They pick up 20 more. So huge game out of Intense Game.
Huge game, big game, nuclear game. I'll tell you one word. Necessary game. Oh my goodness, right? Did they need that one bad, Cameron?
Yeah, a really good performance by them. I mean, it was a rough circle for any of these teams to play around in, and so Intense Game on that hilltop. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the hill that they played around, because while you can farm a lot of eliminations from that position, and in this particular round, Morph's angle on the north side was cut off on that phase 3 shift. You know, granted, they had to defend from that Morph send, which almost ruined Intense Game's game, but after that point, once they defended from that, they stabilized, they could get a lot of eliminations, and they didn't need to travel north. That's the biggest weakness of this hilltop, is having to push north away from that hill. The zone continued to center on them, and they... Yes, I mean, every time a team wins, we always say, oh, you know, this zone favored them. That's just how this game works out. The question is how many points can you get from being favored and getting 11 eliminations with the win? All 4 members still alive. They didn't give any more points up to their opponents. Really well played game.
Yeah, you mentioned it perfect too, especially for them being able to recover from the send of Morph. They did have 2 players down. They were able to just finish off at least 3 players from Morph, back that off, and then to gain full control of that. Yeah, they were blessed, but I feel like they were able to defend that so well. And I think I even have to step a little bit back more, because they rotated so fast too on the southeast. They land hospital. They decided to make a quick rotation. They worked with a 2-2 split too. So great play out of IG and working with the circles even from the get-go. And then another team that I'm starting to see a pattern here. You don't want to see Nigma being able to hold any type of building and then starting getting blessed by the circle, because this team is so proactive at making sure that if anybody comes near them, they're going to get damaged, and we were able to see that perfectly there, and that's what you were seeing there in the second place in regards to total points. And talk about second place total points, now they moved that to the first place in their overall.
What a tight run of this is. Look at that point gap, that spread, just from all the way from first to fourth, Cam.
Yeah, but then there's a huge gap. Luxon has been pretty non-existent here. That's almost a 20-point gap from 4th down to 5th, so I said it might be the top 5 teams fighting for 3. It might just be 4. But it's so tight here. The top only 1-point division each step of the way down.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. Hey, big shout out to not last place, baby. Intense Game jumping all the way to 13th. Just like that. And, man, they're in the run of this now. I mean, look at that. I mean, another good game like this, and they could jump all the way to 5th.
Yeah, they're in the mix now. With that middle section. I don't know if 2 wins in a row going up to 5th within 2 rounds from 16th place is a reasonable expectation, but now I think their goal can continue to be just grind it out, get 5-6 points per round as like the starting position, and really get into that more comfortable 6th to 10th range.
I mean,
let's talk about a recovery, right? I was going to say they started off the day with 8 points. For them to be able to be now at 32 points, that is massive, given that they did get a bunch of points just now from that win as well. Some of the other teams, you guys were mentioning, I'm looking at that gap that is starting to build within those top 4 teams. Something needs to happen here. And what's scary too is that the first 2 matches, I feel like I was pinching myself, because is this deja vu? Is Morph just throwing the first 2 matches? They haven't really been able to do much. They were able to get some placement points there from that one player that was trying to survive as long as he could. He ended up getting caught out. I'm looking to see what Morph is going to be doing now, if we're going to be getting pretty much a mirror of what happened day 1 here in day 2, where they start performing after the third match.
You know, I want to start seeing some teams try to hunt down some vehicle rotations from these top squads. You know, just try to delay them a little bit. But you know what? We can't delay any longer. We got to talk about the official smartphone here for PMGC, the Infinix GT10 Pro, a phone created directly for pros. So if you guys want to go ahead and dominate the lobby, check out the Infinix GT10 Pro. While you're at it, of course, take a look at the TikTok as well, guys. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you can keep up to date with everything that's going on. But yeah, you know what? I want to see some of those teams kind of hunt down those big squads, at least their vehicle rotations, right? If you know where they drop and you have that position, I think you could possibly just disrupt them a little bit, because if you looked at Group Green, man, those guys got a lead and they ran away with it. But you know what? We'll talk about it more as we get back from this break. And we're back. So Cameron, you know, when it comes to, you know, some of the teams in that middle trying to hamstring the top squads, do you think it's worth even doing right now?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Even with the point gap that we're seeing right now, there's no reason to not just make sure the competition stays where it belongs, down below, outside of the top 3. Listen, there are some really threatening teams there all the way down to the bottom. Remember, FaZe, despite being in 15th place, there's still a strong team, which is why we're so shocked that they're in 15th right now. You don't know what sort of opportunities any of these teams are going to be able to jump on if the window is given to them. So just make sure that you have the lead, you have the advantage, pull out all the tricks to make sure it happens. And when you mentioned about vehicle rotations, trying to camp that, trying to really try and upset your opponent's movements, it takes a while for these teams to really figure out where everyone is going to be going, scrims, whatever. That's a little bit of data, but like now that we're almost halfway through the second day, this is when we'll start to see, I think, a little bit of that data come on in. Now that these teams are more comfortable with this team's like to rotate this way, this team likes to rotate that way, maybe we'll start to see a little bit more of that.
Talking about rotations.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say, talking about rotations with 628, for any team that lands near 628 and that wants to take a fight anywhere near 628, they better finish off that fight quick, because if what we saw there in Erangel is going to continue throughout the day, my goodness, they were third-partying anything that they were getting close to it, and they were being able to succeed, obviously, up until the end when they weren't able to third-party Nasser, and Spec was able to just close them out by himself there towards the end. But Ro, yeah, just be careful with 628, because they're being aggressive right now. I'm loving it. I'm hoping it continues on, but for those teams that are going to be nearby, yikes.
Yeah, you know what? And that's what I'm saying. You want to avoid hot drops at all costs until like the last day, last game, unless it's absolutely necessary. But, you know, camping a vehicle rotation, if you could just disrupt them a little bit, get that IGL thinking, oh, should we make this rotation? Should we not? Could be worth it right now. Let's see if any of these teams decide to go ahead and do that as we take it on over to our casters.
You better watch STE are about. They are demonic in their third-party positions, but in the end it was IG to find their first chicken dinner at a very crucial juncture in this tournament as well. Before that halfway mark, putting yourself in the conversation, necessary, definitely, to keep up the morale.
Yeah, that game pretty much, shot them in a spot where they can contest for that top 3 now. But before that, they were just worried about making it, past the top 13 because it is, top 3 move on and then the rest, well, not all of them, but a good majority go into that survival stage and you don't want to get knocked out completely just yet. And with that huge game from IG, I think we're going to see, a lot more signs of life out of not just IG, but I feel like we're going to see a bit more out of Inko as well. We had that interview with Nenebeche earlier saying how day 1 was kind of a warm-up. Day 2, they're really going to show us what they got. And with, 4 more games left to go, I am feeling Inko is going to step up huge in at least one of them.
Certainly plenty of chances for them to prove themselves. The Primorsk finish there was a fair circle for a lot of teams. You just had to send it into Primorsk at some stage and hope that you could win the fight, but it was very, very, very tricky to make that approach, to make that work as well. So we'll see if teams are going to have a better time of it this time around. Top of the damage is still Mondo from NB, so they are holding it down on that front on the last match. We'll see if they're able to keep up the pace here as we go into our second Erangel of the day.
Let's see where this plane path and more importantly the zone takes us. We've had some huge dynamic circles already on Erangel between day 1 and day 2. The trend does not seem to be stopping. A very good plane path straight down the middle. Shouldn't see any type of, not even vehicle, contentions here with a plane path like this. So we're going to start off very safe, very quiet. First circle though might throw a wrench into things. I'm looking, hey, we haven't seen military zone. We've seen a Stallburst circle, which was great. We've seen a Primorsk circle, and hey, throw a military base in there as well, potentially.
Have to wait and see. Not too far off though. I'm sure we'll figure it out soon enough. Morph out over Severny. Seems like it's going to be a fairly equal split on the drops right now. Not too much trouble. We'll see if 7th Element go for an early aggressive play again as well. See if they can try and top up those numbers that they haven't been able to achieve so far. They finished yesterday in 10th place, which would have put them to the survival stage. But if they keep going out as they have been, they're now down in 14th place. It's just not going to work out for them. So what more can they do? South shift on the circle. I don't think it's going to be military, but it is certainly south of the river.
Yeah, there's a chance, but the chance is kind of slim. And in a way, with this very first zone, if you cut off the bottom half, suddenly this first circle is very small, and a lot of teams might be setting themselves up for that potential possibility already. There is a decent chance that we might see a second circle that keeps military base in zone, but shifting off it a little, which shouldn't matter too much if teams are just going to set up to begin with, without counting military zone in this circle at all.
What I'm thinking about is that west bridge. We haven't really seen it camped so far, sort of tentatively sometimes by Duxan, with Junie currently on that South Island, but he regroups fairly fast over towards that bridge on the north side of it. So Arcanina Power for the first time going to actually have to deal with a bridge camp on that western side. We'll have to wait and see where those teams fall, because Duxan have STE to worry about. The good news is there's no other team there for STE to third party a fight with.
Yeah, if STE is close by, you're fine. If another team plus STE are close by, now you're in big trouble. So STE is going to head over to the Prim area to continue, or to start their looting. This first circle, my eyes are mainly on Duxan to see which position they want to take, because they are center off drop pretty much. That bridge is going to be a huge strategical spot just in case, the zone does shift towards military base. And if not, well, they're already on the main island. Big question is, where are all these other teams going to go? Are they going to just start filling in immediately? If you cut off that bottom half of the circle, just discount military base completely? Or are they going to play it slow and keep the option open for a potential second military base circle shift?
Would be quite the turn of events if that circle does come through. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, right?
Yeah.
FaZe still in South George, split on the crates and the main town. Nobody else really dropping around George with them, despite the fact that it was very accessible on the plane path. So seems like just open season for FaZe to be able to loot as much as they like over in that area, which is good news for them. They'll have to push down that west coast side, past Gatka, potentially a little bit further west than that, and we'll see where they swing through, because STE will be waiting to receive them on the south side. I'm sure of that. Yidu Alliance over in Yasnaya. Again, on their own, no real contest for that location.
I'm willing to predict we're not even going to see a altercation of any kind breakout until the second circle shift. Just because, playing path started from the north down, meaning the teams that are going to finish looting is more on the northern side, which works out perfectly because those are the only teams that have to move. So there should be like a almost uniform movement slowly into this zone. And some shots may be fired, but shouldn't be any knocks in the first circle at all. This is going to turn out to be a very slow beginning for Erangel. The main thing is to see where these teams decide to take their positions on the circle, because it's going to set up a huge precedent going into the second circle on what teams have what options available open to them. So once again, it's just one of those hurry up and wait kind of situations.
NB hopping into some vehicles on their 2-2 split, looking to regroup towards the forwards angle that they currently hold, just to the east of Potato Hill. I'm sure they'll find their way further forwards in due course. Nigma Galaxy yet to leave Pachinki, and they might look for those hills. The control out to the west, if they can get up to those hills, should be fairly solid once they finish that looting phase.
Hyper looking to make their rotation right now. Probably more looking to take some sort of 2-2 split, as there is a lot of central focus points that have power positions here. And in Hyper, definitely not shy of taking early advantage of splits in the first, even up to like the third circle. So we'll see how that works out for in Hyper. And one thing to know about in Hyper, man, their rotations are good, but every single fight that we've seen them do have failed, in my opinion. Yesterday we saw 2 attempts at a third party onto STE by InHyper, and both attempts back-to-back failed. They had to take a straight-up engagement with Nongshim Red Force just the previous match, and that also failed for them. So far, the only real points they've been able to get from eliminations are kind of like, third-party distance, picking up knocked players that other teams may have already gotten. So in Hyper, they have a huge weakness, and it is very evident, and I think they need to do something to fix that before it's too late.
Their coordination in those fights just not quite where it needs to be in order to compete at the top level. They have had success, though, as you say, picking up points just on these off angles, finding the sneaky shots that they needed to. And for their troubles, they've managed up in that position, which would get them to the survival stage, right? They're in 9th place right now, but it is a very, very volatile middle pack of teams that is around that sort of points total. You're looking at probably 6th place with NB on 45 points, going down to, I would say, even 13th with Intense Game after their last chicken dinner with 11 eliminations, down over on, I think that's 32 points. So a 13-point gap for 6th down to 13th is really not that much at this early stage.
Speaking of InHyper, they got a nice long-range knock onto Venturas. You see FS here looking for a potential to confirm that point. Will not be able to do so. And InHyper, they know they need these points. That's why he was sent out to scout, potential possibility of confirmation. And, did it in a very safe way at least. Wasn't, rushing it. So InHyper is still playing very calm and composed. FaZe will get that revive. And, FS is still going to... No, actually, he's going to switch that buggy. That's bold. That's within sightlines of where he just lost the wheel from, and he swings back to switch out the buggy. So there's confidence still out of the players out of InHyper, playing super extremely passive. We'll see how that translates, though, into their gunfights when they have to take one straight up, and some knocks coming out, more knocks coming out the way from Morph and Hale.
Morph is rolling on behind and slicing the heels of Hale. They're falling one by one at this point. I think they've lost 2 players, and they'll be moving on with 2. Morph, though, needing to find a position, and this is kind of similar to the sort of circle you were talking about. It keeps Military Island in, but it means that you are going to have to cross. Ducksan have stayed on the bridge camp at this stage, but maybe they're leaving from the high ground. It looks like they might be rotating away from that position on the high.
Yeah, There is a very good spot just a little bit to their east on the hilltops where the houses are located. Let's see if they do decide to go there. Kanina Power, they're going to have to make a decision, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to take that western bridge rotation. There's just too good of a chance of it being camped. They should elect to do just what Inko's doing right now and just take that eastern bridge. A lot of teams condensing much further. We're only in zone 2, but with military base in the zone somewhat and the water in the zone, all of that is just dead area, non-playable, discounted from zone number 2. So we'll see a lot of fights happen now for these prime locations.
Dokuma trying to lead next Ruya, see if they can similarly stand up. They've been quiet, I would say, compared to their previous performances. The team from Türkiye just not quite having the same impact that they've had back in Europe. And they want to find a little bit more, but they've just been kind of denied a lot of the time. I mean, I think it was an ST, they were a third-party victim to STE, and this time around, they're just going to lose a player to Intense Game. Yekta falling, which is really unfortunate, having to push in from that eastern edge. Next Ruya just a little bit too slow.
Yeah. Catching it on the map feed. That was a rotation out of Nexuria where one of their members just got caught. Intense Game. Pick up a quick little early point for themselves. They did win the last match. Keeping it going here. And Nenebeche does get knocked out for Inko on the south side. Looking like they were trying to get a little aggressive onto 7th Element. 7th Element will find a knock. And is 7th Element going to return the aggression, though? That's the question. They don't need to, as they're further in the zone, but they have a nice spread to, if they wish, to push down onto Inko.
Res onto Nenebeche. I mean, this is a pretty bold res, but I mean, it's going to work. You've got that smoke cover. They're not going to be taking chance shots out at you at the moment. 7th Element conserving the ammo, and Inko back to 4 players. See if they can get Nenebeche back to full health. FaZe have found a shack. They're playing out in the fields, just to the north of Enhyper. They moved down to this area a little bit earlier on. They've got control of that farm compound. Really, really strong position for a circle like this. They also have control in the tree line that sits further to its south. I really like Enhyper's position, but can they hold with the fights that they have kind of just been losing, as you highlighted, Zute?
Wow, what a circle shift. More into the water. Military base still in zone and Kanina Power. They didn't take that eastern bridge. This is definitely a practiced push across the bridge. So if they do meet opposition, they should be ready. Actually, Power is already across the bridge. He is on top of the, they're already on top of the lighthouse. Okay, that's great for them. I thought Duxon might have been there. So Duxon actually at the gas station, or maybe the warehouse, just like literally 5 meters north of the gas station. It's a great spot to hold. And here they are. It's no, all 4 at the gas station. That's not a great spot in my opinion. Not easy to leave. That warehouse much better, but it's occupied already. So very interesting choice out of Duxon to pick up that gas station position with all 4 players.
It wasn't occupied until a couple of seconds ago, though, Zute.
Yeah.
It's Nigma Galaxy who found their way through. They
Wow.
rotated in from the north side.
What? They just cut past FaZe, Hale, and Enhyper?
Yeah, they were in the hills to the west of Pachinki, and they just crossed. Yeah, they passed Enhyper and FaZe to just send it in.
Well, I mean, they've been doing it yesterday and all of today. It is skill, you know, to be able to execute and have the cost to have the pathing and make it in with all 4 up. So call it a little bit of luck, but it is one of Nigma Galaxy's forte, so we have to credit them for that.
They were in the Harry Potter Tower at the end of that last match. I think they found the invisibility cloak at the end there and have just been able to send straight on through. Morph, though, going to make themselves plenty known, but Cielo has an answer for that 4 position. Boobahu not quite in a position to get a response, but there goes the backline for Intense Game. Magrelin goes down first. Diego is low and looking for the heal. Diego not going to have the best of times there. And it's just Cielo. Diego Go peppering with that mini 14. Oh, but what a swivel from Rocky to turn it all the way around. One more bullet would have done it, but it's not going to matter. And now, intense game, under a lot of pressure from this nade. Rocky with a long shot. Adrian somehow dodges that knock there, but the second follow-up is good for one. Cielo into the vehicle. Going to just try and send for the hills. Get away from this one, because Morph looking just too strong here. Boohoo will go for the flush. Adrian eats a couple of shots. Cielo also taking a little bit of damage, but gets away just around the land.
Yeah, he gets away for now, but he might just end up rotating into another team. More teams taking fights now as teams are rotating in. Halo with a nice defense. They are down to just 2 players, and Inco down to 1 player only. I see it all the way on north side. Becker in the blue zone still. I think everyone else from Inco are down. So the Brazilian squads, both teams down to a solo, and we're going to head into the next circle shift right now. And to the east we go, but more importantly, some of it is water.
That is disgusting. I don't like this one at all. Goodness me. That whole area is so difficult to try and find spots. Everybody on the southwest side right now, you're done for. I don't think there's a way that you could push through. I mean, mate, I'll never count 628 out, sure, but even they are going to struggle here.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy is going to make a nice, easy way in. They're going to take the rock side, I think. They need to break into the compound, so for nice cover. Yeah, okay, they're going to keep driving. A lot of... Oh, wow.
Well, hey.
That's one way, and... Okay, I thought it was going to fly into the water, but the rotation's so on point, ramping right into the sky, into a nice little cover side for Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, this is a broadcast, and they want the airtime. What can I tell you? They are going to find it. Goodness me, I love it. I love it. Nigma Galaxy,
John, quick
just
question,
get all the way through. What's the question?
Are they going to end up getting the next 2 circles? There's a decent chance they might just get it.
Who knows? Who knows at this point? Sure, why not? Let's give it to them on coastline. FaZe have been taking a little bit of punishment here. 2 players knocked, but Hyper, she found under pressure from nades, and Onsen's going to move forwards to potentially put even more through. Mela putting that back even more. She found steps out wide, looks for the sprays, looks for the flushes, but it comes back up as well from Koi. He runs one down and into the rescue, giving them more cover. Koi hops out and FaZe fall. Goodness me, Koi demolishes.
I was not going to be able to pull that out. I think that might have been another fight that Hyper just straight up loses. But I feel like that's the first definitive fight that they've won. They'll get that full reset to 4-2. Udo Alliance now taking the fight against Morph. Morph has been just a tear on this lobby. Picking up 5 elims already, looking for more. They're down to just 2. A 2v1. Udo Alliance does have 2 members in the far backdrop, though, providing some sort of support lines. But the nades, not able to connect. Udo Alliance, he stays alive. Boo-boo-hoo, he had one more nade. Is he going to switch back to it? Switches to the M4, to the Uzi. And gets taken down from the sightlines from distance.
Backline, and Cleon sends it in to crunch him between the buggy bumper and the burnt out. Finding the knock, but Cleon. Basically nothing. Morph needed to keep this one alive because they are just on the 1 player. First aid popped. The Kar98 in hand, and incoming Hyper to maybe draw the attention away from this position, give Morph a little bit more time, but Hyper roll it down. A good start for them. Will they know that there's still a Morph player out on the north side? It's Cleon's lighting it up. 1, 2 knocks come on through. What an off angle. What a play. But Cleon still has a lot of ground to cover. He's stepping out to loot. Okay, this is bold, but now he has a mad dash to come on through, and NB have him in the sidelines.
I think he's been looking for some smokes. He's making a lot of distance, but he should go down. And yeah, Cleon finally getting taken out. But question is, how much damage did Hyper sustain? We saw a lot of knocks, but is it going to be a full reset once again for Hyper? Looks like they are gonna only be able to reset up to 3. So Hyper, they break it into the zone, which is huge for them. Next circle shift does center on to the land. So this should be a circle every team is prepared for. Duxon now forced to fight their way in, and everybody else more or less in the zone.
NB on that ridgeline should have a lot of power over this next set of circles. They've still got that backstop as well. The 2-2 split, I'm imagining they're going to look to regroup this in the next sort of minute, maybe 30 seconds. But N-Hyper, the major threat to that position. I don't think 7th Element can really mount a super strong crash onto this spot. And Sunan, the last player from STE, not really going to have the great time either. This is the power of the backstop from the 2-2, and I suppose it is just going to suppress 7th Element for the time being.
Yeah, this backstop is really good for just pushing all the teams outwards away from their focal forward positions, which is that hilltop side. So they're going to use this zone to just take control of the next circle very effectively. And Hyper is probably their biggest threat, and actually N-Hyper is to 4 players. Wow, so N-Hyper really weathering the storm, winning that phase fight we saw earlier by the skin of their teeth, and now making it into the late game with 4 up. This could be N-Hyper's best game yet. We'll see how this for them, however.
Already got 4 eliminations, you're right. It's going to be potentially a juicy one. They are a little bit more isolated from the conflict that is tearing through the southwest side. Nasa wanting to hold onto their compound as strong as possible. Ducksan, they have the worst of it right now. You see they try and move forwards, but Nongshim Red Force just find that get the spray. Really much you can do here if you're Ducksan. Where do you go? You can't even really rotate around to the north because you're going to run into another team up there. You're going to just start to bleed players unless you just go for a straight up crash. I don't see Ducksan making it through here.
Yeah, they get in zone just barely, but nades are going to be raining in any second now. They have smokes, but smokes won't prevent the nades, and you see Nongshim right there. XEY nade primed in hand. Will he let it go? I think he's just keeping it close by in case Duckson crashes onto the compound. So once Duckson doesn't crash, there may be some nades tossed their way. Duckson will stay alive, though, with 3 for now. And that's just the bad position, in my opinion, from taking that gas station. You can't leave that gas station until everyone else leaves, so that just makes you the last person into zone, so you're forced to play in these terrible edge sides.
Kanina Power on one of those edges right now, but on the south side, they've got a lot of lateral mobility in a way that a few other teams don't quite have. Next, Ruya as well, further across over on that coastline. The 2 representatives from the European Championships.
Wait, John.
Coming on through.
Enigma Galaxy.
They're gone.
Yeah, I just noticed. You mentioned Kanina Power, and you said they're one of the few teams that can move. And I was like, wait, is Enigma Galaxy right there? And I just noticed they're not in here. They got taken out. Wow. Must have been by Kanina Power too, I think.
They were close by to Kanina Power. I'm just looking back at the feed. Close to Kanina Power and Nongshim Red Force. I don't know which of the 2 teams did take that fight with them. I think they tried to get a shot or 2 over to Kanina Power, but certainly that south coast was isolated. And look at this shift, Zute.
Yeah, wow.
Right onto the coastline.
That's
that
juicy.
Entire ridgeline that NB had that gave them so much power, it's deleted. It's no longer a factor.
They're going to have to push in, and there's no easy way to push into this zone here. They could use that ridgeline as a jumping off point, but that's pretty much it. But going into that zone, everyone's going to be looking at you coming in. Everyone in the zone aren't going to be fighting each other because they are on that ridgeline side. So good luck to NB. Same with N-Hyper. They got a tough choice to make too with 4. And Duckson, well, they have 3. They knew this was probably going to happen. They're going to just do their best to push their way in.
Nongshim Red Force still holding off against Ducksan. I thought that Ducksan would have gone down. Now, the fact that they haven't actually gone for that push that I thought they should have done, it's kind of playing to their favor because it means that Nongshim Red Force are going to have to leave and they're going to find that fight as soon as that maneuver starts to happen. But they are just going to get cut down. I mean, it was always going to be difficult. I thought maybe it gave them a bit more of a chance, but no. They are just being shut out. Zipian last to fall. Now the back line is safe for Nongshim Red Force.
In my opinion, that rotation wasn't going to work out no matter what. Throw whatever smokes you can and just rush head on. Maybe pick up elimination points. Here comes the fight on the north side that was bound to play out. NB versus N-Hyper. N-Hyper lose 1 player, but I think they did take down Akaze, and they got a knock too. So it's an advantage for N-Hyper. Definitely a big one now, 3v1 situation. But 7th Element, they're not in the zone either. And are they looking to push over here first before going into zone? Potentially. NB gets the reset up to 2, and Hyper still with 3.
Hale also losing a player. Nades going back and forth, and Hyper losing Koi, who saved them with that buggy play.
Oh, that's a good nade.
That's a brilliant nade. They just keep bombarding this position. You're going to land one eventually. It's going to be just the one player to go down. Mondo looking to heal as well. GK first swings down a little bit lower, but here comes 7th Element. Been moving down this coastline, and I think any other circle, they wouldn't have had the sort of position, the strength from this sort of position that they have right now. They can move past and maybe even look for Sunan, clear that out, and turn their attention to next Ruya.
Yeah, they stole a point away from InHyper too. InHyper got that nice nade lock we just saw, but it was stolen away from 7th Element. 7th Element doing a really good job this game. They started off very aggressive in the day, not too much success, but they're made a late game with 4 as Divine and T24 get taken out from an explosion. Hopefully it's just Nox, and there we go, NB Esports taken out finally. And Hyper still got just a little bit to move before they're fully in circle. Can 7th Element get a full reset? We'll see. And Hyper make it into zone on that ridgeline side. So InHyper really toughing it out this game, doing a lot to pick up whatever points they can.
Oh, I think J7's nade didn't quite find the mark. Hang on a minute. No, it did. Or someone's nade did, either way, because InHyper take a knock on that ridgeline. The DBS at close range. J7 moves up but gets cut down. There's 2 more players, though, rolling out for Nasa, and they will be able to handle that. They should look for these reses, and I hope that Nasa are going to get all 4 players back alive. The next shift goes out the west way, and Kanina Power are finally dispatched by Nongshim, who have taken control of that position there. Nasa on the north have a lot of power here, but so do next Ruya. If they can hold it down, but unfortunately, they've just taken a knock.
Yeah, just as you say that, next Ruya in a great spot, one of them get knocked. How aggressive can Nongshim be, though? Because this ridgeline is separated by that big rock ahead where you can't just use the ridgeline to keep crossing and push over. You see that. If they want to use cover, they're going to have to drop down into the water, and NASA right there with the compound are watching the right side, essentially, you know, putting everything into a stalemate on the south side. 7th Element, many of their players drop down, not feeling comfortable to take the fight up on the land, especially with 3. T24 pick up, but can't find the ledge.
Get a grip there. The rock's just a little bit too slippery. Nongshim Red Force looking to put their bid in towards the top of the tables with this match. 7 eliminations, a top 5 guaranteed. Enigma Galaxy not having the best of times, and STE have been a solo for quite a while now. 5 teams remain, though, so a couple of placement points to add to their tally. I'm not expecting too much from them, though. Next, wanting to hold this down, but they've kind of been shunted to the edge. At this point, I kind of on their position, if they can get out to a couple of these trees, whilst the fights are concluding on the shoreline.
Yeah, the problem is if they don't get that zone and that tree crossing is in the tough, everyone on the hillside should be just biding their time and waiting for Nacer to move out, but 7th Element is still in circle yet, so they're getting some shots. Next Ruya gets the confirmation there, and we'll get that revive as well. Well, no, not even the zone. It will be next Ruya to take out that last player from 7th Element. 7th Element only 1 elim. Wow, I thought they would have a couple more. Oh, nice shots out of Zed Wolf. That's a nice sign to come once Nacer have to leave that comp. There's a chance that could hard shift north and just bless them one more time.
I mean, that rock that you were talking about is kind of stopping these 2 teams, Nongshim Red Force and next Ruya, from really going at it against one another. But Zed Wolf going to use that there, still staying in cover or trying from that position. Dokuma still, they have a vehicle. Out to one of the trees or the positions that Nasa are going to want to try and leverage. So a heads up chance for next Ruya to have an impact here.
This is phase 8, so we are going to condense into all after this one. And with Nasser getting that zone, they don't have to leave their compounds. The teams here also in the next zone, they don't have to leave this ridgeline, so everyone's just prepping for the inevitable, where all 3 teams with all 4 players up have to start pushing in. This is going to be a crazy one, John. A lot of smokes are going to be thrown, a lot of crossfires from both sides, third parting both ways. I really can't say who's going to come out on top. Nacer does have a clear advantage, though, with the compounds, but it could go either way.
Nacer still on the rooftops. Don't know how much utility they've got in the back pocket. They're going to need those smokes if they've got them. Try to make something happen. We're still in a bit of a stalemate for the time being. Teams are only going to be forced out by the final zone here. So what's in cover?
There's so many smokes on the side of Nacer. 7 smokes for Wing, 7 on another player I just saw. There's so many loot boxes. This whole side of, or not Nacer, Nongshim Red Force is going to be smoked off. Next Ruya, however, I don't think they'll have as much, which means they might be more of a focus for Nacer as the zone closes. Nacer on the other hand, 7 smokes on J7. It's going to be, everything's going to be smoked off regardless. Yeah, teams are going to be throwing smokes at each other's faces. Here comes next Ruya smokes. It looks like they got a decent amount as well. Like I said, this could go any which way. An all-out 3-way 4v4 for the finish, John.
Goodness me, look at the amount of smoke just pouring out there. But Spec unloading the magazine over towards Nongshim Red Force. 2 players get knocked. That's going to slow them down a lot, which is disastrous as this zone closes. Zedwolf going down as well. Dokuma makes it forwards. Frozen as well, still active for Nextruya. And Nacer looking to control from that high ground. They still have a rooftop, but Dokuma steps up, pinches a point away. Now has a challenge against the rest of Nongshim Red Force. Finds the backlines. And that is going to be Nextruya up to 5 eliminations. Wait, Zedwolf wasn't down. He was just really, really low on the HP. He's managed to move forwards. XZY with the challenge with the nades back and forth. But XZY spotted, and that's that. 2 teams remaining.
Nacer versus Nextruya, and Nextruya cut down to shreds, all down to 1. This is a Nacer's chicken dinner in the books. They just need to find the last player. Driving around, he's finally found. J7 goes down. He doesn't go for the thirst. Shirley gets the point. Yeah, he confirms that one. And it's actually 1v2. The other player was knocked in the distance. There's a chance Frozen can clutch this 1v2. He's making a lot of noise. He's feeling the panic. And Nacer, Specs got the cover. It should be done. It is indeed done. Frozen, very difficult 1v2 to clutch there. Couldn't get it done. And Nacer will be the victors, getting a huge chicken dinner. They were at 7 elimination points before all that chaos broke out. I'm sure they picked up a lot more. I think they single-handedly took down 3 of Nongshim Red Force, maybe 2. But either way, big chicken dinner out of Nacer. And I think Nongshim and Nextruya also got a lot of points for themselves too.
Certainly did. I mean, that was a really interesting finish. It was a very, very stale set of rotations right at the end there, though, and they were trapped on that cliff face. That's what I'm talking about with favoring Nacer just a little bit. They didn't even have to break out too much from their position, to be honest. But either of those teams who were on that ridgeline, that were on the cliff top, could really challenge them in that compound, because stepping out, you expose yourself to Zedwolf, to Nongshim Red Force on the flip side. All they could do was look for cheeky little knocks, which, to be fair, nearly did happen. We saw Zedox getting tapped away, nearly going down on that rooftop to Zedwolf's Mini 14, but in the end, they just held their nerve. They played it as 4, and even right into the end, it looked like they had it under control.
Huge damage numbers out of Spec, 4 eliminations, 6 for the side of Xenox. Really great game for them. And I can't help but to I feel like Nongshim Red Force should have had a bit more of a fighting chance. We saw Xenox take down 1, maybe 2 of the players that weren't smoked off, yet they had so many smokes at their disposal that they could use, and Nongshim could have done a bit more, in my opinion. Either way, though, it was a great game for all the teams involved at the very end. The 4th place finished in placement team, we can't forget, was STE. He was just, down in the waters and eventually cut off, John.
Yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate for STE, but they are still very much in the conversation. However, I think the Nongshim Red Force have done just about enough to make it to the top of the tables.
Let's go. What up, everybody? It's Hot Jukes. I'll tell you what, man. My boy Xenox looking good with that fade. He was faded to the whole lot. Well, Nacer with the chicken dinner 7, and I like to see the reaction. They seem to, pretty content with it. I think they were given a nice little circle here to get that win.
I mean, the turnaround for this team today, that's what's impressive to me, especially what we've been able to see from the get-go too, was and on Erangel them being able to clutch up this win. Spec has been doing work. By the way, Spec not only has been doing work on this match, he was also doing work. You were talking about Xenox being able to fade everybody. I feel like Spec might not be getting his flowers just yet, because yesterday he was able to put up a good performance for that team. But overall, teams that definitely need this is one that definitely needs the points.
Yeah.
And surprise, surprise, we're kind of taunting John about where EU's at. I think Nextria is finally starting to wake up there with those 13 points.
13 points that they needed big time there. Nice little Baker's dozen, put that to the bank. Of course, Nongshim Red Force there with 12, and you got N Hyper 9 with 8 eliminations, only 1 placement point. What do you think about that, Cameron?
I mean, 8 eliminations, really good to see. 1 elimination point. When you look at this circle, you realize, okay, that's exactly why. Because N Hyper, they're not as bombastic with their performance on Edge as, say, STE are, but they are an Edge playing team, which is why yesterday, a lot of times they sort of just like got pushed over, like cow tipped, and they just like fell over, and it sort of didn't really make a splash. But now they're starting to get more eliminations, starting to get more involved. They're getting those elims up, and only 1 placement point doesn't really bother me at all, considering what they had to push into to try and get into the center of the zone. I mean, come on, even Enigma Galaxy, the kings of center, couldn't even hold center when you circle on the cliffside and the water and just all of this absolute nonsense that the teams are having to contend with. Erangel is being, can't say that on camera, Erangel's not being very nice to the team for today.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm with you. Hold on, Cam. I'm with you. By the way, how does Enigma Galaxy keep getting away with some of this rotations, dude? They were able to thread the needle between 4 squads, actually, at one point when they decided to go towards the middle, towards West Bridge as well, towards that area. They went through FaZe, they went through Hell, they went through DS and N Hyper, and nobody got touched. And then they were still able to make a rotation on that 4th circle. Unlikely the power was able to stop them, but yeah, they can't keep getting away with this.
Goodness gracious. Speaking of getting away with it, look at that. Morph is over there in 2nd place. Enigma Galaxy was up on top, now down to 4th as Nongshim Red Force take the lead with 87.7.
Yeah, Nongshim Red Force, I mean, we're talking about the South Korean teams. That's one that's currently performing. If we go down the list, one that's currently hasn't been performing today has been DS. A big lackluster performance out of them. They started off the day with 57 points. They've only been able to get just 1 point out of all the matches that we have played. Hopefully, they're going to be able to turn around. And the talk about the turnaround, Nazer, I mean, this team, 35 points, being able to jump up. We saw them there now currently in contention. Now this team could probably push for a top 3 if possible, if they continue to have this kind of performances. Overall, great place for everybody. A team that I am thinking about though, Morph, we really haven't been able to see much. I thought maybe we'll be able to see a bit of a difference or a mirror of what we saw yesterday here in the 3rd match. They were not able to do that. This team has stayed away from the circle rotation, outside of the circle rotations. I felt like that was something that worked out very well for them, and I'm hoping they start bringing that back here today, because what they're doing right now is not working.
Hey, 7 elims. 7 elims. It's an all right round for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not okay. So I mean, I agree to a point. They're not quite as explosive as yesterday, but I don't know. Cut us some slack.
You know what?
They're 2nd place right now. Like I think they're doing perfectly fine.
7 elims, not bad. You know what? I'll tell you what. It's definitely difficult with these circles that we're seeing here, especially at this stage. We got zones going all the way up to Stalbert, down in the middle of the water. It's definitely mixes things up. But I'll tell you what. This is the perfect example of what it's like in the Grand Finals. You know, because Grand Finals zones are just absolutely ridiculous. So I think teams should be excited to be able to get the chance to play, you know, kind of funky zones like we just saw earlier. But, you know, one team that in particular that I also want to just keep on harping on here is Morph, right? They started off the day on top. Now they get passed up by Nongshim Red Force. Do you think this team's going to be able to pop off here in this Game 7?
I mean, that's kind of what I was hinting at here earlier. I just want to start seeing more of what I saw out of them yesterday that worked out very well. I want to continue to see that scouting. Also, the splits that they had yesterday were so good. I haven't really been able to see much of that today. I'll cut them a little bit of slack. I'll see what's gonna happen here on this next match, since they did end up performing the best when we ended up going to Miramar on the last 2 matches here, coming up on the last Erangel. We'll see what's gonna happen. I feel like another team that we need to keep an eye on as well is Inco. They have been non-existent. And they were talking about being aggressive, controlling the center of the circle. It hasn't been working at all.
Yeah, I agree with that. We have a short time before we go into the next game, I believe. We're going through all the different players. the one thing that I keep recognizing in body language is that most of the teams, even FaZe right now, who are currently in 16th place, they look focused. They're not that, tilted. Konita Power, whenever we're seeing them, I don't know, maybe I'm just unfamiliar with the natural faces of these individuals, right? But Konita Power, I'm just judging by body language, I am very concerned for their sort of focus to try and grind themselves out of this bottom position.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see them get it done here as we go to the final Aerogale. It's John Allen and Zute.
God, these games, they just go whistling by, Zute. They are so fast and fun. I've been having a great time so far. The Group Green matches were, of course, fantastic, but I feel like we are absolutely being treated here in Group Red as well. So I'm really happy to take a look at match number 10, the third Erangel of today. How are you feeling about it?
The third and last. And so far, I love the way the Erangel circles have been shifting. Starting even from Circle 1, we haven't really gotten a repeat. So every game is kind of fresh for all the teams involved to figure out just exactly how to play the situation. Now, playing path is definitely skewed more towards the western side. We might see a little bit of vehicle altercations for all the teams trying to head further east. And even when, we feel like the first zone's going to be slow, there's always been action from Circle 1 to 2 and onwards. If it's not teams fighting way out on the edge, it's just players getting caught on rotation.
Potential for a lot of trouble here on the plane path as it leans very, very west. We'll see if there's any scraps around the vehicles. We've seen a couple of rundowns at the start. See if that gets any worse or if there's going to be any hot drops. I was talking last match about how FaZe were alone in Georgia Pole.
Yeah.
I'm imagining we're going to see some other teams maybe try and step foot there.
Yeah, we did see FaZe an intense game fight in George Pool yesterday, so I think they kind of figured out, okay, so an ult drop, we both drop here, so let's split off a little bit. But this ult drop that got, readjusted from intense game actually works out for them as they pick up a quick knock onto Hyper. Hyper just wanting to get that vehicle, and I think definitely didn't work the way he planned. First circle does pop up. It is a nice one. It is a little bit of a question mark, but a lot of things for teams to consider as we start off this match. And we have Wing getting a knife knock onto NB Esports. Where's that happening at? Hold on, I need to pull up my map.
Goodness me. All right. They're already on board. They're looking for more as well. The spray for Nongshim Red Force. Able to find 2 eliminations very, very early on. This is what I was talking about. Trouble between all of these teams. This is on the south, just out to the west of Farm. They are chasing it down. You're right. They've seen 2 more players, or the 2 last players of NB and Nongshim Red Force. I said at the start of the day, I felt like maybe they weren't gonna be able to stay in the top 3. I feel like I'm gonna have to wrap back on that because I definitely believe in them a little bit more now. I think they've shown a lot of control, a lot of power. There isn't just find a sneaky rotation and find a gap in the market. They have absolutely managed to raise their stocks in my eyes.
Oh yeah. Day one, sample size is pretty small, right? We see them with great, kind of sneaky rotations, but it's the execution afterwards. They are a very well-executed team. They don't make a lot of slip-ups or lose players unnecessarily from what I've seen. So Nongshim Red Force definitely a force to be reckoned with. And earlier, I just want to clarify, that was a knife knock, not a finish. So might have been like a straight-up fist fight potentially. I don't know. We will see in the highlights. They're starting to settle as we have had 3 casualties off the rip.
That's what happens when you have those playing paths that isolate one side of the map. It forces you to drop nearer to other teams. If you're dropping on vehicles, of course, but also just in general. There's fewer spots accessible, which means it's more likely you're close to other people. Not too sure what he was shooting at there, but, certainly mowing the lawns on Erangel. Good job.
You never know. There could be a snake at any given moment, right?
True.
And here comes the nade from Mormon. And so we started off with 3 casualties, soon to be 4, because they are definitely aware there is a player hiding somewhere around here. And looking at the minimap, no one else is near FaZe, so there's not going to be anyone to kind of, distract them or draw their attention away. It looks like they really want this point. And based on the movement, they are sure that the player's still here somewhere. FaZe should commit to this. Like, 1 point is very important, especially for FaZe. They're in last place right now. I thought it would still be Kanina Power, but I didn't realize just how bad FaZe was doing.
Yeah, you're going to want to be pushing up towards that 11th spot. Currently, Udo Alliance on 38 points. And actually, this is a Udo Alliance player. I think this is the wise choice for FaZe. Send one of their players in, go and scout underwater, try and scope out exactly where he is. You don't want to waste your nades this early on. Look at this, it's getting hyper. They're looking for those third parties angles. They're looking for the shots. And I feel like FaZe have spent too long on getting this one player now. Their position is fully known, and GK First will feed that information back. The question is, do Hyper go and try and put more pressure on this location, or just try and set up to hold it out later?
It could be a completely different story if Hyper still had 4, right? Hyper was one of the teams that lost one early, so their attempt at potentially, you know, taking this fight is definitely way less. Hyper not known to be an aggressive team either, so working with only 3, they'll be able to confirm it as well. Hyper have not positioned more aggressively onto FaZe, but they've positioned in a way where they're looking for potential opportune knocks from distance still. So Hyper's not out of the equation just yet, but might be a stalemate where both teams disengage at some point.
I'd be interested to see how many teams opt to go north of the river on a circle like this, because there is certainly some very, very strong positions you can take there. However, on the south side, it's a little bit more likely that it ends up on the south, just with the way the river falls across this circle. So teams like Intense Game right now on your screen over in Sunken City have a pretty of it. Although in general, I'm not a fan of the location. I feel like it's just too vulnerable to people rolling up. I don't think I've ever seen a team dominate from that location. It's always been a case of, oh, another team's going to push in on one angle, and we're just going to lose a player or two.
Yeah, Sunken City, it's not the best spot to hold all the way through, but it's a decent jumping off point very early on, because you do get, you know, sightlines and control of those stronger power positions right outside, like the hill of Rozhok is a good place to go to, and you get control and sightlines of that. Same with the headshot hills, right? If the zone goes further south, you want to take those positions next. For now, with the circle, you know, first zone this big, you want to keep your options open. So for now, Sunken City does give them that opportunity. Duxon coming in here on the south side. Many teams on the south. No one really wrapping to the north, so no one's really hedging their bets that it's going to be a northern shift. And more of the circle, I would say, is definitely in the south.
Yeah, I reckon it's about maybe up to 30% on the northern side. So you're looking at a 70% landmass to that south edge. So potentially 70% of the teams are going to make their way there. We'll have to wait and see just how many opt to maybe go over the north side. Alliance are to try and cross next arena as well, playing around the shooting range. I think they were able to spot Cleon. I don't think that's been a knock that's gone through just yet. It was in fact a knock that had happened already, so they were just getting that flush. Next Ruya looking to pick up the point. And like they were saying on the desk, they're kind of right to tease me about Europe at this point, because even with that last match, I still am a little bit disappointed in Next Ruya specifically. Kanina Power less so. I wasn't expecting as much from them.
Next Ruya pick up that point. It's good for them, and it's a little bit surprising that we see so many teams lose players like left and right, or not left and right, but at least player this early into the game, every game. That could just be how, you know, skilled players now, or how skilled players are nowadays with their shots from distance, right? You get one couple of bullet bursts and that's all you need. And speaking about all you need, these teams are going to need some circle blessings, because it could still go north, it could still go. But either way, if you don't get the next few circles blessed on top of you, it is going to be tough to navigate. Things are going to get very congested in the power positions all around the school side. Oh, teams are filling in real quick.
Nasa trying to send in. Looks like we've got Nongshim Red Force on the hold as well. Aids down the corridor. Holding nicely for the time being. Southeast side of this glut of teams. Playing around the school, just trying to keep it. as both teams now fully entrenched onto this location. Wings just about sailing wide with the spray, but Nasa have nades and they're lobbing them down towards his position. A nice reposition though into the side. The side room there will allow Wings to avoid the majority of the damage. No knocks either way just yet.
It's still a 4v4. I do want to give the edge a little bit to Nacer. This team seems a little bit better in these kind of quick-paced scuffles where there's a lot of audios and a lot of cues to be discerned. But Nongshim Red Force, they're a very well-rounded team, so they could come out on top as well. Still no openings for either side. Who's going to find the force one? Maybe Sport out with that nade. Xenox throws a nice molly and backs off just in time. The game sense, the timings in these players' heads just in sync with one another. Xenox gets a nice couple of shots, another molly through. This is timing for Xenox to push it, and just as I felt in my bones, Xenox will find the first opening, and that could be the downfall of Nongshim.
Did the nade get dropped? I don't think it did. So Xenox is safe in the room, and a really good push, like you were saying, nice and snappy from Nasa. To keep up the pace of this engagement, Xenox allowed to retreat down the corridor as well. But it looks like they backed off just a little bit. It was quite a mishmash, a mix-up of both of these two teams, but now they've isolated themselves to one wing of the school each. They aren't going to take as much of a head-on collision.
The fight should keep continuing, in my opinion. You want to lock down this school position in case it gets the next circle. You don't want another team coming in and having two teams on top of you. Nacer just need to be careful, though. Because usually what I see a lot is the teams play very careful for the first opening, and then once they have that 4v3 advantage, things get a little bit sloppy. They rush it just a tad too much because they're feeling a little bit, you know, too overconfident or feeling like they need to win this fight now because it's a 4v3. I want to see them still take it slow and methodical, but make it quick and snappy when the opportune time presents itself. It might not happen in this zone, as the next circle is continuing to close in, and we are going to probably head into the next shift before the next knock comes through.
A nice shift up towards Rozok, giving that South Rozok hill a little bit of priority. Hail in Rozok mostly, the team to hold it down. This fight for school just continuing to rage on. Not going to be cut out of the next one. A spray and a strafe for Nongshim Red Force and a flush as well. They're able to open up nicely, get some retribution, have an answer. Now it's 3 versus 3.
Back to a stalemate as far as numbers is concerned. Nades and mollies being thrown still. No further connections. And looking at the minimap, no team is really going to probably drive in to this position either.
I mean, you say that, but 628 are alive. And they, as we know, love to third party. I'm expecting them in about 20 seconds, they crash into this compound. What do you think?
Okay, okay, so for the viewers that can't see, 628 is all the way down south, like near Pachinki. They're going to have to drive past 2 teams, maybe 3, to crash into here. But hey, 628, they're magnets for third partying. It could happen. Meanwhile, Rozok getting occupied right now. And Hyper make it in with all 3 players up. They lost one very early on, so they don't lose any on this rotation. Hoping to get further zones, because that's not a good spot to rotate out of.
Kanina Power trying to enter Rozok from the east side. They've lost Agori. The rest of the team, all 3 of them, looking to be a little bit better health. It's not going to be a good time. Oh no, they have actually lost another player on top of that. So yeah, Kanina Power's swing around the eastern side, really not going to play out well for them. And there's a lot of teams. I mean, we saw it with Primorsk as well, committing to these urban situations very early on. I mean, there's a lot of open terrain. Maybe it's all just a little bit too covered off for their liking.
Wow.
Nasa swept aside. I didn't even catch that. Goodness me. All right, Nongshim Red Force, they want to keep the top of the tables to themselves. They've already got 5 eliminations, and that's going to set the gauntlet for more for SDE for Nigma Galaxy.
Wow, Nongshim Red Force really showing us just how strong they are. I mean, they are #1, right? So we've seen them do a lot of things correctly, but I think that's the first time we witnessed them in a 4v4 in a very, like, difficult urban environment where it's all about mechanics and timings and quick snaps, and they still won that one from a deficit. It was a 3v4. They got a nade opening, so this Nongshim Red Force is showing us everything in the playbook, and they're able to execute it all. They're up to 5 eliminations already. We're only going into stage number 4. There's still 52 players in this lobby, and they already picked up 5 points, and they're in a good spot in the zone. Nongshim Red Force, John, they might have heard you, when you said at the start of the day that they're not going to keep that top 3. Well, they're showing that they're going to maybe potentially end up top 1 at the end of the day.
I mean, he might be right. And I said before, I'm going to have to retract that because they've been playing quite well. The shift goes away from school, though, and it's going to leave a lot of these headshot hills in play, right, around this area, just to the northeast side of it, north of Pachinki. It's going to be very, very tricky. At the moment, Ducksan on the south side kind of have priority in terms of getting to a position in the middle of this area, but getting early into that area means a lot of teams are going to be looking your way. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, there is a very nice dip that we might see 7th Element take right here, right at these foothills. Yeah, it dips down very deep where you will be safe and out of sight lines, and this will be the team to take this spot. So nice recognition of that rotation from 7th Element. This should keep them in the next zone for sure. The problem is, if the zone closes in a way where you get isolated on the side, it's a very easy push for a team, if it is a 4v4, that is. We see Intense Game and FaZe on the west side, so they're going to have a 10-way push towards 7th Element. SDE making their way into the zone. How are they going to rotate? They're not going to go for the Hail Mary rotation into zone. They're going to go for the fight.
And Enigma Galaxy open up the cannons. Inco as well spot this push and will be taking shots out their way. Enigma Galaxy having allies in the wings that maybe they weren't aware of. Two teams going to try and keep them safe, but the blue zone's pushing in. Hero down and low, needs to get rezzed up sooner rather than later. Xing and 33Z on the inside, and Sunan's getting flicked away by Becca on the off angle for Inco. Enigma Galaxy yet to take a casualty. This is a disastrous push coming through from STE. They didn't give it enough breathing room. They tried to swing through, and it's just gone poorly. But there's a nade for Xing. He's looking to get an answer. Lord as well in the back lines, retreats up the stairs, and the Molotov to slow things down. Does have 3 first aids in the back pocket, so can Xing stay alive?
Xing still up. 33Z make it across in the smoke to group up with his teammate. Now SC is a little bit more deadly. Quick aggressive push. Goes well. Gets the 1. Gets the 2. Quick reactions out of Lord to clean that up. It started to look a little bit hairy for the side of Enigma Galaxy, and they need to finish that quick because the zone has been closing this entire time. I don't even know if they know where to go yet, because usually that would have been time for them to scout things out to get a play in mind. But with all that fighting, they're going to have to just send it in.
They know there's two teams rather, to their west and to their east. I'm imagining they're just going to look towards Ducksan, maybe even look at a third party over towards Inco, but it's going to be tough. Enigma Galaxy, though, they somehow find a way. Again, they just don their invisibility code and get to the shack all the way through the middle of everything. How does this keep happening? Enigma Galaxy are ethereal. They just don't exist sometimes. I don't know what's going on.
That makes no sense. Okay, so Duckson is in zone watching that. Inco's in zone watching that. Intense Game is in zone watching that. FaZe is in zone watching that. And 7th Element, they drove right past them. Well, I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing to say, John. Inco now pushing on to Duckson. Can they hold this defense down? It's going well so far. Inco losing a lot of players. 1 down, maybe 2. Actually, yeah, just down to the last player of Inco, Vitaly in the backlines. Last lone serve Duckson will mount a successful defense. Probably was third party from distance too, out of Nongshim.
I think regardless, you get the circle. This is unfair that this could happen. Goodness me. And to only have taken 1 knock. Inco rolled out of those warehouses in dribs and drabs, a little bit too discoordinated for my liking, and Ducksan were able to pick them apart on that approach. They've lost too much. I don't think Inco make it much further here. 7th Element, they've been taking a little bit of a scrap with Next Ruya in the meantime, and they are coming out on top. Dokkanma left on the outside, and in fact, taken all the way down, so they will go no further here on the southwest edge.
My mind's still stuck on that Enigma Galaxy rotation, John.
Yeah, I mean, what do you, how does, I don't have an explanation. It's genuinely confusing as to how this is happening, because this is, I think, the 3rd time we've seen them do that today.
Yeah. And if you looked at the map, my mind's so stuck on this. I'll commentate on something else that happens on screen when it happens.
Yeah.
So many teams were in zone, hunkered in, with nothing really to look at or shoot at besides Enigma Galaxy driving through everything. And they make it with all 4 players alive at the shack, and of course they get the next zone bless, right? Like, why not?
Oh yeah, I mean you got to do it, right? And as teams start to march forwards together, it's going to be harder to push to that shack. They might even have a better time of it because of that. Morph though, having a bit of a rough time on the north side of Rozhok. These hills are pretty treacherous, but Yudo Alliance have their backs to the zone and are going to get forced out, so the emphasis is on them to make the maneuver first. A nice answering spray from Boobahu. The 2 players left on Morph. Rocky getting sprayed off the angle, and Yudo Alliance, they do split the difference here, so they've caused a wedge between these 2 players.
Morph pushing up now. After that knock, high ground and low ground for Morph to clinch this in. Yudo Alliance caught in a very tough spot. Rocky goes down, however. So now it's a 1v1. Can he win it? Shots back and forth. Oh, trades. But it looks like Yudo Alliance will come out on top there. 7th Element now throwing nades towards Duxon. Duxon finding the other dip on the other side. Great nade for 7th Element, catching 1 player there. Can they get the confirmation or pick up more?
My eyes are also on Nongshim Red Force as well. Look at the position that they hold. They're going to have to move forwards as these nades continue to find their way. I mean, you spoke about this dip earlier. It does cover you off, absolutely, but it is a nade funnel. As soon as you sit in there and someone's in nade range, you are going to take those nades. There's no 2 ways about it. That's exactly how Duxan have suffered. Can Nongshim Red Force try and third party, take control of this high ground because they've lost wings on the back. They're looking for this res as well, but Tizzy's got nades in the pocket. 2, in fact, to try and put towards Duxan.
Yeah, that's a really good angle for Nongshim. 1 player essentially stopping the push of 2. They get that reset. 3 players pushing in. Nongshim Red Force, if they play as well as they have been, it should be able to wipe out not just only Duxon, but even 7th Element continuing forwards.
The smoke starting to put 2 players still alive. Of course, Enigma Galaxy still very central in the circle. Nades over the top for Nongshim, continue to bombard. I think 7th Element chiming in, but that Molotov really good for the angles, and Nongshim have moved them off the canopy because NB are just over this ridgeline as well. 7th Element are down to the other side of it. A struggle for Alian to try and stay alive on the outside, but they are denied the shots for the time being.
Very risky and proactive, I'll give it to Alian, to leave that dip, to find a different angle. He knows if they just hunker down in that dip, it's just going to be nades raining in, so they're fighting back in whatever way they can. He might get caught off on the side, though. Risk versus reward. We'll see. Nongshim takes down another team, right, from that hilltop side, and if Nongshim keeps playing it correctly, it should be 7th Element next. And man, Nongshim up to 11 eliminations, John. That's a chicken dinner +1 worth of points.
That is a really solid fight for the Nongshim roster. They've just stumbled onto a horde of crates. I don't know if you caught that, but in that dip, there are so many crates. They should be fully stocked up again, looking for those meds, looking for those stims, that utility as well. That's going to be all important to move from this position. Smokes are so crucial for them. And Hyper, in the meantime, trying to leave the west point of Rozhok. The shots downhill have found GK first. G-Fan looking to try and take Flash off the high ground, and they will be able to find the spray. Koya's close by, trying to face off against the DPS is dangerous. It's possible, but there are 2 players there, and a third to roll into the same angle. They are kind of lining up here, but it is just Koi left now standing, and they will get the down shot. However, Hale have opened up the bidding for the Warriors of this lobby so far. It's Nongshim to take the shots out towards Hale, over towards Rozhok. 12 eliminations now.
And Nongshim Red Force, so strong from so many different, sight lines. They picked up 1 more elimination. They were at 11, and I'm pretty sure they got the next one from distance. Intense game. Now finding sight lines. Man, 7th Element, they saw an opportunity. They try to go for it when Nongshim was busy taking shots in Rozhok, but then they just get caught by intense game. Nongshim Red Force will finally make it through here, clearing out the entire southeastern side. Enigma Galaxy, 6 eliminations. They've been doing work from the shack. They weren't just hiding in here. They've been picking up points left and right, too. And here are a couple.
Maybe Fate is going to steal because they've got sightlines onto this angle as well. Just going to be able to pick that point up. It's actually Mormon for FaZe, so they do steal that point away from the spray downs that we saw earlier. And there goes Hale, fully eliminated now. There's Nongshim Red Force on the southeast side, taking shots out their way. Finally, Ralph goes down. So Enigma Galaxy have lost a player. 13 eliminations now for Nongshim Red Force. There's still plenty more to go. We haven't had a high elimination chicken dinner just yet in this phase of the tournament in Group Red. So maybe this is the time for Nongshim to shine. But they are right on the outside here. A difficult crossing ahead. You can see the terrain not in their favor.
Yeah, the next circle, unless if they get blessed over here, it's going to be difficult. Enigma Galaxy dead center with still and does Nongshim get a little bit of that deflated zone? If they do, they have something to work with, but not much. I do imagine all of these teams are going to stay alive, minus Yudu Alliance on the northeast. Teams might get closer towards Enigma Galaxy for AIDS. FaZe starting to realize that's one obstacle that they will have to take care of.
I think FaZe probably have the best chance against Enigma Galaxy here. On their north side, they're not on the door side, so it's very difficult to take shots out that way. And it looks like they're going to force the fights to happen on the south as well. Nongshim Red Force taking shots out towards Intense Game, looking to keep padding that damage meter. Shots out to the west. I don't think Intense Game's position is in the next circle.
Yeah, Intense Game, they might have to leave the cover of all that ridgeline side. The zone shifted just away enough for them where they have to leave the safety of that. And Nongshim Red Force, they have more than enough ammo to work with. So many boxes, they can spray as much as they want. Taking a look at this though, Nongshim Red Force's position in the zone is tricky as well. Not too much cover. Intense Game and Nongshim Red Force will be staring down at each other most likely. Enigma Galaxy, meanwhile, just chilling at the shack.
That burnt out car out the front positioned really, really nicely for them. Gives them the ability to actually suppress through that door to be able to take that angle. FaZe slowly moving forwards. The buildings that they have with the oversight that they do, really, really important. Flax somehow, okay, now he's starting to take damage from the blue.
Yeah.
He's going to have to stand up and run for the bush on his left. I think that's probably his best target, but no, he's just going to keep shimmying on the crawl, staying out where he can. Instead, Intense Game are drawing the attention.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Fox is Galaxy. Ooh, no one looking his way still. I said he'd be out by this zone, but it looks like no one is aware. Yudu Alliance will survive another circle. Is he going to get zone blessed here, though? Imagine he gets close enough for a nade. And, oh, that circle's good for Yudu Alliance.
Wow.
I mean, he's not in the circle. He just needs to crawl a little bit more. And if no one looked at his way that last zone, I don't think anyone is aware of his position.
Diego backed off by the spray from Nongshim. They are going to have to leave. They're going to have to figure it out. I think their vehicle cache is actually pretty solid. You can see they have got a burnt-out vehicle protecting all of it. They've actually positioned all of the other vehicles behind it so that Intense Game cannot just burn them out. They've got a lot to play with here, but it's going to be difficult. They're going to have to crash somewhere because they're not in the zone.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy's going to be looking at them, same with Intense Game, but Intense Game's kind of sharing the same fate. They have to move out with Nongshim looking at them. Enigma Galaxy, they're keeping tabs on everything. I'm still waiting for some sort of nade, maybe from FaZe, to just rain into Enigma Galaxy, but it is not coming. So Enigma Galaxy, they're going to keep stocks and keep putting up points.
Coop's just so safe right now. No one really rolls to take shots down the alleyway that they formed with the front of the shack and the burnt-out vehicle. But here comes Nongshim Red Force. They are going to roll straight on through, but they're getting cut down in the open. This was always going to be a tough push, but they're going to try and make it work nonetheless. Coops is there, ready and waiting. The high ground from Tizzy, the last to fall. The back lines are getting demolished. They've done a lot in this lobby, but they will do no more. Nongshim are eliminated, and in the meantime, FaZe are handling Intense Game. The push up close to the shack now, and now Enigma Galaxy can strike. They're up to 10 eliminations themselves.
Wow.
Zute, they have somehow miraculously marauded their way through on this wild rotate from the shack, and they're into the top 3, but will FaZe be able to take them down?
Ridiculous. They'll take them down. They're all backed up into the corner. Enigma Galaxy can't pull this one out. Yeah, FaZe pushing in. 3 up for FaZe. Enigma Galaxy with only 2. It can turn right back around with a nade knock, and we can't forget about Yudu Alliance. If he decides to chime in, it's going to be FaZe getting knocked down here.
They have no clue that he's there. Look at how they're facing this fight. They are not covering that angle whatsoever. He's cooking that nade. You can see in the picture-in-picture. He's got to look for a shot towards that back line. If you could just get a nade straight on, there it is! Oh, Alex Flax, sorry, on the outlier for Udo Alliance, takes down Mela. It's going to allow Enigma Galaxy more time to regroup, and there's another nade. Plenty of players are falling in his face, and Udo Alliance continue the bombardment. They just have no idea. I think he's finally see it, and finally, is he going to fall down? The edge he goes, but it's up to Lord now in a 1 versus 2. A wild card play gives him the opportunity. Doesn't have many stims active, but he's got the spray, and now Lord with it all to play for. Moorman trying to look for the shots. You can see FaZe still have 2 nades. They've just put 1 through. Can they utilize these more? Will they find extra? That's exactly what they get. Moorman for FaZe to take down Enigma Galaxy in the center.
Oh, he was playing it so slow and patient. He must have thought surely they ran out of util by now, but FaZe had just enough nades to close that one out. FaZe with a huge win, and I may be wrong, but I think they were maybe last place at the start of this match.
They were.
Yeah, they were. So another last place team getting a chicken dinner today. Okay, things are starting to shake up. Teams way down in the dumps still show and give us a reason of why they are here. Great game out of FaZe, and great game out of Enigma Galaxy, I guess.
I mean, how did that happen?
It's not right. It's not right.
It is insane that they've been able to do this repeatedly. I mean, you expect maybe one time, right? They're like, oh, crap, we've just got to get out of here. Let's just go for it. And it works. And you're like, okay, that's fair enough. But no, this is repeatedly just happening for Enigma Galaxy. And I've no idea how, but if it works, it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. A warpath as well found on the southeast side for Nongshim Red Force.
Yes. Great stats out of FaZe. Mormon really showing up for this match. 6 eliminations to his name, 3 for Onzens, and the rest does pick up 1 more. FaZe, they're going to need a lot more of these games if they want to try and break into the top 3, however. Right now, eyes just kind of set on not being on the very bottom half of the leaderboards, so they still got a bit more ways to go. Nongshim Red Force, great job for them. And like, you know, when they were pushing that shack at the very end towards Enigma Galaxy, with how aggressive Nongshim was, they probably weren't expecting a 4-man team in that shack. They were probably very surprised to see 4 players alive in that shack.
Well, unfortunately for them, they were, but it was FaZe in the bottom spot to be able to take that chicken dinner. Is it going to be Power's turn next? Let's have a look as we head over to the desk.
What a way to finish Aaron Gale. Are you kidding me? I mean, FaZe with a clutch win towards the end. I really thought that Flax from Udo Alliance was going to disrupt them and had a chance of winning that whole thing right there, Seven.
He did. After he threw the first nade, I was hoping he would just take out the gun and start spraying and praying, but he didn't do that, and as soon as that nade went off, as soon as one of the players from FaZe got knocked, they just all turned around and focused on him. Overall, though, great performance here out of FaZe. Hopefully they can follow it up. It's a team that I've been kind of counting out, especially when it comes down to global events. We really haven't seen much out of this team for quite a while. Maybe this is the turnaround, Cam?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll see. We had the same question about IG, who haven't, you know, they got 4th this round, but we haven't really seen a huge explosive grind from them. But we'll see if FaZe, when we go into Miramar, if they can get multiple really solid point grabs under their belt here. But I want to shout out Nongshim Red Force. Who in the world fights at, like, why is there a fight in school like Phase 2, Phase 3? What is this, like one of my casual games? Like, this doesn't hey, listen, but the amount of eliminations that Nongshim got that entire time, I believe they're the ones that even got that opening knife kill on the vehicle, on the character in the vehicle. They continue to just farm it out. They played very similar to STE, actually, just coming in from the edge and just taking every single fight ahead of them as they push forward. That final push into the love shack of Enigma Galaxy was going to be a hard one no matter what, but nonetheless, I appreciate how they attempted to go with the player on the high ground and then everyone else in the vehicles.
Gunslingers here. Coops on top 7, looking good.
They are looking good, and I mean, he better be looking good because they're just getting away with some of the craziest rotations possible. It's working for him, so you know what? I'm not gonna knock it. Keep on doing it until it doesn't end up working for him. But at one point, I was just laughing to myself, seeing how that worked out. Nobody got knocked whenever they got to the shack. The door was exploding, everything was going on. But going here to the overall, okay, all right, Nongshim, 103 points, and if you go down even more, look at that big gap between fourth place and fifth place, and I think that's what we're currently going to be paying attention because, boy.
Not just that, it's a 8-point gap first to second. If that continues to grow, then like that's going to only shrink the slots that teams are fighting over outside of Nongshim if they're continuing to put up these numbers, right? But then also, yeah, like you said, what is that, a 22-point gap from fourth to fifth? Like these teams, like Diaz, Nasser, next, like these guys need to really start to pick up points consistently, regularly.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to do it here in Miramar, honestly, because at the end of these two matches, we'll now officially reach the halfway point here for Group Red. And if Group Green was any kind of telltale sign, you want to make sure you catch that gap sooner than later, because it's what happened towards the last day of Group Green. Nobody was catching Alpha 7. No one was catching these guys here. So I do like the fact that we saw a big boost there from Nasser a little bit earlier, but I think they need one more little rocket launch here, 7.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it kind of goes along with what we're talking about some of the other teams, especially teams that were towards the bottom that we're kind of calling out. IG, one of them that comes to mind. Nasser, with that big win that they got, that we're able to push out, but we need to start seeing consistency, right? One chicken dinner is only going to take you so far. If you just keep on going on this roller coaster ride of just, hey, yeah, you get a chicken dinner, but then the next 5 performances of the day, you're not able to get nowhere near in regards to points to what you got on that chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know what? I'm really interested to see this group here. And one team that we talked about a little bit earlier is Enigma Galaxy, that rotation timing. We talked about it at the top of the show, right? I was talking about how the good teams that play Edge know when to fight, right? When to be quiet, when to rotate. And the way I saw them kind of just full send it in there, and it was looking too good. And speaking of too good, of course, we got to give a big shout out to the Infinix GT10 Pro, the official smartphone here for PMGC. You guys want to dominate the lobby, go check out that GT10 Pro. And oh boy, man, these guys got it down. It reminded me of Vampire Esports, just sneaking into the random middle of the map whenever they wanted. Well, let's see if they can do that in Miramar coming up right after this break. About to head into Miramar. It's gonna get spicy here in a second. One team in particular that I think we really need to see show up, right, is 628 Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're still in 4th place. They're right behind Morph in 3rd. But the strength that I saw from SE yesterday, like at that next level, like that tier 1, like 1+ level, it's kind of missing for me so far. Like, they're still playing well, right? They're still 4th place. They're still a great team, but they're missing a little bit of that extra spice. And I actually think it's not so much their fault. It's the other teams are now more prepared for it. Oftentimes when you see an aggressive Edge team at the very beginning of the tournament, they're constantly catching teams off guard because those other teams are a little slow. They're like trying to figure out, like, how is this lobby playing out? And so they're catching good timings on third partying. Now teams are going to be more prepared for it. And you saw them push into Enigma Galaxy the previous game. Enigma are a very strong defensive team, so that was going to be a hard fight either way. But going into Miramar now, I'm curious to see how this one is going to play out. 7 seems to think that their Miramar isn't super strong. I don't agree 100%, but we're going to see where are the opportunities for third party going to align for them, and if they're really going to need to be tested on there, because right now I'm just really worried for them that Nongshim and Nigma are going to continue to run away with this, and they're just going to be left in the dirt, in the safe zone, but they're shooting for top 3.
Yeah, for me, the big one is, did they get a little bit too confident, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw what they were able to do in Erangel, the first Erangel that we played earlier. I mean, they were just third party and everything was going their way, and they continued on that until it just didn't end up working out for them. So I wonder if that's still the case. They're still a little bit too overconfident. And then talking about teams towards the top that we kind of want to see perform here, Morph. I want to see more of Morph. We're talking about it. Yeah, they are still within that 4th place, but it's kind of along the lines with what we're talking about with 6-2-8, right? You cannot slip up, because if you do, those top two teams are going to start creating more of a gap, and we're already starting to see these gaps. And I mean, for a team that performed really, and I mean really, really well yesterday on Miramar, this is a make it or break it. If I'm not mistaken, I think Morph has only gotten 14 points today so far. If they continue on this trend, they might not even make it to half the points of what they got yesterday, which was 70. So I want to see more. Come on, I want to see more out of Morph. Hey,
okay, all right. I want to see more out of Morph, but I'll tell you, I want to see it. I want to see a Nasser chicken dinner, right?
Okay.
Followed up by a next Ruya chicken dinner, okay?
Okay.
I want to see this to be an absolute crazy race for top 3. You know, that gap, I think, needs to get closed a little bit here, Cam.
Hey, I will say, Next Ruya is the one team in the top 8 right now that doesn't have a chicken dinner. So getting that into their trophy cabinet could be useful to really get them up to that next level. However, we still have to recognize there is still that 21-point gap between 4th and 5th. So we're talking about STE and Morph. They're not going to be so worried about like slipping far away from the top 4. It's just trying to make sure that they're in that 3rd position. But as far as teams really trying to break past that gap from the bottom up, it's going to need to be like multiple chicken dinners, multiple high elim placements. So, you know, we'll see what these last 2 Miramars deliver on that front, but it's going to have to continue on to the rest of the weekend.
Well, let's do it. Let's head on over to the desert, baby. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Zute.
That's right. We are, of course, going over to Miramar next, and I too would love to see a next Ruya chicken dinner. They haven't turned up for me in the way that I would have hoped, coming from covering the Europe Championships as well. They were able to win that one out there with in pretty decent style as well. It didn't seem like they really had too many competitors in that front, so seeing them here starting to struggle, it's not what I would have liked, but they have had a couple of glimmers of hope.
Yeah, they're doing just good enough to keep themselves in a great position, in my opinion, where they're not really the main focus of any teams, but just one good win, and suddenly they're right up in there. So it's a great spot to be in, especially this early on into the tournament. I feel like, you know, getting to the very top in day 1 for some teams may not be the best, because, you know, start feeling the pressure, and when they mess up, they feel like they're choking, and then that really play into their mental for the, you know, next 2, 3, 4 days. However, if you keep yourself just out of reach and you keep fighting for that spot, that one big game is going to come surely, right? So next Ruya, that could happen here today in this match, maybe the next one, but we will see very soon.
Team starting to mount up into the plane now as well. Making sure that everything's working. Get those earbuds in. Get ready, locked and loaded, as we head over to the desert for the first time today. Our double billing to close out the 6 matches that we're playing on day number 2 here for Group Red. Plane path going to start to come on through, heading north to south here, a little bit to the eastern side of the map, and they'll be trying to find their way through, but it's fairly kind in general. There's not too much that's isolated away from accessibility, even on a map the size of Miramar with this plane path.
Yeah, this is a very good plane path. Be near perfect if it just, you know, moved a little bit to the west, but this is not a plane path anybody playing right now should be complaining about. But the problem is the first zone. It's always the first zone on Miramar that does get a little bit tricky as far as rotation. Some teams just even realize we can't get a good rotation in on the first circle, so they just, you know, completely play it slow from the beginning, just loot up a bit more, how things start shaping out. And while we're on the topic of rotations, one team that seems to always find the rotation, Nigma Galaxy, they just Houdini themselves into the best spots. Game after game after game.
It's nuts, right? Like, it shouldn't be allowed, And it makes you think, what is different about this lobby that makes it so that they can go for these players, because they shouldn't be allowed to happen, but they are time and time again. Circle pops up north, so maybe we're going to see another Houdini rotation from Nigma Galaxy.
I will say, though, the first time Nigma Galaxy came on the radar for me a couple years ago when they started performing really well, they were always known for their rotations even back then. Like, it wasn't like their gun power or anything that stood out. It was always strong rotations, and that's a strong shot out of Kanina Power. Winchester straight to the head. That's a nice knock. Can he convert the point, though? He should be able to. And we were saying this is a good playing path where we shouldn't see anything too crazy, but we're seeing it now. And Ralph, unless if he can Houdini himself into those buildings, I mean, even if he does, the other player is already there picking up a weapon probably.
Oh, he's dipped. He's got the knife, though. Oh, okay, no. Ralph cannot quite get out of that one. Sporter will go for the flush. Hops back into the vehicle. They'll be on the road. Nigma Galaxy down to 3. We'll see what they can do from this south side. They are the furthest from the circle of any team. And with the wide spread that they had, they did get isolated and controlled. Becca, with that Winchester, was able to find knock onto Udo Alliance. Cloud time there.
Should definitely keep his eyes here still to confirm that point via bleed out. Udo Alliance trying to find a way maybe to get that revive, but they know it's risky. There's already 2 players of Kanina Power looking this way. That smoke, almost a dead giveaway as to where that player crawled to, but allows him to pass over. The revive's going through. Kanina Power doesn't look like they're getting any more aggressive. They do have kind of like a surround going on, so even if they get this revive, Kanina Power still potentially might be able to close in on this fight, but doesn't look that way. Udo Alliance should be looking to spread out very quickly here. And yeah, it was earlier Nongshim Red Force got the first point, so that's pretty good for Nongshim Red Force. It's almost the way of them saying like, hey, Nigma Galaxy, we saw what you got away with last game. We're not gonna, we're gonna be a little bit extra tough on you guys. Keep our first place spot and get that first elimination onto you guys.
Hey, that's fair, man. I mean, 103 points. They've broken that triple-digit barrier before the end of the second day. Should be pretty happy with that. There is a very clear divide from first and fourth down to the rest of the table right now. 22 points separates that gap at the moment, which is, I would say, fairly clear in terms of deciding who's going to be vying for those top 3 spots. Unless you see, as the desk was hoping for, a Nasser chicken dinner or a Nick McGall, or a Nexria chicken dinner with big points to try and launch them up. I think the gap is just going to keep getting a little bit bigger as time goes on.
Duxon, too, could potentially break that gap right now. That is one of the other Korean teams, and the first place team is a Korean team, so maybe we'll take a page out of Nongshim Red Force and rack up some points. But I'm to predict, more than likely, I feel like Morph had a great day 1, right? You always have teams that have great day 1, and then they'll just start slipping down. And based on the way teams have been playing, it seems like to me it will be Morph. So more than likely, by the end of the day, Morph might slip down to 4th, and that gap is going to be by the players 5th and downwards, reaching towards that top side. And Duxon, ooh, one of them gets caught, gets confirmed as well, and it is STE picking up the point.
I mean, STE right at the back of that top 4 pack at the moment, so they do want to take down their competitors, and they find Duxan, so perfectly positioned to do that. It's interesting that you say Morph and not STE. I think STE probably riding a little bit on the coattails of their reputation and success, and I think their play style that they showed off in that day 1 is, I think you were right to say Morph instead of STE, because it feels like that play has still been played today, but they have just sort of had some unfortunate engagements. That roll up in the last Erangel that we saw, for instance, really difficult. They had the Nexria and Inco third parties.
And without those third parties, STE could very well have won that fight, because with the third parties included, it still got a little bit dicey. As we saw, the 2 STE players make it in, right? And they even got a knock onto Nigma Galaxy. So we'll see how these games go, though, for STE. Starting off strong with a singular point. And we had this conversation a little bit, but 5th and downwards, which team would you pick to break into the top 3 by the end of the day?
I think it has to be next Ruya. They are regional champions coming through from Turkey, which is a notoriously strong region. They are defending global champions S2G, although,
S2G.
to be fair, less to be said about S2G's performance in the regionals. The better, they didn't do quite as well. But either way, this is a region that certainly is also as similar to Brazil, known for their aggression. I think it's a little bit more tempered, and I think it has grown a lot from being in the presence of the Western Europe teams, who are a lot more methodical and a lot more precise in terms of their maneuvers. And I think the next Ruya haven't quite been able to adapt it to this lobby just yet. I'm hoping that it will come through. And similar to how you were saying, you know, more are looking for potentially a little bit of a fall off from day one. I'm hoping they'll be able to take that strength and fold it into their points totals.
I would have to agree with you. Out of all the teams not in the top 4 right now, Nexuria would be my strongest pick, so we'll see if that happens. Right now, they're under a lot of pressure, however, from Hyper. They managed to keep all 4 up, group up pretty nicely, and Hyper, they got a lot of angles, but they're not the very aggressive, really force the situation, unless the few openings are first given to them. And Circle will be shifting soon here. And the Circle, we haven't really talked about it, but it's a pretty standard Miramar zone. A lot of easy, well, as easy as it can get with Miramar, right? Towards the central position, different roadways, you know, east to west and north to south. So any team from any direction can get pretty deep in. We see Enigma Galaxy, okay, doing that wrapping rotation on the east. Keep that in mind before they just pop up in the middle of the next zone. Everyone else really centered up right now.
It is quite clustered towards the middle. I feel like we are seeing that quite a lot. A lot of teams prioritizing getting these early center positions, going into settlements when perhaps they don't need to, and trying to play for the middle. There's the next shift coming on through. It looks like an intense game. Going to get the best cut of it if you like the middle, that is, because there's a lot of pressure on them from the south.
They should definitely group up just a little bit north of that road intersection. That's a very strong compound to hold down. Inko right now, this is happening pretty much dead center of the previous zone, so pretty center right now with the zone shift too. They will catch the first one and find the second, and this is a great spot to hold down. Doesn't look like much, but they get this huge ridgeline mountainside to work with, which is a great jumping off point for the rest of the game, I'd say. So Inko, do expect them to have a decent match here, as 7th Element just not really having a good day. We saw them try and change things up in the beginning, but they've dropped down all the way to 15th and not looking like they'll pick up any more points here.
Not quite. Divine has a Molotov to worry about, but he's cooked behind the counter there. Only a knock onto Sec, and 7th elimination. Sorry, well, fair enough. 7th elimination seems like might be a little bit more apt. But 7th Element will be taken down over on the south side of water treatment. NB actually have quite a lot of control over this little valley on the roadside, but they're going to have to try and extend their influence. I would say north is a little bit better of a bet right now, because more teams are on the south.
Yeah, definitely so. With the circle kind of shifting towards the north, the south is going to get very congested. Speaking about the north or south side, this is also on the South Udo Alliance, looking for a more central position. Doing good scout work by Olio towards the center. He's looking at Inko's compound we saw earlier. He is occupied. And Nongshim Red Force, they have a difficult rotation too, coming in from the south. So let's see what Nongshim Red Force can do. We know they pretty much are a very well-rounded team, can even take those very close-range hectic 4v4s. How good is their macro? Because this is probably one of the more difficult rotations that they have to pan out.
Enigma Galaxy playing as 3. They've rotated all the way out to that east side. Started all the way on the south, so they are going for some wide swings. We'll see where they go from here. Nongshim Red Force trying to push in behind STE, behind Daksan as well. There's a lot of teams in their way. STE wanted to keep that pace up. Like the desk said, you want a little bit more. You need to see a little bit more from a team that wants to be in the top 3 to go directly to those grand finals over in Turkey in December. That's what everyone's gunning for. But failing that, I'm fairly certain call it that we're going to see all of those teams in the top 4, at least in the survival stage, to have that chance to continue forwards. And I would say that whichever of those 4 teams does have to go to the survival stage, I would pin them as a pretty big favorite moving into these next phases.
Huge circle shift to the east. We see Nongshim Red Force trying to copy Nigma Galaxy's rotation, but polar opposite, right? Singing all the way to the west. They don't get that circle blessing, though, with that eastern shift. Nigma Galaxy does get that big shift to them. However, with so many teams up, with a lot of territory still kind of open, could still be anyone's game. In Hyper, played dead center right here, and it is contested. We have Inko contesting in Hyper. It's a straight up scuffle here, 4v4, and Hyper find the first one. Are they going to be able to find the second? No, FS goes down, so back and forth, and I think Inko just down to one poke. Inko out, just like that, in Hyper, win that fight.
They're able to turn that around. I didn't even see Inko go down there. Crazy hold from Hyper. Really solid stuff to be able to hold it down for NA against Brazil. That's what you love to see if you're an NA fan, certainly. And it looks like they'll get that res, so they'll stay up as 4. We was talking about how Hyper haven't had the best of times in fights. They haven't looked as coordinated as possible, but they've taken on Inko and they've taken them down.
Yeah, they took down FaZe earlier too, so today is a very big difference. They're winning their fights outright and keeping 4 up, which is great. STE, oh wow, with a huge 1-2 opening onto Udo Alliance. They're swarming this location now. Udo Alliance manages to answer back with 1. One player quickly goes back for that revive because they know the blue zone is closing. They need to get that revive quick and still fight their way in. Nongshim Red Force, what have they managed to do? They've wrapped all the way to the northwest and picked up 2 more elimination points, and they're just fighting their way in.
Looks like Nasser are not going to be having the healthiest of times moving forwards. Nongshim Red Force take down half of their players on the northwestern side. Udo Alliance similarly suffering. Did they get that res? I think they did for STE. Yep. Yeah, Hero back in the fold. Can get that healing on board. And it looks like they're going to try and swing around the south side. I mean, intense game right now. I would say have got the strongest spot. They're in that compound, just off the road, and you can see, yeah, with the rooftop, with the high ground, they are in a really solid position. Can they create a second chicken dinner opportunity here?
Potentially so. Everything to their east is kind of in their control too from that point. The worst thing that could happen is that the circle shifts hard south and they have to cross the road and fight into Hyper. We'll see if it plays that way though. We'll see more fights happening on the northwest. We do have Nongshim Red Force and Nasser continuing to be very close by and potentially fighting into each other. And Morph taking shots at NB Esports. Morph with a huge spread on the north side, trying to see what third parties could be taken.
Ooh, that is a shift all the way up there as well. So NB, if they can weather the storm, potentially end with a good time. But I like Morph's position as well. Just needs to handle the threats. But it is still intense, really nice. And Neighbor Galaxy, they just get shifted to again as well. They were right on the edge. They haven't gone for a wild rotation, but the circle is still going their way. We'll see if they're able to play from this east side.
Everyone in the south, though, this is a different story. Hale, STE, Kanina Power, FaZe, Duxon barely in that new zone edge. They all got to make a move. My eyes right now on STE. This is one of the strongest teams right now that have to make the biggest move. Let's see what they can do with 4 players. You're getting very close to Kanina Power's position, and Kanina Power does have 4 players up.
They have been holding on this ridgeline just to the south side of their compound. Taking shots out to angle, but they go a little bit further north. The question is, where do they go? Because the compound that they would like to probably maybe aim for, currently held by the ridgelines along the road. They just linearize a fight, and so many teams on the south, all of them are going to have to pass it. It's a difficult choice for Kanina Power.
Definitely so. And Kanina Power, they've probably heard the presence of STE close by, so they need to worry about that too. And Hyper picking up another point right there. Great position for Hyper to be in, right? Any teams crossing from south-north will be in sight lines, and vice versa. They control everything on this roadside. Next Ria not in the zone either. They're right on site, out the edge of it, so next Ria probably will have to swing up a little north. They don't want to go down that road. Kanina Power trying to hold things off here, but now starting to fall back into the cover of the building. giving more control on the outside to STE to push in. And STE, I think they've made up their mind. They want this position that Kanina Power are trying to keep.
DGR backs them off a little bit with the Tommy gun. I felt like he stepped up a little bit too aggressively there right at the end. STE still had the off angle at the back to cover it off, but Kanina Power fade away from the fight. They reset to go again, and will still hold on to the compound. They are still in this next circle. STE biding their time for the moment, and there it is, an opening. Becker spotted, found. He's a little bit too close. That's going to be an easy flush. Singh just about backs away from Agori. Tucks away into the building. A roll down now for 33Z, who wants to lead the charge for STE into the compound. A 3-point hold at this stage. I think that could be a little bit of trouble on the west as Duxan have heard this. They might want a third party.
Yeah, Duxan is here looking for opportunities. Very smart STE, swinging to the east, giving kind of ground to Duxan. And if anything, Duxan now have more sightlines on Kanina Power. Kanina Power sandwich between both teams. Kanina Power feeling that pressure from multiple sides, trying to be running out in the open, and when STE will go down there, Hero trying to get the trade. Another of STE going down here. It's going pretty badly right now for STE. It looked like everything was within their control, but it is not playing out that way.
A difficult descent. They got an opening pick onto Becker, but it's all crumbled away from them under their feet, and Duxan are not making things any easier. Kanina Power still holding out as 3. 1 knock on the inside, but they're looking to commit for the res. The circle shifts away. They'll have to make a break fairly soon, so they cannot stick around and fight for too long. Duxan not going to step forwards either. They just want to keep that pressure on, but now with this circle, it might alleviate on the side of Kanina Power and allow them to take care of STE in the meantime. Agori breaks out wide. Palucci spotted on the cross. Shing waiting for him to step back, but Agori's already low as well. They've left their player down on the inside, and Zipyan takes down the player from Kanina Power on the push, and the last player is going to fall as well. That goes to 33Z. STE stay alive, but Duxan is still here.
Duxan actually third party one of the Kanina Power players. So Kanina Power not able to have much success there. They go down. STE stay up with 3, and it looks like Duxan will be trying to stop them from rotating in. FaZe, meanwhile, will swoop in from that southwest side or southeast side onto U2 Alliance. Can Flax do anything here with the DPS HP? And the jump shot is good. FaZe will take the shack for now, but there's still more teams looking to come their way.
Just like last time, they won't allow Flax to spoil their day for FaZe. They'll be able to take him down. Still 1 player left. Olio across the valley on the west. Probably under a lot of pressure now, though, as Hero tries to move forwards for STE. They're going past Enigma Galaxy. I was unsure about Coops' position on the south. It felt a little bit too exposed, too close to FaZe before, and a little bit too isolated from the rest of the team. But they have regrouped towards him. They've moved Freak over there. Lord looking to regroup as well. And they'll have to get further down. Lord actually stretching forwards. Enigma Galaxy holding on the south side quite effectively.
Coops sort of a deal on that knock that Duxan did. He took a lot of damage going for that peak too, so very worth it. Putting up a point for Enigma Galaxy. FaZe now trying to hold off Duxan here. And Nongshim Red Force up to 5 elims. They've had a tough time coming into here. They've been fighting their way in, but they're still racking up the points. You see that last player, Nongshim, with barely any cover, staying alive.
XYZ, by trying to keep himself in the fold, get a couple of placements to complement those eliminations, and nade over the top towards the package from Duxan. And FaZe take a knock. The south side still treacherous as ever. The north side a little bit better of a time. I'm looking at next Ruya behind the compound right now for intense game and thinking this is their time to prove themselves. It's what we wanted to see. Can they make this push past, or are they just going to fall flat as they try and push intense game in the coming phases?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight, which will very likely happen on the next shift. It'll be a 4v4 on that northwest side. And that compound's not an easy one to engage. I do expect players to be losing at least 1 to 2, regardless of who wins. Good nades out of NB Esports for the defense against Morph. Morph losing 2 right off the bat.
He's got to vault and go for the spray downs as well. Looking for the confirms, looking for the flushes. Not going to allow them to get away with it. No real backup either for Morph. The circle does look like it's going to force Intense Game to think about leaving their compound. It keeps XZY, though, in the mix. And Morph continue to bleed in the face of NB.
1v2. Morph not having a good day. I was saying they're going to keep slipping. They have picked up 3 points already. If he can win this 1v the zone right now, and hey, who knows, another zone blast, and he can make himself in the top 5. But first, the 1v2 is at task for him. Will he be able to clutch this one out? He's got 3 nades. If he can find one good one, or if anything, he could sneak into the zone and catch one player from the NB Esports side by surprise if he readjusts himself in a good.
Yoru playing the back of this compound. Nade over the top coming through from Fist. Not going to follow it up with a second, and Yoru stays alive for now. There actually is the second, a nice high lob, but it doesn't connect. Yoru can stay alive. Molotov still in the pocket. In the meantime, over on the south side, Tuxan trying to push past FaZe. They are slowed down. Olio's still here for you to Alliance, but his crossing, I don't think is going to be something that is reasonably achievable. In the meantime, TE eliminated. 6 eliminations, sure, they can board, but it's not going to be the best of situations.
Nice spray down, getting a point right there. Olio doing a lot right now as a solo. He knows getting into that zone is near impossible, so he's going to find some cheeky third parties, pick up some points. Enigma Galaxy, they started off this match pretty much with 3, and they are looking so in control on the east side. Barely contested, but they will lose that player, surely so. FaZe will go down. That revive should not be able to happen. Surely he gets confirmed over there. He's going to have to keep crawling across the road as well. He should be only down to 2, and Morph does not win that 1v2. Here's that fight. It's already halfway done. It's more than halfway done. Next, Ruya should be able to take this down.
They have 2 players left in their face. They have sustained casualties, and he turns his back. Diego perfectly strikes, and there's 1 player now for next Ruya. Sure, there's more players to res here, but they are only 1 player active. Cielo cooking the nade. If he pops it perfectly, Dokuma goes down, but he only eats a little bit of damage. Yekta needs to hold it together for next Ruya. Crosses again. Steps left, steps right, but he's not going to find the damage he's looking for. Looks for the drop shot, and it's all over. It's going to be intense game to keep it together. Diego falls, but next Ruya cannot take the compound from them.
It was a tough fight, 4v4. Intense Game had the advantage being the defenders, but even then they lost 2. So yeah, this is a tough fight here. I predicted at least 1 to 2 casualties regardless of whoever wins the match, and that is exactly how it plays out. And Hyper, it's time for them to shine now. And as I say that, questionable rotation into the open, and he gets the confirmation too. And Hyper down to just 1. Nongshim Red Force from that position in the middle of nothing has stayed alive to the top 6 or so, but he picked up so many points too.
Yeah, able to get that extra 1 there. Enigma Galaxy taking Nox over towards Hyper as well. Their campaign from this eastern side is looking pretty solid at this stage. Enigma Galaxy, they controlled both sides of that road across the valley that it cuts, which is a really, really important position towards
Wait, they got the revive.
And they actually, they keep 3 players alive. I don't know how they got that revive. You're right. He was completely isolated. I guess Hyper dropped the ball, allowed them to get through. They're paying the price for it now. Coops rolling over towards NB as well. First knock opens up. This is brutal from Enigma Galaxy. They've been a little bit quiet, but they have now got legs to stretch.
Enigma Galaxy, the team of just magic. I have so many things that I've called out where it's like, surely not. But nope, Enigma Galaxy pull it through. And honestly, they could win this game. They have 3 up, and the only other team with 3 up is Hyper. Hyper is going to be coming in from that low ground. They will have that huge ridge to work with, and there are more players on that north, so Enigma Galaxy will face more opposition compared to Hyper. But man, Enigma Galaxy have been in so much control this entire match, even as 3, and I'm feeling confident in them.
Enigma Galaxy continue to roll through, looking for the last. Easy spray down for Coops. You know he hits those every day of the week. 5 eliminations now, racked up on the east side. And Coops, sure, he's a little bit split, but they regroup. They've got vehicles. They've got maneuverability. Can Hyper take this away from them? I don't see Intense Game being able to do too much unless they get a miraculous spray down, but I think Enigma Galaxy just a little bit too covered off.
Yeah. Oh my. Jeez. Enigma Galaxy. Coops does go down though, should get confirmed. There's no way he doesn't get confirmed here. Yeah, down to that one sliver of HP. I'm keeping my eyes on Coops to wait for him to bleed out. There we go. Okay. Enigma Galaxy will suffer a casualty. Finally, down to 2. This should be EnHyper's game, and a big game too. Up to 8 eliminations. EnHyper, they just gotta make sure they don't overstep, because I've seen them choke things before where they should win. Let's hope it doesn't happen here.
Hale trying to stay alive. This has been a solo for a long, long time. Sure, it seems like a 2-horse race, but with the proximity to FS that is the last player from Hale, you've got to think that maybe you just take FS as a knock and then it's a 2 versus 2 for Enigma Galaxy if they're able to pick up Tiger. It is very volatile and it's made more so by Tiger, but he's helping at the moment EnHyper hold out on the north side against Enigma.
Yeah. So much of the zone though within control of EnHyper don't even have to, you know, take advantage of their positioning. They can just wait for the blue zone to press in. Neither player of Enigma Galaxy in the zone. So Freak and Lord need to find a way in, and EnHyper are waiting for just that. The cross line support is there. Look at this. GK first can easily help out FS if he's pressured over the top, and vice versa. And they even have a third player anchored down far in the south should anything go awry. This is looking like an EnHyper chicken dinner.
It should be, all things considered. You're low on utility. Oh, sorry, no, wait a minute. No, Enigma Galaxy are low on utility, so it's the other way around. You're right. They absolutely have all the balls in their court right now. And Tiger getting burnt out the shack. Certainly forced to reposition a little bit. There's the MG3 in both of these two players' hands. This is a deadly, deadly weapon. And it's probably the sort of weapon you want in this 2 versus 3 scenario. Lord makes the break. Trying to check this ridge line. Play together.
Nade comes in, doesn't land inside. Freak swings out a little bit wide. No connections though. They gotta make sure they don't go down, and FS actually gets nade onto Freak. More nades coming in. Oh, EnHyper feel the win, but Enigma Galaxy clutch out the second place, and there we go. EnHyper getting a huge win, a huge chicken dinner. And I think they were in a good spot on the leaderboards with that win. It doesn't, you know, break them into that top 4, I don't think, but it puts them right outside of it. However, Enigma Galaxy with a back-to-back second place finish. That is a lot of points. Might have passed up Nongshim Red Force.
They did do quite a lot on that eastern side. A little bit low on the elimination tally, but right towards the end, I think they picked up a couple more. Still, you take those 12-point matches, that sort of a position, really, really good stuff. But Nongshim Red Force, they got a couple of eliminations, remember, as well on the southeast side. I think it was something like 5. So they did also put up quite a few points. They survived, as you highlighted as well, Zute, pretty deep into the match as a solo. High fives all round, though, in the EnHyper camp. They should be happy with that performance. They started this match on 48 points, and they'll have thrown a whole lot more into the barrel on that one.
Yeah, this is a very good progression, especially for the morale, right? Yesterday, they just couldn't really win any outright fights. We saw a lot of attempts, and I was worried that that would shatter their confidence. But today, they've won back-to-back 4v4 outright fights, and that led to this huge chicken dinner as well. So on the upward trajectory for sure for EnHyper. Let's see if they can keep that going, as we still have one game left today and plenty more to come.
Intense game, getting pretty late as well. They were able to get a few points on board from... they've surpassed Inco, their Brazilian brethren, on the tables already, and it looks like they're trying to survive for a lot longer. Intense Game took a fight against Enigma Galaxy that we saw. That did conclude with them losing 2 of their players, but they did manage to win it out and get those points on board. So a potentially great result for Intense Game as well. A lot of the middle pack starting to show up, but Enigma Galaxy, they're always going to be around somewhere.
Oh, baby, it's North America's time to shine. Was that an EnHyper win I see there? Wow, that is how you get it done, especially going up against Enigma Galaxy towards the end. Hey, so just a little bit of a recap, guys, while we're watching behind the scenes. You know, we saw, EnHyper looking good, looking like they're about to get the win, and then Zute said it. Sute said it, right? Oh, you know what? I think Hyper's got this. And Seven said, and I quote, "Don't jinx them, you." And he didn't work. The jinx did not happen. And I'll tell you what, Hyper getting a win here was huge. So.
That's exactly what I said. Hey, Sute, I think so far, if we go back to the beginning of the day, he was like, you know what? 6-8 is looking really good. I think they're going to get first place. And 6-8 has kind of been non-existent ever since he made that comment. And in Hyper, hey, maybe they were able to break that curse right there because they were able to come out with that chicken dinner. And FS, this kid has been such a big step up for Hyper, and I am so glad that he's actually here because I've been looking at him since we were covering Hyper in North America, then they went to Americas. Yeah. I'm so happy that he's currently being able to perform considering that the main roster isn't here with Kindness and with Rin.
Yeah, and giving Hyper the flowers where it's due, that position, that compound that they had in like the low ground of the trench is usually a very, very difficult place to play from. They got a couple eliminations from the defense that they had there, or I actually can't remember if they were the ones to attack or defend, but either way, huge number of points. But then playing out of it can be hard, especially with Enigma Galaxy trying to control as much of that zone as they did, but they would just get the shots and they kept everyone alive. Enigma Galaxy perhaps taking too many fights, losing people slowly but surely, and now Hyper are back up into, drumroll, 5th place. It's still a bit of a gap between them and top 4, but they made up a lot of ground that they had lost from a couple of rounds earlier today. But honestly, FS, I have to say it, such a strong player, such a great player, really filling in the gap that we were worried about being there with Kindness not being here at this event.
Yep.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Come on, baby, right? Let's go, Hyper. One more is all it takes. And you will be in the run here for top 3. That's the goal, guys. We want to see them make it to that grand finals. I'm going to say I love this team. I love the fact that they're making it happen here. Sheepon's YouTube channel I know is going to be looking real good after this one, you know, especially if they make it. Because I do not want to see Hyper in the last chance survival stage. Not with how many teams have already qualified here, Cam.
You're asking for Hyper to break into top 3 here?
Please. I think they need to. I think they need to.
Yeah. Last match?
That would be great. No, like by the end of the weekend, right?
Oh,
okay. But the problem when you're looking at the points gap here, it's really tight between the top 2. Then it's 21-point gap from 2nd to 3rd, and then it's 3rd place is tied, right, with ST with a tiebreaker there, but then it's another 19-point gap between 4th and 5th. That's a 40-point gap between 1st and, or I guess even like 2nd, and where Hyper are right now. That's a, like, with the caliber of the teams that are at the top, that's a very hard ask.
I believe.
It's possible. It's possible.
I was just watching Seven's eyes, just like, he was doing his math, and he was just thinking, he was just looking at it, he was just like, yes, it's possible.
I thought you meant at the end until like the last match you're gonna break. I was like, yeah, no, not about that one. Then you guys said at the end of Sunday, I was like, okay, you know what?
It's possible. I'm just saying, like, it's
you guys already got me with.
Top. Listen, Nongstream and Enigma especially, they have so much momentum behind them. Yeah. They're basically confirmed at this point, top 3. And then it's Morph and STE, which have been showing some signs of weakness today, but they're not doing terrible. They're just doing like average points, but that still means that the lead isn't really going to be falling away from them that much. So we need to see multiple high elim, multiple chicken dinners from Hyper for that to happen reasonably.
Which they have been able to pull pretty good elimination matches, which is surprising, right? Which is something we were talking about yesterday when we were talking about Kindness, when we were talking about Rin not being here, right, with FS. Now seeing FS stepping up, I kind of want to see GK first starting to step up as well. I want to see that performance that we saw out of him on previous events, because there is a chance. And as an NA fanboy, I'm getting a little bit happy here.
I will say it's not possible. It's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen, baby. Come on. Make me proud. Let's do it one more game. Let's take it on over to the casters.
Hey, we'll see what we can do, man. We'll see if we can facilitate those dreams of yours, but I'm not making any promises. Certainly not. We've got one more match today. We've got the Miramar finale of the matches. We're going to get to the halfway mark as well for all of these teams, the 12th match of their 24-match run.
This is the halfway point, and teams are stepping up right when they need to. Hyper stepped up, and I know Brazil's still slacking, but they at least want a match today. And I don't know, I'm not sure where FaZe is, but they also want a match. So not too bad, but that top 4, well, we should be looking at the top 3, but the point gap to break into the top 4 is still looking, mighty scary to break into.
Yeah, it's a little bit closer than it was before by 2 points. It's 2 points closer, if you're wondering. So there's a 19-point gap between these two rosters at the moment, and Hyper is on that boundary, like they were highlighting, against Morph and STE, both of whom are on 87 points on the bubble. And as they talked about, 2 teams over at the top, over that 100-point mark already. So very, very difficult to look to catch up to them. But still, all to play for. And as I said, we're not even at the halfway mark yet. So everything can fully change in the coming days' games. So make sure you guys are staying tuned, because we've got one more Miramar today, but there's plenty more for the weekend.
FaZe on screen right now, looking like they're in good spirits, honestly. No pressure whatsoever, having some good laughs, and that's a good mentality to have. They're currently sitting in 13th, right? So very far away from the top 3, but you gotta, keep it relaxed if you want to get some huge wins. We're into the last match of the day, the last Miramar of the day as well. Match number 12, the official match to break into the halfway point of the week. Where is this circle gonna take us?
18.3 Miramar for Morph. It's going to be pretty hard to live up to those standards, especially given the way that Morph has been playing today. They have been far from strong, I think it's safe to say, and we'll want to see a little bit more from them. Same from 628. They were continuously finding themselves in these scenarios going for crashes where they just got third and fourth partied from sort of 2 sides. So for me, it feels like they're not at moments as well as they were in yesterday's games, and to an extent the start of today's games as well. The errant goal that we saw from them where they had about 4th, for instance.
Some tier from Miramar. Koi actually leading on Miramar, 9 elims, and 2 Morph players following right behind. The damage looking a little bit different, and that's not too surprising, right? With Miramar being so long range, teams could put up, and players could put up a lot of damage, but no elimination conversion. And we do get a far southeastern circle. Does work out for a lot of teams dropping out in that southeast side.
Vitali sprayed out. Hale takes a casualty. Players, and they will look to lose 1. Doesn't have anything else other than the weapon on his back, it seems, in the inventory. But he spotted a vehicle. He's going to look for the flush. Breaks out wide. His teammate offering a ride, but he's got stuff to do. He's got to get on with it, and he gets the point.
It's like, just in case you can't, get the confirmation, just hop in my car and I'll drive you to not necessary, not needed. Inko will pick up a quick point there. And southeastern circle. This is going to be very interesting. I don't think... Oh, we have seen an eastern circle around Impala, but not this far south. We'll see how teams decide to rotate in here. But for now, teams that are in a great position as far as center circle goes is Yudu Alliance, Kanina Power, and Galaxy. Nongshim Red Force have an easy way in as... No way. That's one shot. Now he's kind of... Oh, he even hit his second.
That's kind of crazy. There is still a parachute in the air as well. Sunan may be looking to step out a little bit wider, just out of range now, I believe. So won't be able to see it. And somehow Hoxie gets away with it. Still, the rest of the team following up as well. It's going to work out. They stay alive.
Yeah, that's crazy to hit 2 shots with the Mini. And he really wants that knock. And there is a player flying right above him, right? Like, looking at that mini-map, someone just is still drifting right above his head. He might not even be able to, like, look that far straight up, and I don't think anyone else noticed.
They've moved off as well. Maybe a teammate could get that perspective for him, but... Yeah, no, you're right. They might just be too high up in the sky, potentially. I'm not entirely sure. They're a little bit far out from the plane path, so I don't think they would have been able to. Either way, no knocks go into that engagement, despite a little bit of damage tickling out towards Duxan. Yeah, look how high up in the air Binny still is. He might have just been out of distance, out of range. at the start whilst he was over that angle.
He must have been really high up, because I did see another STE player on a hill, like further back, that would have a very nice, view into the sky. So luckily for Duxon, he's not spotted out. And S2E will not get that quick point. And if anything, I want to see STE focus on a rotation here. Like, we haven't really seen STE go for, like, fast rotations towards Central. They've always managed to, like, skirt around the sides and pick up a lot of third-party points and then kind of just fight and maneuver their late game. Today, it has not been that successful. They've still been picking up elimination points like, every match, but the late game presence is just not there, and it might just be because, I feel like teams are getting much more warmed up here coming into day number 2, and they're not able to have such an easy way with things anymore.
You do Alliance on a point of Los Leones. I wonder how many teams are going to find their way into Los Leones on this circle as well, because as I highlighted before, it feels like a lot of teams are going into this sort of the settlements, whereas in a lot of other lobbies, you generally see people try and avoid going in super early. Because as we have talked about, I think for years now, getting into a settlement is a lot easier than getting to a settlement. And if the circle goes away from it, you're kind of screwed. If you haven't got an outer position and a direct path to a spot that you can hold. So if you're 2-2 split on the edge, for instance, it's a lot easier. But if you're committing to the center, there's very little you can do if it goes away from you.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. But the dynamic of this lobby, it might just be a little bit different. A lot of teams more rotational focused. I'm looking at the list of teams, and as far as like aggressive teams that fight for control of the center and not just play center, not too many names pop out. Usually it's the Brazilians, right? But they've barely made any presence here. S2E is a team that, likes to fight and control and not rotational focused. But they're always like way far out in the edge, so that kind of just leaves the middle like almost kind of free for the taking for many of these rotational focused teams. Enigma Galaxy, definitely a heavy rotation team, and Hyper as well. So that might just be the way the lobby's playing out due to the mix of teams we have here.
South Coast being stretched along by Enigma Galaxy, with Next Three bringing up the rear. STE starting to move their way forwards past Picardo. They're trying to regroup towards 33Z, who is ahead on this rotation. Just scouting out the hills north of Picardo. Looks like they're looking to wrap to the east side of it and head down between Picardo and Labadita towards the north side of Los Leones.
I have Nongshim Red Force here. Very consistent team. Did have a bit of a not a stellar game the previous match, but with a solo managed to pull off more than anyone could expect. Enigma Galaxy only 3 points behind them right now. Enigma Galaxy is just consistent as ever. I don't think, as far as, points earned per match, they've only had one bad game, and it was that Erangel match where they were on the ridge line, and they got eliminated, and we didn't even notice. That's how fast it was. But every other game, Enigma Galaxy has just been making it to the late game time and time again.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they got on the Erangel, they've had a 3rd place, a 2nd place today, certainly 2 second places, right? With that last Miramar, and a 6th place in the first today on Sandhawk as well. Being able to remember that crazy rotation where it all started
as well.
through from the east side all the way to a solid compound. So yeah, 6th, 3rd place, 2nd place, 2nd place. That 12th place that they finished on the Erangel that you highlighted, they're only poor placing today. So yeah, absolutely, these guys have been on a tear, and they've been able to rack up eliminations whilst placing that highly as well.
Yeah, very, like, if there's any team you want to study for rotations, it would be Enigma Galaxy. And all the games, or not all the games, right? The 12th place one, if they survived against, I believe it was Kanina Power, they were in a great spot to be top 5 too, from that position. Same with if they with STE, they were in a great spot to 5 once again. So it's like the rotations are just so good for Enigma Galaxy. The only time it doesn't work out is if they get taken out when they get to that spot.
They don't find that little sanctuary that somehow they've been able to magnetize towards so many times, so frequently. But on the south shift, looks like they're likely to be able to have found something on that south side, but next Ruya may be close by enough to change things around there. We'll have to wait and see if there's any scraps on the South Hills, because Los Leones still on the east side, a major feature of this circle.
STE does what STE does best, and that's just pick up points here and there, quick up elim points, and also loot. So definitely not focusing on the rotation whatsoever. They're going to stick to what they know, and I can't blame them either. They're doing great. They're in the top 3. It's just a bit of a fall off from day number 1, but overall, nothing really needs to be changed if you think about it. It could just be one of those days where, you don't perform as well, and that's always going to happen in a game like PUBG Mobile with Battle Royale and Circle RNG.
On the southwest side, NASA looking to hold the hills around Shumacera. You've got Morph looking to push on through, who similarly have been a little bit lackluster over the last couple of matches, the day's play. STE pick up another 2 points as well, so 4 onto the tally, and Morph are left even further behind on that third place bubble.
Yeah, I think they've picked up points from 2-3 different teams. I'm looking at the right side. 4 elims, right? The only other team with the elim is Inko. And Duxon is down 1. Hale is eliminated right out of there. So, yeah, just picking up points from multitudes of teams. Inko getting a knock right there onto NB Esports. That's going to be all the way near center. A little bit on the half of the center, but it's a long-range knock. It shouldn't be confirmed here. You should be able to get that revive very easily.
Fairly covered off for the time being, just on the route out of Los Leones. Too much more to worry about other than the teams looking to maybe jostle for position at the edge of Los Leones, given that it's likely to finish outside of there. The 2-2 split from Nongshim Red Force right now, a mainstay of the west side of this circle, and I'll be interested to see if they're able to hold it. Teams starting to push in on the west, because 7th Element moving on in towards Morph, maybe looking for a backstab here, but they're in the blue zone. They're being forced into an unfortunate position, and look at that off angle from Pepeng, able to get the shots from across the valley, force 7th Element down into the buggy. I'm expecting them to lose at least one more here, if not all of it, and they are not going to have getting unscathed. That was a difficult push past Morph. Morph coalesce in the right position. They leave NASA to the north side, and they're only going to be left with one. Goku sending on through for 7th Element.
Yeah, Pepeng with a great off angle. From the very beginning, they knew that Team 7th Element had to push past them, and he set up way in advance, and it worked out perfectly. Completely shutting down that potential push that 7th Element looked like they were trying to go for. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, we have Duxon pushing right into Nasser Esports here. Looks like Duxon down 1 player with only 3. They're going to turn tail and try and find another way into the new zone shift.
Nasser mounting up now, 4 of their players, seemingly responding to the maneuver from Duxan. Going to try and match them, get ahead, stop them from being able to force their way down on the south side, but Cleon might have that mantle. As with the rest of Morph, who are still on this western edge, they were able to handle 7th Element, and now they have spread back across the southwest side to try and push further along this road that leads into the southwest edge of this circle. The split from Nongshim Red Force as well did go back down. It's still a 3-on-1, but they've allowed positions further up north to be held, and I think that they needed to at this stage. I think it's the right decision, and Wings looking to just sort of scout around the rest of the buildings in their vicinity for Nongshim Red Force.
Morph looking way better this match than previous games. I was saying they're going to just keep slipping down, but it looks like all Morph really needs to do is play a little bit more slow and collected, and they have a nice foundation to work upon. Not only did they gatekeep that one Team 7th Element, but they had the wherewithal to keep that, positioning up for other teams, and they pushed Duxon away as well. Just down to Hoxie, and he should be found out here. Oh yeah, he's getting shot by Nongshim Red Force from distance, forced to get up, and he stood no chance.
Yeah, no way you get out of that one. Duxan will finish day 2. Their 12th match has been drawn to a close there. 60 their total. So not going to be moving too much around that central area. Looking okay to stay in that survival stage bracket. That cutoff is 11th place. So still got a little bit more lead. Looking to chase, though, towards those top 3 spots. And they'll pick up yet another point. 5 eliminations for STE. This is what we've wanted to see from them today. But they are still being challenged by Morph. Seems like everybody's standing up to try and make the bid for the halfway mark.
Yeah, STE. All they need to do is just fight players on the way in, and I feel like if they take too long to fight players, then it gets too hard to work your way in, right? Too many teams in front of you with full teams. So now they do have to deal with Nasser. Down to 3, or Nasser, should I say. They do get an opening, though. STE getting a little close, didn't check that angle. They will lose one, and Morph coming in from distance to third party.
Could be troublesome. Morph may be looking to sneak ahead of the game as well after they pick up their res. Hero wanting to keep them alive. This knock should be resable. 7 can be kept at bay. A nade around the edge and sent over in response as well for Nasser. And Hero wants to continue the bombardment. Okay, he's waiting for the rest of his team to come through. He's not committing for this res. He knows he just needs to hold the angle. Backed off 1 and J7 across the way. Gonna try and play topsy-turvy on this. The Molotov to slow things down. And now they might look for the res, but J7 still skittering about, trying to cause problems. And Nasser holding STE to account for their actions. Hero up and close to the wall. Molotov around the back. Not quite finding the knocks that they need, and Hero still just surviving. No team wants to make the first move, but Shing, there's the third party from...
Yeah, Morph just biding their time, finding the angles. They have the zone, so they have no rush. STE pushes in now, finally, and one player goes down. It's all up to J7. Can J7 clutch this out? It's a 1v2 situation. 2 down for the side of STE. Blues in. It is going to be difficult to get any type of 4 reset. Swing out wide, and it is good for STE. He'll get that reset up to 3, but Morph now knocking on STE's door. And STE, maybe this is what they want. Just keep fighting their way in, but now with the blue zone on top of them, and the high ground for Morph is not looking good. Reset goes down, and Bubuho looking for an angle on the high ground. And wow, Morph too, just playing it slow.
Yeah, they've been keeping up the pace there. You saw them disengage. They moved away. They know, obviously, with the circle that they don't need to take this fight. They don't need to get aggressive and present weaknesses. They can establish strength instead on that western side and force STE into a suboptimal position. It's stage 4, so you can play in the blue a little bit, but it's not going to be fun. Inko, 1-for-1 trade on NB over on the north side in the meantime. And Inko's a little bit more isolated here, so less potential for the res, but the backup is already coming on through. Don't know how much longer you're going to be able to survive. NB, try and cut off that rotation. A really heads-up nade, it just didn't quite connect. And the shots on the ridgeline for the back are going to keep Vitali just a little bit worried. The res is happening this whole time, but as soon as he steps up, he's good as done for. Vitali, though, immediately answered, and that Molotov was absolutely on the money.
Yeah, and it is burning the knock player, not by a lot, though. NB Esports off that knock tried to reposition the 2 players in backline to be in a more aggressive spot as the 2 that was close by go down. And NB, with that knock onto their teammates, is going to stop things, and they're going to slow down completely. STE doing what they can. Can they pick up 1 more point? Placement point's not going to be there, though, for sure, with 13 teams still up. And STE maybe have finally bit off more than they could chew here. Yeah, 4 players of Morph in front of him. Zone so close, but so far. Should be done for STE. Meanwhile, on the east and south side, intense game, got to move in a little bit. Same with FaZe and same with Next Ruya. And in Hyper on the north, still with 4 up, get a little bit of that.
I'll see if the regroup can come through, if Inko can keep all of themselves alive on that north side. And there we go, that will be STE being eliminated and to the hands of Morph, which adds insult to injury. Both of these teams chasing for that 3rd place grand final qualification spot bubble. Meanwhile, NB still going together. Becca, Vitali, both down and nades from Akaze. Keep the damage pouring through, and look at that. Shots from the off angle, keep things in check, and now the res is going to start to come through for Inko. And more for third partying. They're playing on the southwest side, and look at the spread that they've got across this terrain. They have so much sight, so much vision. They sent Pepenk down to the south side of the road early to even get info down to the south.
Morph taking a page out of STE's book. They're the one third-partying everyone now. They could get more aggressive on this north side, but I don't think they have the full info as that was maybe in Hyper?
I think it must have been.
It didn't pop through that way. Morph still continuing to shoot shots here. Inko had 2 players down against a 4v2. Luckily for them, they get that full reset, and they'll stay safe for now. Morph not looking to get too overzealous to aggress on anything here. NB down to 1. This nade could get a singular knock. No, he doesn't even get one. He backs off in time and goes down.
It was really quite close there for Nenebeche, though. Very, very close to going down. If the knock doesn't go through, and that's a lot of problems to worry about. But Inko pick up some more points in their 13th place. They're really looking to chase that 11th at this stage. FaZe outside in the meantime, facing off against Next Ruja, down to 2 players. It's looking good for FaZe. Then they'll have to move forwards and face off against Enigma Galaxy, and they hold on the west end of Los Leones.
And Hyper try to time that third party, but the fight was already over. Kadena Power trying to find whatever they can, down to a single player. Next Ruja looking to meet the same fate here. Circle is about to shift once again. The players that weren't in the zone doing what they can to find some safe haven.
Next Ruja taken out now. They were just slowly picked apart. Unfortunate. The FaZe is going to be happy with that. Mela did go down in the process. Onsens need to be a little bit careful as well. A lot of FaZe are low. And who's this? It's Morph pitching up into this engagement. Cleon and Pepenk, the 2 players from Morph on this 2-2 split still on this south edge, will look to put a backstop on FaZe's rotations.
Yeah, huge split from Morph. You can see there on your minimap the and south side being completely controlled. They're looking to maximize any opportune elimination points here. Next circle shift is about to pop out. Nongshim Red Force on the east side with 4. I think Enigma Galaxy did lose a couple players holding a split earlier. And Hyper on the north side getting a little bit sandwiched now between Yudu Alliance and Inko. They need to figure out which side they want to focus on, as Yudu Alliance with some nasty nades. Shifon focused on Inko. This is not looking good for Hyper here.
Having a pretty tough time of it on the north side, getting crunched in between everything. GokuBot has been alone for a long, long time, but he will join his teammates for 7th Element, going out to Morph, who continue, I think, to have the best track record in this match so far. They've racked up 10 eliminations already. Are they going to break that barrier that Nongshim Red Force set early on?
With the way the zone is and how they have full control of that west side, it could very well play that way. I was saying Morph was going to slip down. Well, on the very last match, they're going to prove me dead wrong. And Hyper have a full reset up to 4. Luckily for them, because they're going to need all 4 to either take the 4v4 with Yudu Alliance or Inko. They need to make a decision quick now, because the blue zone is closing in on side.
Trap down the hill, a lot of down shots there, and a nade to open up a decoy. FS trying to answer, but no knocks in response. The backline isn't in as well. Shifan not quite able to have an impact there. And another knock goes over towards the Hyper squad. That one's going to get flushed away. Olio is knocked for Yudu Alliance, but they can go for this res. GK first trying to hold face on the angle, but cluck back a little bit. Going to cow him off that angle. And Hyper busted down to 2. Gonna have to face off into Inko, or Inko maybe looking to just get in front of this fight instead. There are off angles that could prove to be troublesome for Inko, but if they can play this well, they can play it right, they could close this whole fight down now.
Nongshim Red Force from distance will get a knock onto Yudu Alliance. It does make things a bit more hectic for Yudu Alliance. Now Inko coming into the mix. All 3 teams on this north side trying to find whatever they can. Inko definitely in a much better spot. Yudu Alliance can't make it revive. Doesn't look like it. That player's a little bit too far split off, and the fight's not even done yet. Inko's getting aggressive. Becker goes down. That's also to Nongshim Red Force, and Enigma Galaxy gets the steal onto that Becker player.
Becker falls to the face of Nigma Galaxy. All had 4 points there. With that elimination, look at that. They have just jumped into that first place spot towards the end of the day in the last match that we're playing. Final Miramar of day 2. Inco still will not be slowed down. They continue their roll over the top flags. Opening up with Gun will find and there is GK first, ready and waiting right for the picking. And it looks like Inco can't push up because Vitali's been taken down from the off angle as well.
Yeah, Inco getting cut down to 2. And it's not even the 2 teams fighting here that are doing it to one another. It's from distance. It's Nongshim Red Force and Nigma Galaxy just shooting constantly into their backsides. And the next zone is about to change already with all the action happening. Cleon with the wide swing to the north. It may look good, but I don't know how much of that is exposed down to the south sight lines. New zone centers right up. This is going to be a messy fight because FaZe, they're not chimed in yet, but they still got a good amount of players.
Cleo just rotated about 400 meters, just rocks up, gets a spray down onto Squash, and then just leaves, right? Like, this is crazy. From Morph, they are exerting so much control. Yoru finds Neneveche, and that will be the end of Inco on that north side. They made a mad dash, and it didn't pay off. Morph can now regroup down south, and in comes the push from Nongshim Red Force. Nigma Galaxy looking to try and hold them off, but it's not looking to start so well as they lose a player to a knock and a flush. Wings is down, and XZY is lit up on the alleyways. Someone has a sightline. It's Yudo Alliance all the way across the way, so there's no cover between those crates, really. Sporter wants to hold it down. Can Nigma Galaxy play on with 2? And Morph, they are just consuming this circle.
I respect the targeted aggression out of Nongshim Red Force. They did not make this aggressive push without knowing that this was Nigma Galaxy, because they completely gave up that control they had in the north to target this fight, and it is working out. It looked really dicey with Yudo Alliance shooting them in the backside, but they could get that full reset. 2 of their players knocked. Looking like a reset is coming through, and Nigma Galaxy down to 1, down to 0, and taking out that player. Nongshim Red Force, I think that was a great idea to take out the first place team, give up a little bit of control, but still get that reset going through.
Here comes FaZe. They're rocking up and into the fight. First knock, 1-for-1. Traded around the side of these crates, but there was already a knock on the Nongshim Red Force side, and now it's just Onzen, though, to try and handle 2 players from Nongshim Red Force. The first was an excellent spray down, hop over the bonnet, doesn't even worry about the DBS shot. Sporter cooking the nade, wants to pop it to the back there, but Onzen still fragging out. Has the spray, has the chance, but he's low HP. Wants to pop this first aid, will not be given the chance though, but the drop shot nearly connects. Sporter handles it, and now Nongshim Red Force with 2 players alive. Wings potential to get res, but it's unlikely because Morph are here. They are right up and in this fight. They have been controlling this circle for the last 2 zones, and they have so many, but look at gone through for Yudo Alliance. Is a survivor.
I mean, Nongshim Red Force still have a player in this. I didn't even notice, but they had a player hidden the whole entire time. And great knockout of Yudo Alliance from long range. Can they find another one? Oh, Flax getting cut down to 1 HP. Gets behind cover from the rock. Morph still has firm control of the entire battlefield. However, they're getting that revive. They have 360-degree coverage here. It should still be a win for them. And Nongshim Red Force, he'll pop up, take that 1 knock. Will he get the point? Goes for it, gets the point as well. Goes back down, gets caught. Won't get the 2nd place finish he was hoping for. And this should be the clean chicken dinner for Morph.
Morph looking to put up a 14 elimination chicken dinner to end out the day. A little bit of a resurgence, a return to form from Morph, but it has been outshot, I think, over the course of the day. The question is, how many points will they get here? Because they have got a long way to go to try and take that top spot, and with the fact that Nongshim Red Force were in so late, it's gonna be pretty tricky to take that from them here, but they can put a dent in that. Nigma Galaxy also surviving late into the match as Morph close it down with a 14 elimination chicken dinner. Smiles abound. They're probably not going to be happy with the day, but they've got to be happy with the match.
Yeah, with the way things ended, that is a great way for them to bounce back up into, you know, a firm foothold of that top 3. And it's a great way to start or end the day for them to start the next day. You know, morale high, a big chicken dinner, and that was the most, you know, calm and collected Morph that I saw. They had huge splits going out on the west side. They had each other's backs, and we saw, you know, they could have been more aggressive to third party certain fights, but they took their time, and it didn't matter. The elimination still came, and they got the chicken dinner as well.
MVP for Yoru there. 7 eliminations. Nice one. 831 damage. A really strong performance from Morph. I absolutely loved their gameplay this match. I think that they absolutely deserved to win. I would not have changed a single thing about it. And I'm really happy to see that Miramar come through as you take a look at their team stats. Yoru, definitely a standout.
Yeah, with the eliminations, but the damage, a nice balance between all 4 players. Everyone was putting in the work. Yoru finding a bit more of those elims. Still, nonetheless, great to see them, you know, back into, you know, the top 3 or a firm place into the top 3. I was almost gonna, you know, start counting them out in the sense of they're just gonna keep slipping. But that great first day performance out of Morph was not through luck. It was through skill, and they showed it here once again.
Absolutely, they demonstrated complete control when it came down to the wire, but I don't think they're going to have jumped up into first place. I don't even know if they've made it second place, but either way, they put a massive dent in that difference, and they'll close out their second day strong.
What a way to end the day. Morph clutching out a huge chicken dinner in Miramar. It's their second one in Miramar, so they seem to really have it down here. Yoru with 7 eliminations. That is how you finish off a day, 7.
It is, and I mean that we got actually a chance to see the Morph that I've been hinting at, the Morph that I've been wanting to see again. Yeah. You heard Sute mention it too. They were playing those splits, they were playing that outer circle too, and it worked out wonders for them. Now, it sucks that it happens in the last match because I feel like this team definitely needed it to happen earlier on, especially with the performances they were having today. But I'm glad that at least they were able to save the day with the chicken dinner there at the end, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good performance, whether it happened earlier on or not. Like, their day wasn't terrible. It wasn't to the highs that they had yesterday, right? But, you know, it's at some point, it's kind of unreasonable to expect, like, constantly hit level. Yeah. I think overall today for them, they're going to be up there in contention for top 3. I want to jump ahead of myself and talk about the fight that they have against the teams around them. But either way, 24 points, really solid. 14 elims. That's towards the top, if not the most that we've seen in one round.
Beautiful performance. I mean, that's how you get it done right there towards the end. You know, one team that I just see consistently performing here, 7. It's got to be Nongshan Red Force, man. These guys put up points no matter what the situation is. See them with 7 eliminations, a couple placement points. And it's like, even though Enigma Galaxy, they're just constantly going back and forth, you know, just by just a couple of points.
What was crazy too is that I usually nitpick teams like if they have bad performances in regards to placement, but this team, I mean, at the start of the day, they did have one where it was 11th place and 3 elims, but then they were able to back it up with another 11th place, except this time they ended up with 8 elims. So they're being consistent in regards to elims, in regards to placement, and it showed here towards the end, and it showed currently on the overall because they are up by 7 points. Enigma Galaxy as well, I feel like they have played really, really well. I'm glad that this team is continuing to perform like this. I'm glad to see that Coops is actually showcasing those MVP skills that we have seen him get out of his region here at PMGC.
Yeah. Dude is cracked. Dude is cracked 100%, you know, and also, you know, N-Hyper, nice. Good to see them push up the leaderboards a little bit, stay there at 5th place. One team in particular, though, that I think we wanted to see more out of Cam, it's got to be 628, right?
More out of, I mean, because they're still 4th place, right? Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap developing with that win. Morph is going to be pushing ahead. Morph are now closer to Enigma than they are to SGE, but SGE, it's weird. I'm still kind of confident behind them. And while, like I said, everyone seems to be getting used to their more aggressive playstyle, they're expecting it now. And every single round that they go out, there was always some reason to say, oh, but they had this disadvantage, they had that disadvantage. But to be an S+ team, you need to be able to break through those disadvantages at least every once in a while. And the fact that in all 6 games today, there wasn't one game that they just broke the game over, that they broke the rules of the game, as you can say, does give me a little bit of pause on how that's going to work going forward. I do think they're going to still be in contention, but at the moment they are very clearly a marginal step below the consistent top level runs that we are seeing from Nongshan and Enigma, because those teams, every round, they are getting something just a little bit extra than what you should expect.
crazy.
And this
It's
is
like-
why I
yeah.
was actually nitpicking on 628 at the beginning of the day, especially when it came to Miramar, because if they want to be within those top 3, if they want to even be first place, they need to be consistent in every single match. And right now, I mean, we saw no consistency out of them, especially when it came to elimination, especially when it came to placement too. They ended up going in a weird roller coaster ride, which was, I think at one point they had a 4th place finish with 0 elims, and then they win the next match. It was like 15th place, if I remember right, to just 1 elim. So too much inconsistency, considering that we're seeing a lot of consistency out of these teams at the top. And Cam, I expect another rap out of you, because you told me I guarantee 628 to be in the top 3 at the end of the day. So DJ, Cammy D, MC, I want him back.
No. Okay, just to sort of wrap up this conversation about it. Best thing I could say is that their middle is so strong, but they need to be able to hit those highs every once in a while.
Thank you, Cutters. We're live here back on the stage in Battle Arena PJ Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And with me here, we do have none other than the top of the cream of the crop, you call it, from NSR or Nong Sim Red Force XZY, the sniper for the team. So how does it feel to be one of the best in your group today?
오늘 중에 가장 잘하는 팀 중에 하나인데 소감은 어떠십니까?
딱히 잘했다는 생각은 없고 그냥 저희가 준비했던 거 그대로 나와서 다행이라고 생각하고 점수 더 먹을 수 있었는데 못 먹은 게 너무 아쉽습니다.
I didn't think we are the best, but we just like carry out what we do usually. We just perform as usual. And I wouldn't feel like unlucky because we didn't actually get some kills that we needed, like it's necessary.
I hate to break the news, but you are the best today. That's a very humble reaction, but they are the best today. You have to live with accept the fact, okay? And can you tell us the story behind the knife incident in the 4th map, Erangel, stage 1 or phase 1, where NSR Wings actually knifed MB Esports Mundo? What is that story?
혹시 오늘 4번째 매치 중에 그 에랭그 매프에서 그 칼 사건에 대해서 더 설명할 수 있습니까?
MB가 자기들 랜드마크에 가려면 저희 랜드마크 앞에 도로가에서 차를 구했어야 되는데 이제 저희가 그걸 인지하고 있었고 서로 차를 구하는 차량 싸움에서 이제 윙스 선수가 차가 뺏겼는데 기지적으로 순간적으로 칼로 나이프로 하는 판단을 해서 순간적인 윙스 선수의 최고의 판단이었던 것 같습니다.
I think this credit goes to the player Wings because like the the players from the Mondo, like they are trying to steal a car at the knife incident, and I think this is because like Wings has the reaction time is so good for him. That's why he performed so well at the incident.
Oh, well, that's I agree. That's the fastest way to actually just knock someone from stealing your car. I agree. You deserve that, Mondo, by the way. And for the next question, right? You average 10 points per map in a day, every single map. That was their average point. So there's not somebody can pull that one off. What was your real strategy? Is it more eliminations or position? And how do you work as a team since you are one of the teams that's super aggressive to go for fights but still survive till the top 5?
혹시 오늘 중에 그 처음부터 공격적으로 나오고 그 이렇게 공격적의 전략은 나오면서 그래도 마지막까지 붙을 수 있는 전략이 무엇입니까? 그리고 그 중에 그 순위 더 중요한가 아니면 그 킬 더 많이 하는 게 더 중요한가? 혹시 이거에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 소감을 좀 알려줄 수 있을까요?
저희가 작년 PMGC 때 플레이스 포인트가 거의 바닥을 쳐서 그거에 중점인 운영 스타일로 다시 개선했고요. 그래서 최대한 1서클부터 템포 빠르게 가져가서 중앙을 치르고 중앙에 들어가고 중앙에 만약에 있으면은 그냥 싸워서 밀어낸다는 마인드로 그렇게 운영을 하고 있고 뭐 초반에 중앙 자리를 먹어 놓으니까 후반 서클에 외곽에서 들어가야 되는 힘든 점이 없어서 후반까지 잘 살아남을 수 있는 것 같습니다.
So actually, last year PMGC we didn't did well, and we always at the last, like the very below placing. But so this year we try to rearrange our strategy, and what we do is try to fight very aggressively at first. That's why we could like stabilize our place in the half time, and also when in the halftime we try to play more conservatively until the last. So that's basically our most important strategy of all time.
I agree. That's going to be the ultimate adaptations for the players and as a teamwork as well. Now, we haven't seen, you mentioned about last year, right? We haven't seen a South Korean team ever in the Grand Finals of PMGC since 2021. Now, what do it mean to you guys if you're able to win this red group and the first ever to represent South Korea in PMGC Grand Finals?
네, 2020년 1년부터 지금까지 2년 동안 한국 팀이 아직 결승 그랜드 파이널까지 진출하는 경우가 없지만, 만약 NSR는 이번 그룹 레드 중에서 결승까지 그 그랜드 파이널까지 진출할 수 있으면은 한국 대표에서 어떤 소감이 있을지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 한국에서 말레이시아로 출발할 때 각오가 그랜드 파이널을 가서 좋아하는 게 아니라 그랜드 파이널에서 얼마나 높은 순위를 내는지 그거를 목표로 저희가 1년 동안 연습했기 때문에 그랜드 파이널 진출에 대한 그런 저희가 뭐 대단하다고 생각하는 그런 감정은 없고요. 그랜드 파이널에서 좋은 성적으로 팬들께 보답할 수 있게 노력하겠습니다.
Since before we came to Malaysia, we already planned to get into the grand final actually. So our final target is not about the grand final only. Our most final target is actually having a highest ranking in the grand final. And also we have practiced for at least 1 year to came to here. That's why we will try our best and show what we can do for our fans.
I would love to see that, because we never have ever South Korean team to win this PMGC. Will be their first ever. But we're starting off a day with an explosive start. We're ending with a day-bug ending. But I think that's it from us on stage here right now. We're going to toss it back to Casas to wrap it up for our day here. Thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow.
The grand stage, talking to none other than Nongshim Red Force. I like the humble 7, right?
He started off like, yeah, we're not the best team. Then what would it mean to you to be in the grand finals? We actually expected already to be in the grand finals. I like it. That's the kind of attitude that I want to see out of these players, especially if you're currently at the top. You're gonna have a little bit less pressure, right? They do have a nice gap of points all the way down to 4th place. So, I mean, tomorrow maybe we'll start seeing a little bit more fighting out of them. And I'm glad that he mentioned too how they've been willing to take those fights early on, because if I remember right, Cam, at one point we were wondering, how are people still fighting so early on in school? Well, now we know. If we see NSR anywhere near early on, they're gonna be willing to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, just it's rare to ever see a team just outlay their strategy like that. First, though, Coops is still the MVP on the day overall. He's put up a really good performance. One of the big reasons why Enigma Galaxy is performing so well today still. Granted, it's not just the Coops show. Like, everyone is pulling their weight. Lord has some great clutch plays. Freak's done some good stuff as well. But Coops is just always there seeming to output damage. And he does seem to be the player of, like, whenever there's a 3-1, he's always the individual. He's always the solo that's going out on the flank to try and find the extra angle, which can be risky, but he's so far been managing it very well.
Yeah, you know what? When it comes to 1-1s, it always seems to be Lord in those situations. And I tell you what, if it's gun versus gun, he usually wins those. The only time I've seen him really lose is when, you know, a nade or molly gets thrown into the mix. But, you know, that is that when it comes to Enigma Galaxy. You know, tomorrow is going to be a big day because it now marks the official halfway point of this group stage. 7, tomorrow, starting off with day number 3. Which team do you want to see start off the rip hot?
I'm going to start off with N-Hyper, actually. I was going to go with some other teams, but I feel like N-Hyper showed some really interesting gameplay today in comparison to yesterday, just being able to get those ilms. Today they were able to get that chicken dinner, back it up with some ilms as well. I want to see a little bit more consistency out of them, and I want to continue to see FS do some work in GK first. wake up. We haven't really gotten a chance to see him being able to perform really well, but we know that he has it in him. We know what he's capable of. Just haven't been able to see it, and I want him to showcase it to the world.
Okay, what about you, Cameron?
So a lot of the grounds today were very like individualistic. There was one team that popped off in one game, one team that won another game, which is why I think partly why Nongshim and Nigma ran away with it. But the teams in the middle or bottom of the pack that started to really build up some momentum that I noticed by the end is FaZe and Alliance. Alliance are always in like the top 4. They put themselves up in 6th place right now, kind of in a quiet way, and then started off close to the bottom. They were 16th place, I believe, on the first Erangel. They're now currently in 11th based off of win that they had on Erangel and then that final Miramar. So the phase that I expected, maybe they'll start to show up on the second half of this.
I mean, another team too. Yeah, another team too has got to be a tense game. I mean, they're right there next to them. I mean, all the way from the bottom now into at least in a decent spot. But you know what? We got to give a big thing to another official partner here for PMGC. It's none other than the Infinix GT10 Pro. If you guys want to dominate the lobby, you guys got to check out that GT10 Pro. It was created directly for esports players. And while you're at it, of course, make sure you check out the TikTok as well. Search that hashtag PMGC 2023 so you can keep up with everything that is going on here today. I love the fact that we saw teams, right, that were at that bottom at least put themselves in a good position. Yeah, you know what you want? You obviously need to make it survival stage, but top 3 is where you want to be. Well, guys, we'll hopefully see them be able to make it. Thank you so much for watching. It's Hot Jukes with 7WG and Cameron Davis. Of course, thank you to our casters as well. Choo choo, everybody out there. We will see you guys tomorrow.
one can stop me now. Can't stop me now. No one can stop me now.